the fire. We have our hearts desire. For here we're good fellows, with the beechwood and the bellows. I'm going live in 10 seconds, okay?
10, 5, 9, blast off.
Oh, I'm gonna open this with a song. Zoom, 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 zoom. Oh, a song by the fire, pass the pipe, pass the skull. Oh, a song by the fire with a bowl, or some shit like that. Oh, a song by the fire. Oh, a song by the fire. Doom, 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 doom. Why isn't it going live? Hold on one second. For here by the fire is an awesome home. Aha, we are warm and we have our heart's desire. For here we are good fellows, with the beechwood and the bellows. And the cup is at the lip, in the pledge of fellowship. Oh, here by the fire, we have our heart's desire. For here we're good fellows, with the beechwood and the bellows, and the cup is at the lip, in the pledge of fellowship, of fellowship. I hear my terrible sounding voice on the other end. It's like zoom, zoom. So the ice gnomes are marching from their Norways, and the snow drifts so deep among the ground, and the ice gnomes are marching from the Norways, and the great white snow walks abroad. All right, I'm going to play that song through the audio. I just want everyone to appreciate this song. I grew up listening to this because my father was in an a cappella group. Here we go. Brover tones. I guess this will work here. Listen through the other end if you want to fully appreciate this.
Grover Watch.
Here. Brover Watch. No, not this corny ass remix. We need to hear the original. Hanover into song. My God. Alright, here we go. Yeah, let's listen to some nice old school stuff. This is still too new school for me. Hold on. This is still too new for me. I don't appreciate this. Let's listen to a really old school one. All right. Yes. This is more like it. No, this isn't the right song, actually. They don't even have the right song. Never mind. All right, hold on. Where is it? This is important, okay? Another winter song. Oh, come on. Maybe this.
Ho, a song by the fire, pass the pipes, pass the bowl. Ho, a song by the fire, with a skull, with a skull. Ho, a song by the fire, pass the pipes, with a skull. For the wolf winds wailing at the doorways, and the snow drifts deep along the road, and the ice roads are marching from their Norways, and the great white cold walks abroad. Zoom, 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 zoom. But here by the fire we defy frost and storm. Aha, we are warm and we have our heart's desire. For here we're good fellows, and the beechwood and the bellows, and the cup is at the lip in the pledge of fellowship. Oh, here by the fire we defy frost and storm. Aha, we are warm and we have our heart's desire. For here we're good fellows, and the beechwood and the bellows, and the cup is at the lip in the pledge of fellowship. Of fellowship. Pile the logs on the fire, fill the pipes, pass the bowl. Pile the logs on the fire with a skull, with a skull. Pile the logs on the fire, fill the pipes with a skull. For the fire goblins flicker on the ceiling, and the wine which glitters in the glass, and the smoke rays are drifting, curling, reeling, and the sleigh bells jingle as they pass. Zoom, 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 zoom. But here by the fire we defy frost and storm. Aha, we are warm and we have our heart's desire. For here we're good fellows, and the beechwood and the bellows, and the cup is at the lip in the pledge of fellowship. Oh, here by the fire we defy frost and storm. Aha, we are warm and we have our heart's desire. For here we're good fellows, and the beechwood and the bellows, and the cup is at the lip in the pledge of fellowship. Of
All right, we're back. Okay, we're live. Welcome. Monsieur. Monsieur. All right. So, a toast to the pledge of fellowship. Tonight I'm drinking red wine marinated in a bunch of citruses randomly stuffed in there, because my little sister is having some sort of party, and a bunch of little prep school kids are running around the house, and I stole this from the fridge because they had some left over. So cheers to the pledge of fellowship. Okay, Monsieur, come back. Hold on. He doesn't like the whip hand meme. Okay, hold on. I need to do some damage control for Monsieur. Whip hand extravaganza. Okay, here we are. Everything should be fine now. Cheers, everyone. Sure. All right. Control for Monsieur. Monsieur, welcome. How are you doing? How are you doing? In the Pledge of Fellowship. A fellowship. Come on. Wait, I can't hear what you're saying. Hold on. Oh, wait, I just realized the problem. Monsieur, speak.
Hello.
Yeah, this is much better. All right, talk.
No, alternative naming scheme, Babsy titling elephants eating ants.
Elephants eating ants. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, the elephant people eating ants. That's the standard metaphor. No, this is a title taken.
That's like this is the difference between the conceptions of power structures held by Monsieur and I. For me, it's elephants eating ants. For you, it's lizards ruling ants. I love it.
No, it's not a conception of power structures necessarily. I took this title from a viewer comment last time where it's like, so, it's a bunch of lizard people ruling ant people. So yeah, lizards ruling ants. But yes, elephants eating ants.
Elephants eating ants. All right.
The native elephants of Delaware.
Delavar.
Gulliver's Travels.
Yeah, Gulliver's Travels, of course. So anyway, let's see. Where do you think the lizard meme comes from?
Isn't it David Icke?
No, where psychologically does it come from, regardless of who it originated with?
Like, I don't think that what, like, David Icke. I don't understand. What do you mean by where psychologically?
Why lizards?
I don't know. Because lizards are inhuman, cold-blooded.
Yeah. Shrewd, calculating.
Yeah.
Not really, though. Lizards aren't that intelligent.
They've got, I mean...
Like owls.
They got,
it's one of the things that give off an air of intelligence but aren't necessarily intelligent.
Like elves? Wait, you've seen some elves? Do they got big titties?
Yeah. Yes. Wait, elves. I said owls.
Oh, owls. Yes, yeah. Owls. Do owls have big titties?
I think the most intelligent animal is a feces-covered rat.
Dude, lizards got fucking good licky tongues. They go
feces-covered
and they
rats
flick them in and out, and like this master Venus jobbing.
Feces-covered neckbeards. I
Listen,
have a neckbeard right now. That's pretty bad. But like the problem is like my neckbeard, like my facial hair grows so fast, and the neckbeard grows at the same rate as the rest of the facial hair. But it's more of a pain in the ass to shave the neckbeard because the neckbeard is underneath. It's like you'll scrape your throat and whatever. It's like pain. So I just end up with these horrible neckbeards.
Listen, if you look at Zuckerberg, you'll believe in lizard people. Maybe, I don't know. He's got very robot vibes.
Lizard people.
Zuck people.
Do you think that I'm curious, I was thinking about this talking to a friend of mine about this recently. She's like Lebanese, like a Lebanese Druze girl who lives on the Druze, however you pronounce it, who lives in Manhattan, and we were talking about how like the wizard or the mage, like the magus magi, like it's inspired by West Asian peoples. Like we were talking about, it started by like I said something like wizards are Jews or something like that, and then we went on. We were talking about like the word like magian, magi, magus, magic. It originates. Like I assume that's like a westernization of the terms that were used for Zoroastrianism, which is so it's interesting. And then like what's it called? in Decline of the Occident, they actually talk about like Magian civilization. So I just think it's interesting, like, are wizards Jews? That's the question.
Well, Magi are Persians, so the Persian priests.
Yeah, magicians are Persians and wizards are Jews. Well, I was just thinking because sorry, go ahead. And but also a lot of archetypes of like, and perhaps this is a universal constant when it comes to like cloaks and flowing robes, but I feel like a lot of European conceptions of foreign unknown stuff is some sort of like very early forms of like proto-orientalist conceptions of like interesting cool stuff that probably comes from like early contact with like, Jews, Arabs, Persians, Ottoman people, other people from further east, etc. And it's like there's this archetype of like this Easterner in this flowing robe who like dispenses knowledge, and maybe that. But then again, the term wizard, the wise man or whatever, may just be kind of like a native thing. Also, I was thinking about this recently. There was this thing about like flowing robes being associated with power, and I forget who it was. It was some feminist author who was quoted at me recently. Was writing something about how flowing robes, like why is it that men in positions of power always seek to emulate what is typically associated with like feminine garments in the sense of flowing robes that like hang off the body type stuff. Why is it? And perhaps this is kind of like a universal cultural constant. I mean, look at or maybe it's like a West Eurasian thing or whatever, but it's like, look at the Middle East, like look at like popes, look at what do you call it? Look at like, I don't know, like the people, everyone wears robes. If you're important, you wear a robe. Doctors, lab coats. It sort of is like it's like a priestly robe. That
You're talking too fast.
All right, you go.
Well, it's like in the late Roman Empire, they thought Jews had the power to bless the harvest, like they're fucking druids, but not druids like the British druids, like Dungeons and Dragons druids. As for the robes thing, what the fuck is this like robes or vaginas nonsense? I mean, that's...
Yeah, I agree.
Robes, long robes are obviously a symbol of power, because when you wear a long robe, like try wearing a long robe and like just go about your day, you'll find that it prevents you from doing a lot of work because the robe will sort of trail. And that's why the robe is a symbol of gentility, because it implies that you don't have to work. You can just sort of do things that won't damage your robe and won't force it to trail around. And sort of the raggedy robe is the symbol of the impoverished gentry in China. So it's not necessarily like robes are vaginas. Robes are not vaginas. Robes are really inconvenient. That's why they're power.
I'm part of the Raggedy Robe gang. Raggedy Robe gang.
Raggedy Ann.
Will you identify with the Raggedy Robe or like a newly patched robe?
Polyester polo shirt.
I identify with the Raggedy Robe. It's the sign of genteel poverty.
Pastels.
Yeah, pastels. Oh God, is the camera frozen? Sorry. I pledge my allegiance to the Babs of the Brick City clan.
I don't know anything.
Oh, really? So,
what is the Brick City clan?
What is your life advice? What should most people do with their lives to
find meaning? Are we Brick Cities?
What should people do with their lives to find meaning? Answer.
Thanks, Jesus.
Frozen.
The fuck kind of question is that?
No, it's a good question. I want to know, like, in terms of your cosmic order, like how do you find meaning in the cosmic order? Explain.
Cosmic order is like everyone's got a place. Yeah, go find yours and then live in it.
Yeah. How do you tell me more about the staying in your lane philosophy?
Well, you got a lane, and you'll know when you're in your lane because everything will fit. It will fit your nature. That's it.
Fascinating. What do you think of Confucianism?
It's the bedrock of Chinaborg. Confucius's high IQ. I don't know who you people even are. I don't even know who people are, even who you.
Cheers.
You should watch Steven Crowder while smoking Pall Mall Reds. Well,
sounds like a plan.
Crowder sounds like chowder, and chowder is delicious. I don't know where I was going with that. But if you eat a lot of chowder, it'll taste good. You might get fat, though. The clams. The cosmic order is real orderly. God made it.
Explain to me, so you're a Christian? Are you sure you're not just like a reskinned Confucian?
I'll reskin your butt. It'll make it pink.
Brilliant. There's a question in the chat for you. Oh, whoa. Okay. One moment. Technical difficulties.
Bing, bong, boom. Talk.
Hello?
Talk.
Hello, testing?
Talk.
Hold on. Hello, testing.
Hello.
Sorry, I'm just trying to get the stream up and running properly.
This is like a train wreck stream.
Wait. Just getting everything sorted out. Oh, perfect, got it.
Bing, bong, boom.
Bing, bong, boom, I want you in my room. Ah. Okay. I've been watching The Sopranos. What do you think of that show? Ever seen it?
No.
All right. Well, you're missing out. That's all I can say.
Oh.
Oh. Eating beef sticks ASMR.
Dude. Beef sticks, Lamau. What is your favorite kind of beef stick? What is your opinion on all sorts of meat stick products and meat snack products in general? I'm going to broaden out. We're going to be inclusive of all meat stick products.
I like meat sticks and jerky sticks. I like venison sticks. Unfortunately, there isn't a good selection of kosher venison sticks.
Why not?
I don't know. I guess Jews don't like venison all that much. Let me look it up. If I could eat one meat for the rest of my life, it would be venison, probably. And if I could eat it in one form, it would be cured. It would be like a cured jerky form. I love a nice gamey umami piece of jerky. It makes me salivate. I hear myself salivating already.
Jerky sticks. I like venison sticks.
Yeah. What do you think?
Dude, I like
Yes.
Slim Jim. This stream brought to you by Slim James.
They put pork in that, unfortunately.
Ah, you've been wrecked. You've been wrecked by the pig man.
It's a shame, isn't it? They put pork in everything.
Yes. That's based.
Yeah, everyone puts pork in everything. It's a shame. I'll pill eater.
Does anyone want to come on so I can go to sleep?
Oh man, your IQ decelerated quickly with the what's it called? The passage of time.
The passage of these nuts.
Fair enough.
And then you gesture at testicles. That's a power move. That's always a power move, okay? Whenever you can sign off a point by pointing at your testicles.
I mean, that's what testifying is, isn't it?
Yes, testiclifying. You are proving that you're telling the truth with your balls.
Yeah. I can't believe you weren't able to make it through. Dude, you need to make it through the first 3 episodes of Twin Peaks so you can continue to watch the show. I want to see what you think of it.
I was bored. It was boring.
Oh my gosh. Yes, the first 3 episodes or so are boring.
What is it going to be about? Like space-time fuckery?
I don't know, actually. It's a good question. It's just kind of a...
I bet it totally is.
Opera.
And it's all supernatural and stuff. And I don't care.
Yeah.
You know what was based about Twin Peaks? The intro. Like the music and like the machinery going. If that was the entire show, just the intro on loop, that would be based autism Kino. Okay.
There are great videos like that where it's like heavy machines. And it's just like shows heavy machines over some like nice like layered like synthy music kind of.
And then you have sex with the machines. And that's where Terminators come from. That's
interesting.
That's the future of Skynet.
Is that the future you see for us?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm curious, in all seriousness, what do you think of AI and AI development? Do you think that there will come a point when AI, becomes a threat in any way, or either directly or indirectly to the well-being of humanity? What even is the well-being of humanity, though?
I don't know, but my brain has entered based 120 IQ range. So wow, I believe
now you can converse with me very easily. All right.
we will form into the singularity and all become immortal robots along with all the rest of Reddit and upvotes.
All along with the rest of Reddit.
Yes. And finally, you will be able to say thanks for the gold, Lestrange. But the stranger will also be you, because we're all networked together in a hive consciousness, transcending individuality. Okay? All right? We're going to achieve will not through meditation, but through becoming one robot's brain of Reddit. And it will be awful. It will be so bad. You can't even conceive of how bad it will be.
One Reddit hive mind, I suppose, and they'll all be shopping at Target. Hold on.
There will be so many upvotes.
James Fountain says, "I've eaten alligator meat sticks. Nothing special, just tastes like fat." And then
that's pretty interesting.
And then we have another comment. James Gandolfini was a fat fuck that died being a fat fuck in Italy. At least James Gandolfini died in the land of his ancestors. When babs get fat, you will die in Israel. And I'm like, absolutely. James Gandolfini, I actually was reading about his death early tonight. He died after eating, I think, four glasses of rum, like 2 pina coladas, foie gras, and fried shrimp And I think what an excellent way to die. And he died at 55, so he didn't even get to experience any of the BS of being old. What an excellent death, you know what I mean? I think that's absolutely brilliant. I couldn't have asked for anything better myself personally. That actually I could. I want to like die in a cool way in some sort of military conflict. Like let's say that like a war happens where like, you know, Israel needs to defend itself or something like that. You know, the Jewish
autoerotic asphyxiation.
It's an existential threat for the Hebrew people. I would I don't know, some cool explosion thingy, you know, some action movie type shit.
Lord.
Cis Lord. Like Sith Lord.
Cis Lord. No, but Cis Lord. Like instead of cis scum, Cis Lord. It combines cis and shit Lord.
You're too clever for them. You should do their PR campaigns.
I'm a brainlet.
You're a brainlet.
Dude.
Yeah, well, perfect. Brainlet is good marketing. Do you know why brainlet is good marketing? It's obvious. Brainlet is good marketing because brainlet understands brainlet.
You know what I want?
Grug hit rock.
I want a penis growing outside of.
Grug hit head with rock. Grug make rock market explode.
I'm gonna have a freaking penis growing out of my forehead, okay?
Yeah.
And it's gonna go into my mouth. And I'm gonna suck on it until it comes, and then my brain.
You can just post that photo in the chat. But dude, I thought of an idea. You know the whole rock market meme. I think that instead of when the rock market is going up, instead of a bull market, it's an aurochs market, because an aurochs is like an early domesticated horse type thing. It's an aurochs market. So we have an aurochs flag.
And you know what they have instead of a bear market? Neither do I. Because bear does not mean bear. It's just a form of brown. And the real name of bear has been lost to history. True facts, okay? So the point is, bears, bulls, doesn't matter.
Yeah. An ancient bear market, it would be an Arctotherium angustidens. Arctotherium angustidens. It's the history's largest bear.
History's largest
Arctotherium angustidens.
angry tidiums. Okay, listen. Peter Lynch says, don't buy the sexy stocks, buy rocks. Okay, buy the rock market, because when you own rocks, you are rich. We should all own rocks, and we will all be like the rock kings, and there will be so much money because you own the rocks. And when you own rocks, you have a monopoly on rocks. It's the ultimate value. Buy rocks.
I do own rocks through High Crush. At least I think they do rocks. They do white frac sand used to enhance recovery rates of hydraulically fractured oil. So I think that's rocks. Yeah, I do actually own some of the rock market, as a matter of fact.
And I bet
they pay a pretty fat dividend, and it actually
and
looks
I bet
like
they've got solid fundamentals. Here's some real news investing advice then. Okay, buy rocks. Peter Lynch said that. I agree. See, this is what you get when you go to the low IQ Babs scheme, Babs stream.
Yeah, this is after hours.
You get solid rock tips for the rock market. Buy rocks.
What do you call it? What do you call it? After hours, when the market's closing? After hours, right? It's like rock tips after hours. And it's a pun because after hours, because it's a late stream, and also because it's like after hours, like the market.
People keep popping into the stream and then immediately leaving. The viewer counts don't get above 5.
Really? Bring back Slim Jims. Talk about Slim Jims and why they're good. What does a pork taste like, first of all?
What do you mean? What does pork taste like? Good. Pork tastes like.
Describe it as like crispy and umami, or like fatty, sort of fatty
It
and
can be
umami? Is it what's the texture like? Is it sort of crispy or fatty, gamey, and like is it more of a savory or like savory umami flavor, or like a salty or spicy flavor, maybe sour flavor?
Pork can be whatever you want it to be. You ever think about that one, nerd? Pork can be any flavor. It can be sour or sweet or salty or fatty or savory. And pork is good. Consume it.
Why?
Because it's good.
Says who? I hear that it's full of trichinosis.
What the fuck is triggered? Dude, he's not sharing his rock tips with us.
Ask you about your rocks. What's your favorite type of rock? I like volcanic rocks. There's some cool sedimentary rocks though too. New York has this really cool mica schist that's under the entire thing pretty much. That's how these really tall skyscrapers can stand on it. And when I was a child, I used to go look in the local parks for little pieces of exposed mica schist and dig out the shiny bits, and I would keep them. Like just I was attracted to shiny little shackly things.
Unironically, though, like if anyone wants to come on,
a giant piece of mica schist sitting over there. Yeah, I'm sending out the invite. Okay, people will come on in due time. Don't worry.
I have nothing to talk about except for bullshit.
Don't worry, I don't mind bullshit. Hold
on. B movie as B brew, dude. Okay. B brew instead of Hebrew. B brew. Be brew American. Oh my god.
Yeah, that's the point. They even say, is she B-ish? Is she B-ish? No, she's a wasp in that film.
Oh, never mind.
Fascinating, isn't it? B-ish. Is she B-ish?
Is she B-ish? Dude, I just got it. B brew.
Exactly, the B brew.
The Bee-brew people and the wasps. Dude, bees, Lamau. And it's all a metaphor for getting the shixes.
Would you
oh my god.
Is pork bland but smelly?
No, it's the greatest.
Dude, the Church of Entropy disappeared.
No? That's weird.
That's fascinating. Hold on.
Look, if anyone wants to come on and talk about anything smarter than me realizing Hebrew and Bee-brew rhyme, they are welcome to, please. Oh yeah, we need to bring back Luke Cheddar as the official Babs channel video. Yeah, Luke 4 Cheddar. It bites. It bites. It bites.
Dude, that's fascinating. I guess the Church of Entropy disappeared. Off Google Hangouts, at least. I don't know. Oh my gosh, it's... Oh, well. If it isn't the Khaw. All right.
Hello.
The Khaw has arrived.
Hello.
The Church of Causality.
I'm not in charge of anything, I guess.
What a pleasure to have both of you on this stream here. Thank you for joining.
Oh, my pleasure. I felt I had to come to the rescue when you were talking about rocks.
Dude, both of you and her symbols are you. Oh my god, you're so smart.
Oh, you mean my Shuva thing? Yeah, I thought I'd make a point about learning from mistakes, as the Jews have been doing for so many centuries. And of course, my point is that Christianity is a little less focused on learning from their mistakes, more about denying them or denying their idolatry, which is kind of my topic of the week, the month, the year, until I get the message through, I guess.
Yeah.
Hello?
No, No, I'm just thinking.
Hello.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah. Sorry. One moment. I think I'm going to put on a bit of background music, if that's all right. I wanted to... Claire, have you read the Inelegant Viceroy blog yet?
Which story, sorry? Which book?
Inelegantviceroy.water.blog.
I have looked at it from time to time.
Good stuff.
But I didn't think it made a lot of sense, I'm afraid, Monsieur. I mean, I did try to read a few posts, but I thought it didn't, cohere. And I can't remember which ones now.
You must be above a certain IQ level to ride this ride. I some of them were lost on me as well, but largely I follow. I like a lot of the neo-Marxian type stuff, sort of interesting content. But yeah, it definitely is definitely has that kind of like reactionary kind of like phrasing and whatnot type stuff.
Well, I couldn't even tell that it was neo-Marxian, and actually it's new company.
I reject neo-reactionary as a label. I don't believe in neo-reactionaries. Neo-reactionaries are posturers and usurpers. You got to go all the way.
Elaborate.
No, that's it. You got to go all the way. Neo-reactionaries often are trying to build a system that doesn't have all the legs of the stool. When you don't have all the legs of a stool, what you have is not a stool. It's just wood on a stick, and it falls over.
Fascinating.
They believe that
we could deconstruct one of your blog posts. I mean, I think that might be quite fun, and you'd enjoy it too, wouldn't you, Monsieur?
Sure, why not? It'll just be terrible for me because you're gonna make me go drink the caffeine.
Well, I mean,
just do it.
I don't want to stay up.
Do it.
But the point is that while it's true that power wants to accumulate to itself and re-blob like a big old blobby blob, you can't let power re-blob into itself. So essentially, the pure tendency of power to attempt to consolidate must be checked by all the little powers fighting each other. When you create an authority structure such that, for instance, you only have shareholders as the one sovereign, and all sovereignty derives from that, there's nothing to prevent them from enacting their worst impulses upon those who are ruled. And they might say, well, that's the point, isn't it? Isn't that the point of reaction? But no, that's the point of neo-reaction, not reaction.
Why are you talking
tradition. What? No, I'm just ranting. Sorry, you want to talk?
Well, I was just saying, why are you talking in such abstractions? To the extent that people won't really know what you're talking about. But maybe that's the idea. Maybe that is the fundamental of people who've been subject to so much censorship that we dare not really say what's on our mind, and that's why we talk in such abstractions as you have been doing.
No, this is on my mind. I only have abstractions. The concrete, these little details, I don't even see them.
Little details of what?
Anything.
But surely the big detail is that you are living in a failing state. We who live in the West have a political establishment that is indifferent to us, don't know what's good for them, don't really get what's happening at all, and regard themselves as success if they live another day. And that's how they think now.
Why do you keep saying they?
Well, I have to distinguish them from us. They who presume to govern us or claim to govern us, and we who are supposed to be governed by them. We don't trust them to govern us properly. We suspect they don't care about us, or the national interest, or their own future, or the future of their offspring, if any, because they're mostly gay or childless.
They're mostly gay? Hold on.
I
Well,
feel
I'm
like
getting-
Claire is talking a lot of shit right now.
Citation needed.
Hold on.
Hold on.
I feel she's talking some mad shit.
I'm thinking of the Irish Prime Minister. I'm thinking of Emmanuel
Okay, you can
Macron.
talk shit about the Irish. Never mind.
Well, in Taiwan, there is a spinster president who has legalized gay marriage. Are you concerned about that? It has affected the Chinese.
Why would I give a shit about Taiwan except as a far province of the Frang Empire?
Okay, hold on one moment. Just to hold on 1 second here. This stream does happen to have two of the most prominent Fortosphere Chinese descent streamers, on the subject of which, where do you think both of you respectively would fall in the broader scheme of the broader Chinese order of things when your ancestors were in their respective areas? I'm curious, Claire. You never really talk much about that.
Well, China regards Taiwan as a rebel province. So I guess if you want to be supporting the Chinese, you would be supporting the mainland simply because it's more powerful and is the mainland. I mean, why would you be supporting really, what amounts to be a 51st state of the US? And you can tell who is the 51st state when they've legalized gay marriage. Any country that legalizes gay marriage is proclaiming its submission to globo homo, isn't it?
Of course, so.
So I reject globo homo, and I think even gay people should reject globo homo.
Do you reject the moral principles of global homo, or do you reject the concept of being ruled?
Well, I see that people will always want recreational sex of one kind or other. I still think that the institution of marriage should be protected by law, and if it isn't, you get the problems you get in the West now of degeneracy, of political paralysis, of really one part of the political establishment attacking the other, creating an impression, giving the message of weakness, and inviting more people to attack you, and encouraging both your internal and external enemies.
The political establishment will always be attacking itself. The only question is not whether it attacks itself, but whether anyone outside of the political establishment notices it. Whether you are displaying a united front, a false impression of a united front, or whether you are honest.
Well, sorry, I'm kind of trying to mute something because I'm kind of listening to Jay, and he started to talk. Right, could you repeat your question, because I kind of forgot what it was already.
It's not a question; it's a statement that the political establishment fighting itself is not a unique property of global homo. It's
they should do so discreetly. I mean, obviously the political establishment will have its own gripes with each other, but if it is openly fighting each other, the way I suppose your parents might be openly fighting to each other, and then you as a child.
Establishment fighting itself is not a of it is that even though it may look like there's more discord than ever among the political elites, from one perspective, in terms of real agreement, there's probably more real agreement than ever. It's just a kind of agreement where it's like, fuck deplorables. And this is why, again, going back to what I was saying before, is neo-reaction thinks that, and by making power more concentrated, you're going to prevent a lot of problems. But really, if you give the global homos absolute power, they just global homo absolutely. But so that's why I reject the neo-reactionary title. One reason.
People use these terms that they're actually trying to intellectualize their dissent in order to not attract the notice of the authorities by saying, by seeming to suggest that some, politics students who, aren't really political activists. So I think we should just say, if we have a solution to the problems, we should say what it is. And I believe I have the solution. I say what it is. It triggers a lot of people. But I think that's the idea. You really want to trigger people to say only a one-party, theocracy would restore the patriarchy, and then invite people to decide whether they want to restore the patriarchy or not. And obviously discuss what that really means and what has to be sacrificed in order to get things back to where they were again, back on an even keel of rational and good government, which is clearly what we're not getting.
Monsieur, do you think that restoring the patriarchy is imperative when it comes to the restoration of civilization? Or do you even think the restoration of civilization, as is being talked about right now, is a good thing? Because I don't even think you necessarily have the same underlying principles as the wonderful Miss Khaw.
What is wrong with civilization, though, Babs? I mean, why would you not want to live in a civilization? Why would you want to live in a failed state?
Things go in cycles, back and forth and back again. So the restoration of the patriarchy is going to happen, then it will collapse again, then it will happen some more. That's life.
Okay, but you don't seem to care very much. I suppose people, with families would care, but maybe bachelors don't.
I care a great deal. But what are you so upset about, really? I just said that it's going to happen, and then it's going to unhappen, and then it'll happen again.
Yeah, but in the meantime, if we live in a failed state in our lifetimes, we are going to be massively inconvenienced. You don't seem to care because you think you're going to escape it?
No, you're asking. I mean, that's not a question even. You're the problem with asking me to think in terms of concrete practicals instead of the abstracts is in the abstract, I can place myself in the shoes of the common people and think about all the troubles and problems they're going through. And I can think about these principles and how they're being violated. And I naturally think in the abstract. And so thinking in the abstract and being able to contextualize in that sense can instill compassion. But if you're asking me, what's good for Monsieur? Think practically, Monsieur. What's great for Monsieur? You're just going to dampen the very little empathy I have as a human person.
So you have no empathy for anyone.
If you want to say think about the practicals of your life, Monsieur, get down to the nitty gritty. The practicals of my life is that I should not stick my neck out for anyone. So I don't know why you're going down.
Fine.
I don't know why you're going down the line of attack.
So we should ignore everything you say. Babs should ignore everything you say. Babs should kick you off right now because everything you say has no importance or significance or practical application for anyone. So he should kick you out right now because you have nothing useful to say.
Babs is in a situation even more detached than I am. I'm just saying that as a line of attack, saying think about the practicals is something you should say to an average person who's already feeling the ill effects.
So you're saying that there are no ill effects. You love global homo.
For me personally, not only is global homo not producing any ill effects, global homo is created to give me more resources to improve my Well,
I see. So are you
Globo pays the bills.
Are you homo?
Globo pays the bills. Okay.
Are you homo?
Global homo.
Are you homo?
Global homo is the
Are you
unchecked
homo?
reign.
Monsieur,
No,
Monsieur, are you homo? We should
No,
know.
I'm not homo. Global homo is the unchecked rule of the perpetual aristocracy. So, because it's morally right to check the aristocracy, because this is an order which is unnatural, which defies God's will. But if you're saying, like, think about the practical...
You should oppose it. So why are you
I do
standing
oppose
over
it. I do oppose it. But you keep saying, like, you keep drawing me away from the abstract. Things like, loyalty and faith and duty. And saying, like, think about, like, what it's doing, what it does. No, Claire.
Tell us loyalty to whom? To whom do you
No. Shut the fuck up. Like, let me talk.
Don't tell me to shut the fuck up. You answer the question as to whom you are loyal to.
Loyalty
to whom?
Loyalty to God will demand that I oppose global homo, okay? That's an abstract concept.
You believe in God.
What?
That's interesting. So you believe in God?
Yes, of course I believe in God.
What kind of
Why
God?
are you trying to say, like, think of the practicals, when the practicals are going to draw me away from your cause? Like, it's ineffective. It's ineffective if you want to convince me of anything by saying, like...
What is ineffective?
Like, are you addressing the audience, or are you addressing me?
I'm interacting with you. I'm actually asking you questions. I don't know what you're saying half the time. So could you please explain yourself?
I don't know what you're saying half the time. That's the problem.
You understand my question? I think you do. I think you do. I couldn't be clear.
You're assuming that I'm acting in bad faith, that I know what the fuck you're talking about. Okay, you know what? Let's start over. Ask me a question. Ask me a question.
Are you saying you're loyal to God?
Yes. Well, I try to be.
So you know that God is against globo homo, but a few minutes ago you're saying globo homo is good for you. So how do you resolve that contradiction?
There's no contradiction. What's good for you and
how is globo homo good for you?
It's good for me in an earthly sense, in a material sense, in a practical sense. When you think about, like, what gives me a good life on Earth is global homo.
Because you're homo.
No, because I'm part of the perpetual aristocracy, and global homo is the creature.
What makes you think you're part of the perpetual aristocracy?
He isn't homo. He's just globo, but
Yeah,
they're
I'm
hand in hand.
The homo is
what makes you think you're part of the perpetual aristocracy?
Yeah,
what
shit.
entitles you to, claim to be part of this?
Just being born that way. Yep.
Okay, so you identify yourself with a liberal elite, do you?
Yes.
Okay, so you're fine with global homo. So why are you mixing in these circles?
What do you mean? Why am I mixing in these circles?
I was born. If you're a liberal, why are you talking to us?
Because I'm not a liberal.
But you just said you were. You said you were part of the liberal elite.
No.
I am part of the liberal elite.
You asked him if he identifies with the liberal elite.
I'm a liberal elite, but I don't follow that ideology. What's so hard to understand about that?
Well, I'm just trying to...
It's a matter...
Your political position. It seems very confused to me.
It's a matter of birth. By birth, I get to be a liberal elite, but I don't actually believe in it. I think that it's corrosive to have the aristocracy be so powerful.
Did you vote Trump?
No. The Trump election was the wake-up call that not everything was as I thought it was.
So, so you voted Democrat. That's interesting. So now, what is your position? Will you be voting Trump next year?
Probably. I don't think he's the greatest, but I don't have any other choice now, do I?
No. I mean, that's the least you can do.
Yes.
Okay. So you don't think he's doing enough. So what more would you like the government to do to address any problems you see currently?
Well, a good start might be fulfilling some of his promises, like building the wall and restricting immigration.
Would you like it if he declared a state of emergency and a national government and became a one-party state? Because actually, that's the only way I think Britain or America can actually get anything done. And it wouldn't matter if you were centrist or far right or far left. That's the only way to get things done. You just have to do that, or you'll just be perpetually stuck in this revolving door, going in or out, in and out, all the time, wasting energy while things are unattended to.
Claire, I'm a monarchist. I'm not opposed.
Why are you a monarchist?
What do you mean?
Monarchist? You must know it's failed. It's failed in China. So why are you a monarchist?
What do you mean monarchism has failed in China? She is bringing monarchy back. Monarchism is successful in Russia. It's
really
to some extent successful in North Korea. It doesn't make for the richest. It doesn't make for the richest countries, but it's they're maintaining their culture at least. So what's the big deal?
Because Russia is a republic and so is China, so your terminology must be way off if you think Russia is a monarchy or that China is a monarchy.
All these things are just fucking words. If you've got
and words are important. Words mean ideas, and if you don't use words carefully, you're going to get a lot of things wrong, and a lot of conclusions will be wrong.
Right.
So you're going to use words any way you like. So you're going to call China a monarchy when you know it's a republic. You're going to call Russia a monarchy when you know it's a republic. What's the point of that? You're just confusing people. What's so funny?
It's hilarious.
Why?
I don't know how you see the world at all. It's totally alien to me.
Well, everyone knows that China is a republic, so why are you calling it a monarchy?
Everyone knows China is a republic. Why does everyone talk about, China, the communist dictatorship then?
Because they're being rude about it?
Maybe they actually believe that China is a communist. Sure, communism is ultimately not so dissimilar.
And then you will see that it is very much a consumerist and capitalist society. So to call it communist is just crazy.
Okay.
So when you're using all these wrong words to describe these things.
So basically, you don't like it when I call a communist dictatorship a monarchy because they don't call themselves a monarchy. They call themselves, a communist state. But you also don't like it if I call them a communist state, even though they call themselves communist because you think it's capitalist. So am I going to use the definitions or the names they use for themselves?
Why do you want to call China communist?
Or am I going to... What?
Why would you want to call communist?
It sounds like you just disagree with me, but you're framing it in the sense that I don't know what any words mean. And it's fine to disagree with me. I mean, whatever. You can disagree with me all you want. Lots of people disagree with me.
Yeah, so, but I'm saying, if you get all the words wrong, the basic words, then everything else
What? You keep trying to turn a disagreement of opinion into me being you're trying to say, well, you're wrong that it's a communist dictatorship. It's actually a republic. You might be correct there, but instead of saying that, you're saying you don't know what words mean, which is an entirely different thing. Maybe it's a republic. Maybe the democratic process there is a robust one, and maybe I've just been tainted by Western propaganda, which is entirely possible.
Well, I mean, that is good for you to
Is it a
admit
republic?
that.
Is it a republic? Would you describe it as a republic?
Yes, are you talking about mainland China? Yes, and so is Taiwan a mainland, a republic.
And you describe it as capitalist.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay.
And you're using, you're calling China a communist dictatorship.
So what would you call the United States? Is that also the same thing, a capitalist
Well, you
republic?
are a republic. America is a republic.
Okay.
And I'm
it's
saying,
a capitalist
it's also
republic.
a matriarchy, and I think those two, matriarchy and patriarchy, are important words, and a lot of people disagree with me about it. And I'm trying to say that if you live in a patriarchy, most parents would be married parents, and your government would be prioritizing the preferences of married fathers. And if the government did that, you wouldn't be complaining about immigration
Guys,
or feminism.
quick question.
Why not?
China, quick question.
If the borders are open,
You'd be getting your way.
Yeah.
You'd be getting your way already, and you'd be getting women, you'd be getting families and stable families, and you wouldn't be so angry and confused all the time. And the fact that you live in a matriarchy
why do you keep going to these shaming words?
because people do need to be shamed, frankly. I mean
So
that's the only way
shaming me to affect what?
There is a
To make me
problem.
like you, to make me agree with you? Like, just state your position. Your position.
I'm trying
is
to.
that-
I'm surprised that after such a long time you still don't know my position.
No, I don't. I don't even understand your mindset. You're totally alien
Okay,
to me.
so
You're
what
like-
do you what
I mean,
do you
like,
think I'm
this
trying to
is-
say?
I have no idea. You come from an entirely different civilization. You come from this Islamic civilization,
I don't come
and
from Islamic
everything about your worldview just doesn't make sense to me. And then you act like I'm intentionally not understanding you.
Because I've read your blog, Monsieur, and a lot of it just makes no sense at all. So I think
Yeah, but you don't make any sense to me. Like, just because.
Why didn't
like,
okay. Have you made an effort to understand me? Have you?
No, you're not. I don't consider you important enough in my world.
Fine. So you haven't made the effort to understand me. I think Babs knows what I'm talking about. I'm surprised that he hasn't told you what he thinks.
Why would he tell me? Like, you offer.
What do you two talk about then? What do you two talk about?
Okay, from what I gather, talking to one of your acolytes, Imes, or whatever.
John, you mean? Do you mean John?
Dog food man.
Yes.
John. Jonathan Vance. Dog food man.
Yeah, John Vance. Is you offer, this alternative way of structuring civilization. An alternative civilizational worldview is an Islamist civilization, and you're going to govern with Islamist principles. You're going to bring about the patriarchal system they have, and you're going to structure everything according to these moral precepts. Okay?
It's just marriage and family values and slut shaming.
It's a lot of other things besides that, isn't it?
Dude, this is. Are you getting PTSD flashbacks from that run-in that you had with Dog Food Man, where he was like, "You have to shame sluts to restore the patriarchy"? Remember that? Are you seeing where the rhetoric originates now? Are you seeing the rain collecting pool where the river originates from, the basin?
That's not the whole thing, is it?
Well, step 1, shame sluts. Step 2, restore the patriarchy. Step 3, profit. Easy.
Okay, so what does restoring the patriarchy mean as you understand it?
It means shaming sluts.
Yes. Got it in one, Babs.
So you're just gonna slut shame?
Yeah. Just talking about it just triggers people. So I think that's a good tactic, because they'll just get triggered all over the place, and then people will say, all the women are sluts.
Aren't you a Muslim?
No.
Don't you want to convert the West to Islam?
No. I'm trying to tell people.
Why is John coming here and talking about the conquest of Europe by Islam then?
No, I'm saying that it is necessary to shame sluts in any civilization, whether you're Muslim or not. I'm just saying that is the very least your religion should be doing for you as a people, whoever you are. All the 5 world religions is about they support marriage, and to support marriage means to shame sluts, and I don't think people get that.
Okay.
And also to forbid any kind of extramarital sex, including gay sex, I'm afraid.
Okay. So what?
I'm just saying, it's important to get the price of sex exactly right for the sake of the continuation of your civilization.
What do you think is a good price? Like, I'd say maybe 3 goats and 2 bars of silver, but that's just my price. What's your price?
Are you asking me or?
What do you think is an appropriate societal price for sex?
I think that there should be 2 markets. That there should be a prostitute market and there should be a wife market. Because I'm assuming that not every man will, be marriageable and will have to make do with sex from a woman not his wife, and they should get it from prostitutes. Not from
Options
sluts.
trading on the prostitute.
So I do make a distinction between whores and sluts, and I think the whore should be given a higher status than the slut who
Interesting.
Pretends it's free.
What are your thoughts, Monsieur? Do you think that we should re-implement harems and concubines?
I wasn't saying that. I wasn't saying that actually, but.
Oh, what were you saying? Okay,
No,
what are you talking about?
I was saying you should legalize brothels.
Legalize brothels? Okay, just brothel. What's the difference between the things that I listed?
Well, harems are really for sultans and.
Yeah. So, but what's wrong with that? That's just basically like a traveling brothel, sort of.
Well, it didn't really help Solomon, did he? He had 700 wives and 300 concubines, and after he died, his kingdom split in 2.
I mean, that's just like your opinion.
The last emperor of China had a harem, but that didn't help him. So
How do you know? What did you ask him?
Who?
The emperor? Did you ask him to help him?
We know it's a historical fact that the last emperor was the last emperor, and China broke, descended into civil war. So obviously something was wrong, and before that, he had his the Dowager Empress. She was not much good. So China was a matriarchy.
Monsieur, do you agree with that assessment that China was a matriarchy?
I feel like whatever definition she's using of matriarchy versus patriarchy goes beyond let's just shame sluts.
I'm saying restore the patriarchy.
Okay, but Qing China was not a You're saying Qing China is not a patriarchy. They didn't shame sluts enough?
I'm saying that the Dowager Empress was infamously bad as a ruler, and China collapsed under her. So,
okay.
We can deduce from that she wasn't much cop as a ruler.
And the reason why it was her sex, it was her femaleness that caused that, or was it simply the matriarchal aura which was manifesting itself through her as sort of a conduit?
Well, I would say at some point the dynastic system failed because she, a mere concubine, managed to get into power. But I know that her emperor husband was a degenerate, really. And her son was no good either because she was too controlling. And I'm also saying that it must be obvious to everyone, it should be obvious to everyone, that no one's extended family is a big enough pool to recruit the next national leader from. So the whole business...
Why not?
Because it didn't work for China. It was such a big country with so many people and actually had an emperor with a harem, and it still failed. So the one-party state is the only way forward, you would have thought. That seems to be the logical conclusion to make.
I mean, your definition of failed is rather strange to me, considering the the Chinese dynastic system proper lasted from, at least 2,000 years. And then we have so, if that's failure, I don't know what your vision of success is.
Well,
That
obviously,
system lasted longer than Islam existed.
well, we can't have a dynastic system now, can we? I mean, unless you call the sort of Bush family a dynasty, an American dynasty, or the Clinton family a dynasty. I don't know, but I don't think it would work anyway, even if that's what you want.
Why not? Why not?
Because you haven't produced good leaders under the Bush dynasties or the Clinton dynasty or the Clinton couple, really. Since Chelsea doesn't seem to be much interested in politics, you need, obviously you need a one-party state from which all the political talent of the country can be concentrated into, and this is what China has. And it actually has quite a rational system. You start at the bottom. It takes about 20 years if you want to get to the top, if you're capable of getting there. And they provide the training and the career structure with which to get to the top of the party if you play all your cards right, which not everyone does.
We will see how long this particular iteration of the dynastic cycle lasts. It could last another 100 years, 200. I don't know.
What dynastic cycle are you referring to?
The Chinese dynastic cycle.
Well, it went with the last emperor, didn't it?
Well, now you have the Communist Party. And they'll fall apart too eventually.
It's not a king of China, because if he were, he would be there for life and be able to hand over the rulership of China to his son, but he's certainly not proposing that. I mean, the most he can hope for is leader for life, and he doesn't quite dare to say that. I think it's North Korea that treats the one-party system as a kind of quasi-monarchy, because the moons. Sorry, soon. Anyway, you know who I mean. The Kims are basically, a dynasty using the one-party state. They're actually a monarchy in North Korea, even though officially it's a republic.
Yeah, you have systems where you have a monarch that's elected by the nobles, and you have systems where the monarchy is fully and properly hereditary. So I do think that a lot of power is concentrated in Xi Jinping and his predecessors, which is the important part to me. Well, maybe you think it's the hereditary principle. I think that the hereditary principle is also pretty good, because families last a really long time. Families outlast countries. And if the country is the family, that seems like a common sense good bet.
But how is it commonsensical when you think within your own family, it's like there's a whole lot of talent outside your own small family, and to just exclude the talent just for selfish familial reasons seems to me to be a recipe for disaster and lots of opportunity.
You think that these countries have all the positions monopolized by one family? In practice, you have all these different ministries and governance and fiefdoms and army positions, and they're all spread out among the little tiny families of the realm.
Sorry, which country are you talking about?
Any monarchy has non-royal family elites. Sure. It's never what?
I said I agree with you. I mean, there'll always be powerful families in any society.
So you're not monopolizing the power when you have one ruling dynasty.
No, you can't prevent powerful families from arising, but you shouldn't make it official that only from the monarch's family can you recruit the next leader. I know a lot of people find the idea of a monarchy romantic, but in real life they haven't got that pool of political talent that maximizes opportunity for the best talent in the country. So that's my objection to monarchy. So I think the one-party system in China concentrates all the political talent of the nation and allows it to, flourish in an organized career structure. And surely this is to be encouraged instead of, damning it as some kind of dictatorship, communist dictatorship, which I know the West like to do.
Dictatorship.
Well, it didn't feel like a dictatorship when I was there in June.
Why? How does it not feel like a dictatorship?
Because there was a lot of shopping and a lot of Western.
For anything, dictatorship can be lovely. I have always been a voice advocating for more dictatorships. Lots of people disagree with me. I'm used to it already. But dictatorships can be quite stable and good. Reliable.
Actually, I agree with you about strong man leadership. That's what I want.
So what makes it different from a dictator?
Well, a dictator doesn't assume the right to hand his dictatorship to his son, okay? But a king does. That's a difference, right, really.
We're talking about China is not a dictatorship, right? And you said that it's not a dictatorship because there's a lot of shopping. You can go to other dictatorships with lots of shopping, unless the key factor of a dictatorship versus, I guess, a strongman government is whether there is shopping or not.
Okay, so I suppose it's possible in theory to have lots of shopping in your dictatorship. So, okay, so fine. We can have dictatorship and shopping. Yay!
You're the one who brought up shopping.
Well, because when you say communist dictatorship, we think, we go there, there are no shops, it's really boring, everybody's in Mao suits, nobody will talk to you. And it's like, no, I mean, they're very friendly, they're very business orientated. It's just...
It sounds like you're projecting... It sounds like you're projecting these images of what a communist dictator means and all the shaming and emotional tone, and assuming that I'm just using it like that. But to me, I don't think the democratic element of China is that strong. So it's a dictatorship and not a republic. And they do call themselves communist, and they don't vary that much from other communist regimes. So I might as well call them communist. They're not a stateless, classless society. There's yet to be the stateless, classless society. And I don't even believe in the stateless, classless society. I don't want the stateless, classless society, because that's just a fucking hippie commune. And they're just going to get killed.
Well, I don't think it's possible for a stateless society to exist. Because, at the very least, if you have any kind of society, you would be a city-state, like the Greek city-states.
Right,
because
so I don't believe...
With a city anyway. Rome started as a city.
Yeah, I don't believe in the stateless society. I don't believe in the stateless classless society.
Nor do I. Okay,
great. So if we don't believe in the stateless, classless society definition of communism, and we rather believe in sort of an autocracy structured around the party, which sort of uses Marxist principles of at least some degree of worker ownership of the means of production, in this case through state-owned companies, why is China not communist? I mean, I also say that other structurings like syndicalism or say worker ownership of shares also falls under sort of this socialist umbrella. It's not the stateless, classless society, but that's moonshine. No one actually built the stateless, classless society. But you can't have things like state-owned enterprises. You can't have things like national exemplars where workers own stock. You can't have things like powerful unions that run the company for themselves. You can have syndicalist arrangements. All those, I would say, sure, that's approximately speaking communism. So
I
I see nothing wrong with calling China communist.
Okay, well, call it communist. I'm really, they call themselves communists. So I'm just saying that they have changed since they tried a little capitalism in the time of Deng Xiaoping.
Good.
So and then they started calling their kind of communism with Chinese characteristics. So,
Sure.
I don't think they're really communist anymore, but, I don't really want to spend any
Why
time
not?
at all quibbling about that with you. Because we're talking about the kind of political system we ought to have, not about its economy.
Like if you have certain capitalist systems have had crises, have had failures, and sometimes we
I'm
move
in third
between them.
position.
Okay, hold on. So you have reforms. So let's say you think that the gold standard is bad, and you move to Keynesianism, and you say, like, we're doing so much better under Keynesianism. Is that no longer capitalism because it's a different variation on the same justification? Or let's say you believe the reverse. If you move from Keynesianism to a gold standard system, are you no longer capitalist? You can, so long as you preserve certain elements of state ownership or workers owning the means of production, you are adhering to that party line. Okay,
my definition of capitalism is usury, and under secular Quranism, usury would be abolished. So that's my clearly stated position. You may disagree with me about whether it's necessary, but that would be the logic of secular Quranism, and it would abolish usury. And it is only after a revolution that you can default on your debts, both individuals and the state.
Okay, so when you say usury, what do you mean by that? Do you mean interest lending, high interest, what?
Interest at all. It cannot compound. Obviously, you can charge a flat rate fee for any loan. So supposing I lend you £100, then I can say, well, pay me £10 every year you fail to return the £100 to me.
That's interest.
Yeah, but it wouldn't compound. It's simple interest. It's a flat rate fee.
A mortgage is also calculated as simple interest.
Yeah, but I just want to keep it simple. I'm not, an expert on these
Most business loans are structured like mortgages, and they're also simple interest. So basically, you're saying we can't have a very specific kind of loan, but you still basically have loaning at interest of most of the kinds.
Okay, I mean, can we just agree on the general principle of what I'm trying to say, which is that usury would be abolished? I know you don't like the sound of that, but can we just accept that this is what?
Well, you're the one being a stickler over words. So now I'm being a stickler over words with you. How does it feel?
Fine, but it wouldn't be constructive to go on about,
Well, how do you understand how I felt and how frustrating it was? And you said, well, that just means you're a homosexual. But yes, let's talk.
Because you said global homo is great, so what are we to think when somebody says global homo is wonderful?
Maybe that they are the global part, which is something I've always maintained. If you've researched me as much as you claim you have, you would know that me and Babs represent a certain element, as well as a third person who I won't get into because he's very controversial. But yes. Why would you immediately leap to, global homo, that's the homo part, unless you want to, provoke a reaction, when I very clearly state, both here and on my blog, that I'm the global part.
What does it mean?
What does it mean to be, part of a hereditary elite? It means that I had parents who had money, and they had parents that had money, and they had parents that had money, and they had parents that had money, and you just trace that back a really, really long time. Okay, so
you have parents, your family in a different country, so that makes you globo. Is that all it means?
No, it's not. I have parents that have money, They have parents that have money. It's
Okay,
the principle
we get it. We get
it's
it.
the principle of hereditary privilege, which allows you to claim membership in a class that has more in common with each other than the other inhabitants of the countries in which they live. Like, it's just a statement of fact.
All
that,
right, so you made it clear.
It's just a statement of fact. It's just a statement of fact that, you know,
you're part of the plutocracy. Are you a neoliberal as well?
I was. I mean, before I realized, holy shit, this is what this country is now. I left the bubble and I realized how bad things were. But yes, before that, I was a neoliberal. I enjoyed, I said, like, it's great. Like, the GDP go up, GDP good, GDP higher. Let's go invade another country and GDP up more. Yes.
Okay, so you're a member of the liberal elite who has felt pricklings of a conscience because you don't think it's going to last forever, and the peasants are going to really get angry, and they might be, about to revolt.
Yes, and that tends to lead to decades of bad news. Sure, you can phrase it like that, and that's fairly accurate.
Okay, so you think their concerns about immigration should be addressed, or
Yes.
we're all going to get it in the neck, being minorities, right?
What? They get it in the neck?
Well, minorities get it in the neck when, we get a failed state. Because, when the peasants get really angry, they'll just, they could be very nasty, couldn't they?
Sure, but I don't primarily care about these imported minorities. I don't know why you would think I would.
I don't care about them. I'm just saying there should be fewer of them because
there should be fewer of them, but not because they're going to be...
are getting restive. And when the host population are getting restive, it's bad news for the minorities, right?
I don't care about the minorities, though. If that was the only problem, whatever, okay? But it's also bad. It's also bad for the host.
Well, don't you realize that? You don't realize you're a minority? You don't realize you're a minority?
Let's be honest. The consequences never fall on people like me. It's Luke Ford's big J's and little J's all over again.
Okay, you can always, go back to China or wherever you have family.
Yeah, I could go to China or Canada or Germany, polish my passports. That jibe they always levy against Kyle is essentially true. I mean, obviously it's true. I don't believe that I should. I think that, you should try to save the sinking ship.
And what are you doing about saving the sinking ship?
Trying to get other people to see things my way, that we really should clamp down and, more redistribution of wealth, more encouragement that, hey, it's okay to be a white dude having a family, and it's okay to just be a regular guy, you're not deplorable, everything's fine, marry, reproduce. It's cool, okay?
So do you support UBI?
I've considered it as a policy. I don't know what the consequences of it will be because it's a very untried thing, but I'm glad to see at least someone is talking about these things.
It'll mean that America will be as paused as Europe. But I know people like Greg Johnson want to grab the bribe with both hands.
Okay, so maybe UBI is not the answer. Maybe secular Quranism is the answer.
Well, yeah, of course I'd say that though. Yeah. So I do say yeah.
Sure. You could,
because it's a holistic solution. It's not doing one little thing here, offering one little bribe there. I'm saying everything's got to change, and it's got to be changed like this. And then when everything is changed in exactly the way I say, then everything will be all right again. So don't expect your tinkering around at the edges, doing your kind of therapy, displacement therapy thing is going to work. So you might
Claire, the thing about a total replacement in that sense replacing of the civilizational ethos and a brand new way of doing things, is that within an empire, it tends not to happen. Like, what happens is that the empire can't radically overhaul itself at this stage. It just collapses, and then, a tribe of conquering barbarian vances arrives, and they set up a new thing. Or rather, many tribes of vances set up their own little things, and they have, a new Europe or a new America, which is a bunch of Quranist kingdoms. That's the course of history.
I'm so glad you mentioned empire, because we know Rome fell, and probably fell for the same kind of reasons. And so, and we also know that the Emperor Constantine had a deathbed conversion to Christianity, but it didn't save Rome. But then he at least had the excuse that Islam was not around at the time Rome fell. But we do not have the same excuse.
Right. So a deathbed conversion by the emperor to Islam will save the empire, even though a deathbed conversion to Christianity does not.
Well, I'm saying that all secular Quranism would do is it's not a religion, it's not a belief system, it's only a legal system designed to restore the patriarchy through slut shaming. So, once you guys get up the courage to say this is what we need to do in order to control our women, we have to control ourselves. In order to control ourselves, we have to shame sluts and also slut fuckers. And
so how do you get people to buy into that without telling them that they're going to get smoked if they didn't?
Well, obviously, you just say, well, all of you who are unmarried parents who were sluts and slut fuckers, of course you don't get punished. The law will be passed on such and such a date, and only people who are guilty of this offence that currently isn't an offence would get punished. So there is not going to be any retrospective punishment.
No, I'm not talking about the implementation in that sense. I'm saying, how do you get people to really believe deep in their hearts that slut shaming is the way? Now, I'm not against slut shaming.
The patriarchy. First, you restore the patriarchy, and you do that by shaming sluts, and you shame sluts by restoring the patriarchy. Sorry, go ahead, Monsieur.
You have to affect what people believe deep down, their moral core. And one of the effective ways to do that is religion, is non-secular Quranism. Whereas secular Quranism seems like it could be just another variation of here's a set of laws. And I don't see people crusading over sets of laws.
Well, the point is to make it clear that there will be freedom of belief, because if I say you all got to become Muslims, everybody will not do it. And there's no need for everyone to become Muslims or anyone to convert to any religion at all, as long as the principle of slut shaming is accepted generally across your society.
Why would it be if you're not forcing conversions?
Because you don't need to believe in God to see the point of patriarchy, the point of enforcing the rules of marriage. I mean, the only reason why people won't marry now is that men can have sex outside marriage. Fornication is part of your culture. There you go.
Is it good on this whole? But people can see this without the need for religion. There's a good half of society, largely secular, that does not have religion, and they don't see that it's good. In fact, they think that the opposite is good. They think that, in fact, shaming sluts is going to cause, the end of humanity as Gaia devours us all.
Why? What is their reasoning for it? I mean, I think people are just used to the idea. It's a human right. It's a human right to do with their sex organs.
No, they think it's bad. They know it's bad because that's their moral belief that it's bad, and you can only dislodge that by inserting another moral belief. And typically, the way these moral beliefs are inserted is religion, because it's hard to construct, an argument for why something is right or wrong.
I think you can explain it in legal, sociological, cultural terms. It would have an effect on the culture if you said, sluts will be shamed because it will stop women from being sluts. And then, men will not have all these sluts to fuck, and then they'll marry, because men are primarily motivated by sex and will do anything for sex, including marry and pay for the children of his wife. So that's the only way to do it. I mean, let's just admit that, men are like that.
So you're going to tell this, I don't know, let's make up a person, like 90 IQ, but college-educated person in the city, and you're going to start making these arguments and saying, like, this is what sociology says. He's just going to stare at you and say, that's not what the professor told me.
Well, the only way this can be done would be to get the government, or anyone in government, or anyone influential who agrees with this, to say, we can do it, because we already control the media, and the media will follow our instructions, and the media will be pumping out a different kind of propaganda to the one it's pumping out now.
How are you going to convince any elites to do this from purely secular grounds when Globo Homo is just the power of the aristocracy, totally unchecked, and they're like, yes, let's eliminate all the other states, and we will rule without any, balances against our power. We'll just have aristocrats only, and we'll rule the world, and it'll be great. And you say, well, stop ruling the world. And state checks and balances against yourself. Why would they want to do that? Unless they believe, as I do, that, God will punish them with eternal hellfire for being so sinful and wanting to consume the world.
Exactly.
That terrifies me.
The elite. You have yourself said that you are a member of the aristocracy, and you identify with the liberal elite just because for class reasons alone, and you know that what is happening now is unsustainable. So I'm sure there'll be other people in your class who can understand my reasoning and the moral imperative of restoring the patriarchy. If they are reminded, obviously, if some of you are prepared to accept this line of reasoning and agree with each other that this must be done, I don't see why it can't be done.
Well, you could tell yourself, let's say you're this very rich person, far more rich and powerful than me, because ultimately I'm a minnow in this very big pond. But let's imagine the very big person, right? And he's listening to this and he says, well, okay, so our current empire collapses. So what? This happens all the time. It happens every couple hundred years. I still made out like a bandit. So what's the big deal if this current country collapses? And because they're globalists, they have no particular attachment to their current host country, and they'll just move on to the next one. So again, without the punishment of eternal hellfire, there's not necessarily that many bad consequences in the here and now, because when a country collapses, there are more countries,
Okay, so they think individually they can escape the consequences of a failed state, but I think, throughout the West,
they do tend to escape the consequences of a failed state.
Yeah, but I'm saying it's the same everywhere because of the global empire, because of liberal democracy spreading like. Having been spread like manure all over the globe, they're all suffering from the same problem of immigration. So it'll all happen all over the world at the same time, as we've seen with Trump and his haters, with Britain and Brexit, and even in Israel. They're 50-50 too about what to do next, because about half the Israelis are liberal and the other half are religious. So you can see that these divisions are happening globally. So why not just admit that the Titanic has hit the rocks and take action to save what you can of the passengers inside it. And I don't think is that hard to see what I'm saying? I mean, if you just
I'm saying that this is not necessarily persuasive if you don't give a shit about the passengers.
Okay, I'm just saying maybe there are a few members of the elite.
I give a shit about the passengers.
Okay, and I think that there must be a few.
God says I should.
there must be a few others like you, or are you saying you're the only one and nobody could be persuaded to care in your class,
think that
in your economic class?
I think that secular noblesse oblige is pretty rare. Yeah.
Yeah, but maybe it wouldn't be fair to say that you're all parasites who are indifferent to the national interest.
Yeah, really. Well, I mean, it's not all, but I think that those who do care do tend to have religious or crypto-religious beliefs. So, and as for the parasitization, I do think that a majority are acting as parasites because you can tell from the state of things.
Okay, so I think probably the Jews can be shamed because they're supposed to have all those principles, right? It's like there's not much point talking to the Hindu because they don't have any kind of, rule of law that you can kind of say, oh, but you're supposed to believe this or that. And then, of course, the Chinese are mostly atheists and, they don't really have a system of ethics that they can all agree on and apply, and therefore.
What about Confucianism? And I mean, there are also other systems of ethic, but Confucianism. What about that?
Well, Confucianism it's not capable of being updated because a lot of Confucianism is about your relationship with your father, and a lot of people don't have fathers. Your relationship with your brother, and in China they are mostly one child families. So they can't, most people don't have cousins, don't have siblings, and it's impossible to, very hard to revive it even in China. So, give up Confucianism, secular Quranism for the Chinese too. Which of course they will interpret in their own way, and they'll probably, carry on eating pork and say this is secular Quranism with Chinese characteristics, and that'd be fine. I don't really care. But just, accept the principle that the patriarchy must be restored if you want to remain a civilization. Or what happens is this crazy short-termism where people, your politicians don't really care about, even the next election. They consider it a victory if they live, to the end of the day. They're not even thinking about the national interest. They're just thinking about the next election. And that's all they care about. And that's why they're going crazy over impeaching Trump again. They don't even care how bad it looks for them. They don't even know that it's bad for them what they're doing to themselves.
I think you would be better off abandoning even the secular bit and just say Quranism. Because I think that a lot of media people are far more sympathetic to Islam than they are just slut shaming. All right, that would probably be more likely to convince a critical mass of elites to enact a change, and then it would be like that novel Submission, where you wake up and now you're in an Islamic country. But taking away the transcendent and sort of making it all have a meaning just doesn't excite people's souls, because it's like, okay, why? Oh, because of all these boring things that I don't even understand.
Bastards and degenerates, and you can't even think clearly, and you get worse if you don't stop it.
Why is it more persuasive to have secular Quranism than just trying to convert people to your religion?
Because it'll take too long to and they won't. If you try to convert them, they won't. But if you explain to them that, we're a nation of sluts and bastards and degenerates whose politicians don't care about us and are suffering from this dementia caused by the matriarchy because we're all not practicing marriage, and that's why nobody can agree on anything. There's nobody in charge. That is basically the problem of the matriarchy, that there is no one in charge. And if you want the patriarchy, would at least get somebody who has been chosen, an alpha male chosen by beta males.
I'm not endorsing violence, but I'm just saying, you say converting people takes too long, but Islam took the dying Byzantine Empire by storm and made it back into what it was in a couple decades and converted people which in the span of things is a pretty short time. And the Muslim share of all these European countries is increasing vastly in only a couple of years. I don't think that conversion is actually that slow.
Okay, but for the host population to tell them to convert would upset them a lot. So there's no point.
And secular Quranism doesn't upset them?
Well, it would be better than saying they have to convert. And anyway, chapter 2, verse 256 guarantees them freedom of belief. So if they want to go to church, in spite of even as they shame sluts, let them do that. If they want to go to synagogue when they shame sluts, let them do that, as long as they shame sluts. And once they shame sluts, they can kick out all the, mediocre lefty women who are the crazy ones, destroying your society. But first, you have to agree on that principle.
I don't see how you get everyone to agree on this principle.
You won't get everyone
besides
to agree.
Converting them.
Once the laws of God are in place, belief will follow. But you have to be patient. You can't go around converting people. They'll just go against you. And you haven't got time and energy to convert them. All you have to say is, you've got to start shame now. And they'll say, okay.
So, I don't understand why you've got to shut flame now is somehow more persuasive than you've got to go to mosque now.
Because you will at least get men and women who want to be married parents to see the point of slut shaming. Because, men won't want to marry if they can have sex outside marriage. They'll say, well, because obviously every time we have sex, we don't want a baby. So in the meantime,
you don't need that many people defecting from the system for there to be sluts. In fact, we're starting from a system where there are a lot of sluts, and you're expecting everyone to just sort of fall in and say, yeah, you know what? Great idea. We're all going to do it. When, most of the population is first of all, not going to understand it, or they'll understand it, but they don't care, or they won't even listen, or you're not even going to reach them. So Islam as a religion is advancing very quickly. I mean, I'm not even in favor necessarily of Islam swallowing up Europe, but I don't see how it's less effective than what you're doing. It seems pretty damn effective to me. Well, anyways.
But okay, I don't think it's necessary to say Islam. As long as you shame sluts, and then I think within a generation or two, people would just naturally go to Islam because it's just easier. Unless they want to go to church or synagogue, it would be like the default position would be just do the slut shaming and maybe go to mosque if you're religiously inclined. But as long as you have the Sharia, and that's what secular Quranism is really, but Sharia as I, an agnostic, interpret it, that will be good enough. I
mean, that's what I wanted to hear, is that by putting in the system, you're helping to spread. They will start to see Islam as the way. Like, that's your goal. Like, because I see you are actually converting people, but you're trying to come here and do this soft sell. I know what you're selling. It's okay to sell that, all right? But don't bullshit around by pretending like, oh, this is all. Anyways, 10, 15 minutes, then I'm going to go to sleep, okay?
Okay.
It's already quite late.
Yeah. All right, I've made all my points anyway, so I'm okay to go if you've had enough of me.
Why you got to say things like that? If you want to talk more, we can talk more. I just really would like to. More.
Yeah, I mean, we can talk in a more relaxed way now that we've kind of made our points and maybe read the chat and Sienkiewicz is there with his long sentences. He says he likes the idea of slut shaming, but in a liberal world, absent the powerful backing of your union, you're going to be looked upon as a weakling or would-be tyrant. They call in the thugs. I think that's a bit pessimistic, because I think our elites must be worried about the sustainability of what they're doing, but they're too afraid even to discuss the problem even amongst themselves, because
Why would they be afraid if they never leave the bubble? As far as they're concerned, if you never leave New York, if you never leave a specific part of Manhattan, because New York as a whole is pretty shitty. But if you never leave a specific part of Manhattan, if you never leave your nice place in the Bay Area, if you never leave any of these and go out into the wider world, the world is fucking awesome. There's no signs of decay. So it's like, whatever, have a beer. Life is grand. Mm-hmm. They have no reason to notice that anything's going wrong. I basically noticed something was going wrong by fucking accident.
What happened to you?
Well, Donald Trump got elected, so I went outside.
You stayed in my apartment in Brooklyn. That's when you realized that there was decay in the world.
Yeah, exactly. No. Donald Trump was elected. I'm like, that's weird. Then I went to see the world. I'm like, wow, that makes sense now. But besides that moment, you could just stay in the bubble your whole life, never visit flyover country, and you would never realize anything was wrong.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, the trains still run, rubbish is still collected, lots of things still work fine. In nice
Exactly.
Days. Yeah.
So why would they want to change anything?
Because they must be getting uneasy. They must sort of, like you, accidentally venture out into the real world and sort of see how people live, or maybe, just listen to our videos. Maybe like, what's your right? Let's have a listen to one of their videos, kind of thing. Maybe.
If enough of them were going outside and having this realization, then the train would stop right now. The train stops. They don't go outside. They have no reason to go outside. Everything good is within the Happy Valley, and only Prince Rassilus chooses to leave because he senses there's something more. But everyone else is perfectly fine sitting in the Happy Valley. Why not? It's the Happy Valley. What more is there to life than the Happy Valley? Everything's great. The brown helots bring you food. You make a lot of money. You get to do whatever you want. You have a lot of entertainment. Your families personally aren't collapsing, and you don't see anyone from these collapsed families. So it's like, every day is great.
Yeah, Happy Valley Holdings, highly recommend them. They pay a monthly dividend.
Yeah, exactly.
I think that this is total disengagement with your own working classes. So
that is precisely what happened.
Yeah, you don't even talk to your own indigenous working classes.
No.
They don't work because they're the welfare claimants. The people who work are foreigners, so you like them because they're still doing a good job as far as you're concerned. But your own people, the indigenous working classes, you never see them and you don't care about them because they're just welfare claimants.
They don't even exist. What is a welfare claimant? If you don't go outside, you're not going to see the welfare claimants. So it doesn't even come to mind. It's like, brown people. In fact, you might even come to believe all white people are rich or something stupid like that. Or, other insane rich people beliefs.
Mm-hmm.
Because you're totally disconnected from reality.
Yeah, I mean, it's only, coming to the West and living here that you just realize, well, not all white people are rich.
Yeah, well, it's funny. Living in a place like New York City, I was under the impression that most white people were well off because most of the white people who live in New York City are well off. No. Quite the opposite. It's just that somewhere like New York City seems to have somewhat, not entirely, because at the very top, this isn't the case, and even in the upper middle, this isn't the case. But there is sort of like a socioeconomic, and ethnic tiering system, almost in a sense. But at least for first or second generation immigrants usually. But yeah, no, it's easy to fall under that impression though, depending on where you live. I think big cities are conducive to that type of thinking.
Anyways, living inside the bubble, you can come up with all sorts of delusions that make perfect sense within the bubble.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so I think, as long as we can stop the peasants from rioting and we can just shut them up and, tell them to shut up when they complain about immigration by calling them racist, we'll be okay. And you think, well, no, because you're actually stopping yourself from hearing stuff that you need to hear about.
Yeah, I mean, I know that. Who are you telling? But,
Well,
no,
I'm thinking of the BBC because they know who I am, but they think, well, I'm not supposed to exist. So even when Claire's there to be interviewed, we won't interview her because maybe they've been told not to interview me because I was at this kind of Trump rally thing. They called it a Trump rally, but it was just a meeting in a bar, and they wouldn't interview any Trump supporters who were not white. Or until I made them do it, but they didn't air any of it.
Well, first of all, they might not interview you or give you hearing for your ideas because they think this is some peasant. Like, why are they even allowed to talk? That's one reason why they wouldn't want to hear you out. Another reason is these media people are oftentimes, one, true believers, and two, very stupid. There are a lot of even smart families make dumb people all the time. Mm-hmm. All right.
Yeah.
And those dumb people have to go somewhere. They have to be placed in sinecures. And in modern Western countries, those sinecures are often in the media or in the bureaucracy that makes our laws. So you have shows made by stupid people and you have laws made by stupid people. Yeah. Of course, this doesn't blow back on anyone inside the Happy Valley because you're also kind of immune to these stupid laws. But anyone who has the power, even now that I'm quote unquote woke or red pilled, I can't actually start changing laws myself because I have no lawmaking power. All the lawmakers are these bureaucrats, and Babs has come into contact with some of these bureaucrats, and he knows exactly how hard it is to persuade them of anything. And they're just going to make their laws of whatever the fuck they do all day.
Usually it involves restricting things. Usually involves restricting and limiting and prohibiting things. Not much in the way of inventing things, creating new systems.
Mm-hmm.
So what I've decided is a good way forward, which I encourage people to do, is find like-minded people, build your own communities. If you're rich, you can start building your own town, and you have jurisdiction over it because it's yours. If you are not rich, then you have to find like-minded people and sort of band together and build this little community. But if these communities get big enough, they take over society. If they don't get big enough, but society collapses, now you have a stable unit of your own. But it's sort of Benedictine, I guess.
Why don't we just sort of tell our political classes what we think is wrong with them, or ask them a few questions? That they're still technically obliged to answer our questions, aren't they? What the hell do they think?
Yes. Technically, yes. But you've seen with Brexit and all this other stuff that technically yes is not the same as yes.
I know, but the thing is, I suppose people are so apathetic now. It's like they're not rioting, they're not really being active, and somehow they kind of need to show that if we don't get Brexit, we're going to get really angry and they'll be sorry.
Yeah, they have to fight for their right to party.
I think that Britons are very angry. Every Briton I talk to is very angry, and it actually isn't doing anything.
Well, I think it's also Boris not being prepared to use the language required to galvanize public opinion. He's still, pussyfooting around because he's an effete Etonian who, won't be seen to be taking too many risks. So, ultimately, it's a failure of their moral education in that they don't believe in anything and they'll only do something if they think they're going to win, and they're not really that interested in doing the right thing if it's a bit risky.
Yes.
And I think, doing these risky things are more likely to come from people who have some sort of religious faith. who don't just sort of look at the statistical probability of success, but just say, we'll do the right thing because it is the right thing to do.
Yes.
And maybe the Jews are more capable of being shamed into doing the right thing because of all the, the ideals of Judaism that that they know they're supposed to hold.
Yes.
Particularly with, Yom Kippur coming up.
Perhaps not Judaism, because that's actually a fairly worldly religion. But yes.
Well, I mean, Christians are sort of kind of hopeless in that they are already idolatrous. They don't seem to believe in anything. They're really scattered, and very few American Gentiles are really Christian anyway. I mean, all they can be,
How many Jews are really Jewish? Yeah, how many people are really anything in this day and age?
But maybe a few New York Jews might just sort of want to talk about this sort of thing, because it's kind of practically their homeland, New York State.
Yes,
Maybe,
New York City. Yes, they have the New York City little state, which has sort of divorced itself from the greater mainland and become its own kind of third world country.
Yeah, but it's like, you can do a kind of letter writing campaign, like, oh, come on, Jews, are you supposed to be, doing the sort of thing? Aren't you supposed to be reminding the Gentile the no-hide laws, those no-hide laws that says no idolatry and Christianity is idolatrous? And what about, no sexual immorality? And what is gay marriage but legal, but sexual immorality? And all kinds of things you can say to them. And maybe they'll be, eventually shamed into making some sort of pronouncement about, gay marriage, for one thing.
Sure. Okay. And now you see why, my action is just basically talk at people and say certain things, because that is what I do. And you have to understand, there are 50,000 centimillionaires, countless more decamillionaires, and even more just regular millionaire professionals. Countries are big, massive, huge, and it's very hard to get a message spread all the way. Compare this to, say, a certain person's grandfather's day, when they could say, WASP team assemble, and all the people who are important in a state could just meet up there. And then if you have 50 of those meetings, you're done. And if you go further back in time, there's so few people that you could all fit in a room and talk about it. But yes, things are big, and perhaps countries are so big now that they can't be turned around in a feasible time frame.
Well, I mean, I think all we have to do really is find someone that we know in real life and talk to them about it and say, well, maybe you can find someone in your real life and talk to them about it. I mean, I'm sure, that there is a good side that can be appealed to, even amongst the liberal elite.
I'm talking about it. Kyle brought me on here. He's like, why don't you come here and talk about these things? And I talk about these things to other people. But, if you put all these people together in a room, that's still a very large city, and it takes time to daisy chain through a very large city.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. I mean,
but with social media, social media should make things a bit easier. You don't actually
social media makes things harder, I think, because social media is infested with cancel culture, and if you step out of line on social media, you are destroyed. If you step out of line in person, it's like, all right, whatever, maybe we should stop having this conversation. I don't agree with it, but you're my friend or whatever. If you step out of line on social media, you are attacked by a mob of people who are envious of you and want to destroy you. Look at what happened to Richard Stallman for saying something, not even close to Quranism, secular or otherwise. So this member of the great and good is canceled by fucking Twitter mobs. Why would social media is just not a good vector for it in that sense.
Right, but why can't you just start a new account or something, saying the same thing? Maybe it doesn't matter. I mean,
Not if it's under
No,
your
no.
actual name.
Yeah, like
The internet never forgets.
Richard Stallman has been canceled, and that's bad. I would not want to be canceled. There's a reason why this is a pseudonym.
Richard who? I haven't heard of him.
Richard Stallman. Never mind. Forget it. The point is, like, if you use social media, people can find and yell at you and take away your job and beat you up. So it's not actually what?
I said I am using my real name, so I don't mind saying all these things on your behalves, but it would be nice to be supported, and if they come and take me away, you might notice or something.
Yeah, I mean, what? You have a Patreon?
I do have a Patreon, but
you want me to give you money?
Well,
you have a Patreon, Claire? Really?
I do.
Is this a sell? I mean,
you don't have to give me extra money.
Drop the link. I want to. What's your description on this Patreon? I want to see this shit.
Drop the link, and I'll take it.
Why are we giving you money, Claire?
Yeah.
Give me money because I will save the West.
Yeah, exactly. Anyways, look, there are other people now, so you will be able to keep this conversation going. I'm going to sleep. I've kept myself up with caffeine. All right.
All right. It's been an absolute pleasure.
Yes.
I recommend you try cocaine. It's a bit more effective in that capacity.
Yeah,
but I hope you have a wonderful night.
Exactly.
It's been an absolute pleasure having you on.
Cocaine is bad.
Yeah, not according to Luke Ford. According to Luke Ford, cocaine, amphetamines, and modafinil are A-OK.
Boy. I came in at the right time.
Thank you for joining us, Monsieur. All right, OV, fuck you. Claire, Jennifer, thank you so much for joining us. Claire, please do stay a bit longer. It's good.
Okay.
Thank you for gracing us with your presence. All right, Jennifer and OV, what's good?
Oh, I just I was checking my email and I saw in the little Google Hangouts, I saw there's a Hangout link. So I don't know if that was intended for me or not, but I'm just like, oh well, I've been getting a couple of these lately, so I had to come on, sooner or later, I guess. But yeah, I don't know. I'm just here. I don't know what's going on. I don't know what you guys have been talking about or anything. So
secular Quranism.
No, secular Quranism. Oh, okay. Well, yeah. It's, Babs, did you hear about the big debate or election that we're having next Saturday? We're having who should be the theocratic dictator election, and it's I'm not exactly sure all the details, but I think it's between Jen, Jay Walker, and Claire, and I think Babs is going to be like a judge. I think I'm supposed to be a judge as well. I don't know. Maybe
now Spurgowitz doesn't want to come on anymore.
Oh, because I'm here.
So he is here. That's just great. Come on.
I'll leave. If
you guys will be charitable to Daniel, I don't know what's occurred since my last stream. I guess you have some beef with him now. But if you guys are willing to be charitable to Daniel, I would like to have him on because I have a few questions for him about Kyle.
I'll leave. I can. There's other places I can be.
For you to leave, is the beef that bad?
Well, it's not bad with me. It's bad with Daniel. Daniel's just pretty thin-skinned is the problem.
Will you promise to be nice to him? And I'll also promise to be nice to him.
Oh, you don't like Daniel either?
Well, he and I got into a tiny bit of a fight, which I feel like he started while I was trying to clear.
Well, apparently he only has a problem if I'm here. No, he doesn't have a problem with you.
Well, he said Jen was bad enough. So it's
Jen's bad enough?
Passive aggressive.
Oh, wait, is it going to be me and Jen tag teaming someone?
Oh, he's here.
Oh, interesting. Okay. All right, I'll be nice. I'll try to be nice. What's up, Daniel? See you, Kyle, brother.
Fuck off, bitch.
Hey, wait, what happened? What happened between Daniel and OV?
Oh, Daniel doesn't like me.
This is what happens.
He doesn't like
he just talks over you. No, I had a problem with. I didn't really want Jen here either.
Go ahead, Daniel. The floor
No,
is
it's
yours.
just going to be you talking over the second
floor is
that it's
yours.
shown that
floor is
Hitler's
yours,
not this
Daniel.
innocent God,
Hold on
the
a
answer
minute.
to all. You'll just start talking over me.
I think it's
So what's
true
the
that
point?
it's true that OV interrupts people, but Daniel, it's also
wait,
true.
wait, hold on.
Pimento head.
Just one moment. All right. Let's try to have everyone speak at a time. So when one person speaks, everyone else just listen and try not to interject. Daniel, I was going to ask you some questions about your grievances with Kyle earlier in the chat, but the floor is yours. Thanks for joining us.
Are you there, Daniel?
I'm here.
Did you hear Babs's question?
No, I didn't. I was out for a second, so no.
He wanted to ask you. There's something that he wanted you to say, or
Something about Kyle.
Yeah, Kyle strawmanned me. He tried to say that me and my perspective, ethno-nationalist perspective, was against elites. I'm not against elites or people having more. What it's about is accountability. They can't betray our people and betray our borders and bounds. Betray our union, so to speak. He tried to characterize me as some old-fashioned leftist that was merely against people if they have more, and that's a straw man, a really bad one.
Yeah, I wouldn't consider yourself to have this sort of like a class reductionist perspective at all, really. I'd consider you probably more akin to like indigenous rights, perhaps more of a like almost a not quite repatriationist, but like kind of like pro-tribal, native people's rights, I suppose, something more like that.
Well, whatever. So the other thing that I should address while I'm here, let's take care of, there's a lot of problems with OV's Hitlerist perspective, but for one thing, it's built into that platform to denigrate and vilify other European peoples. So that's why it's for that reason, among other important reasons, it's not a good idea to be promoting Hitler and Nazism. Jen, the issue with Jen, the fundamental issue with Jen is that her priorities, what she cares about. She cares about Indian people quite a bit. She wants to advance this notion of physics as all comprehensive, and which is at best somewhat of a distraction from the white nationalist concern, which is more than legitimate, which is necessary to pay attention to the maintenance of our biological species. She has held that some idea of reincarnation of the personality is supposed to make us happy and not worry about defending our species, and I find that suspicious.
Well, now who's strawmanning?
No, I'm not strawmanning, because that's what you said. You said that reincarnation was going to make us happy.
I've already corrected you on this.
No.
Okay.
Oh, and how did you correct me?
Well, first of all, I said I want people to be happy. Not that they should be made happy by accepting arbitrary reincarnation, which is how you portrayed it. I've gone over this. Race-based, and it has more to do with reality than your system, which is basically nothing.
Oh, bullshit! So you're a fucking liar.
I'm telling you the fact.
Yeah, you're a liar. It has to do with nothing.
What do you want to say? Look, what do you want me to say? I've got my own thing, and
you do your own thing. It has nothing to do with white nationalism. There's no reason for people who care about European peoples to bother with you much. About usury is already known.
Physics doesn't matter.
You don't need you. It matters, but we have physicists. We don't need you. Somebody whose main priority is Indian people. That's fine that you care about Indian people. Go do that.
So I should move to India?
No, we don't need to pay attention to you. You're
Okay.
You're irrelevant.
Why are you shit talking me in Claire Caw's chat then?
Because you mentioned me and misrepresented what I was saying. That's why. I saw you talking about me. If you hadn't talked about me and misrepresented what I said, then I would not have said something to you.
I'm sure I represented it just fine.
No, you did not.
Very well.
It's perfectly valid for white nationalists to defend their species. That's what it's a biological issue. That's what they should be that's what they should care about. And praxis, that is the human biology, is a different matter still qualitatively than issues of physics in practical terms.
Okay, Claire.
Huh?
He's accusing you of being like Claire.
No, I
was talking to.
I explained something that's very. These are very exact and known philosophical concepts.
Okay, so our philosophical schools don't necessarily line up. Okay, so what? You're saying I don't care enough about European people. I'm saying
I'd appreciate it if you didn't straw man me. I can't control you, but if I happen to notice that you're straw manning me, I'll mention it. Otherwise, to be honest with you, I won't pay attention.
Then it's okay to interrupt. If it's a straw man, then it's okay to interrupt.
No, I'm not interrupting.
Which is why I always.
I'm not interrupting. I was commenting. I didn't say I was going to interrupt. I said I might comment if I happen to notice it. I might comment.
Oh, yeah, if you happen to notice, that's why I always interrupt. I just happen to notice you straw manning me.
I'm talking to her. Piece of shit.
Hey, Daniel, what do I have to say to you to not have a problem with you anymore?
Not much, but just don't try to avoid talking about me, because you have a tendency to misrepresent what I say. I don't have a subscription to your channel. As a rule, I'm not interested in talking to you or hearing what you have to say. So you don't have to worry about it too much.
Only Norvin.
I was going to cut.
Really,
your being here made me more reluctant to come on. I was more eager to come on when you weren't here.
I'm actually agreeing with Jenny right now. What the fuck?
Well, you would.
No, I disagree with Jenny on just about everything. But as soon as you come into the mix, all of a sudden, me and Jenny are like feeling the same thing.
Oh, maybe you're both egomaniacs. I don't know.
Well, honestly, I like your content, Daniel, so I find you moderate.
What about it do you enjoy?
Oh, I'm sorry. I can't help myself.
Well, now you're putting me on the spot. I guess, just the way your voice sounds and
is Coach Bear listening right now? Don't.
Just forget it. Don't worry about it. You don't have to pay attention to me.
So we'll just pretend we never met each other, and
whatever. It doesn't matter. You're not that relevant to white nationalism anyway. You have a different set of concerns.
Oh, that's good.
It doesn't matter.
Okay.
Is that I would actually agree with that. Jen, would you dispute that though?
Well, I wouldn't want anyone to feel like I was stepping on their toes, but at the same time, you can't really blame people. You might not care, but you can't really blame people for caring if they care.
I mean, but you don't care about white nationalism, though, right? You're more.
Well, I kind of think it doesn't make sense in a lot of ways, because there's it's not really specific enough.
Oh well, yeah. Now we're getting back into the whole AIT stuff. Yeah, let's
defending our European species is pretty specific. It gets more specific from there.
Okay.
Well, no, it's not specific enough for Jen because Europeans are really closeted Indians. Oh, come on! You can laugh a little bit louder than that, Daniel. Come on, go ahead. It's okay. You can agree with me on some
No,
things.
it was a halfway decent joke. It just didn't rise to the level of provoking a laugh.
No, there's a little bit of a laugh there. There's a mild chuckle.
KOV, that convo on your channel, last one was really good.
Wait, which convo?
You, me, Brundle, and Conops, I think.
Yeah, that conversation went on.
Oh wow, it's all your favorites, Daniel.
Oh, you don't like Brundle either, Daniel?
Nobody likes Brundle, sir.
And now it's not that. I think that he's stuck with having to advocate a perspective that is I'm sure is not in the best interest of European peoples.
Yeah, you're talking about Christianity, you mean?
Yes. He's got to do that because of his wife and kid, and at the same time recognizing the JQ.
Wait, so are you saying that Brundle advocating Christianity is his way of cucking to the Jew?
No, not exactly. He is being cucked. I don't think he's trying to do that. I think that he's just like sort of hoping that it works to somehow integrate as a way to integrate his son and wife into a way of defending against Jewish power and influence.
Well, so when fucking Brundlefly says that he raises his kid Christian and not Jewish, you think that is that not congruent, or there's some sort of hidden agenda there?
It might be hidden to himself partly that he's doing this as the only conceivable way to for his son to go forward as a white man, as a full-fledged white man.
I mean, I'm not actually. I've got very kind of esoteric views on Christianity, so I'm not the most qualified to speak on what Brundlefly actually believes about Christianity. But from what I understand, all of the quote unquote true Christians that I hear speak about it, they speak of Christianity, and I'm sure you're familiar with Martin Luther as well, right? That kind of perspective or point of view of Christianity seems to be very anti-Jewish, or at least it's separate from Judaism.
It seems to be. It has strands tangled up there, but that in a way can serve biologically to allow the Jews to maintain their pure form by encouraging.
Yeah, the Jews as Hebrews, basically. So like, I even thought about this myself. Like, I thought, were I ever forced into a situation where I were to become Christian, I would like to be a Hebrew Christian. And just like how there are, Syrian or Christians or Chaldean Christians or, the Lebanese Catholic Church, etc., etc. I would like if I were ever to force a sword point to become a Christian, I would try to preserve my Hebrewness. Despite that, it's a natural instinct. And if you look at how Christianity works, usually it's sort of the synthesis between the indigenous.
I'm open to ways of working things out with Mishlings outside of Christianity. I think there'd probably be degrees of accountability that provided that the parents of Mishlings and the Mishlings themselves understand how biologically at odds their line could potentially be, and the more Jewish they are, the more of an account that they'd have to provide to be able to participate in European.
Yeah, kind of like the Nuremberg laws.
Yeah, but I don't think it was enough. I don't think that I think that 1/4 is generally probably too much. Even 1/8 is dangerous.
Yeah, so I mean, this is kind of what we're talking about without saying it, is the whole kind of a culture of critique mentality, where it's not just a. And I'm kind of curious to hear your opinion on this, Babs. Do you think that there is a biological aspect to it? I mean, is being a Hebrew Christian enough?
Okay, so perhaps like how just like different traits get selected for. So in diaspora, certain things get selected for, and of course, before diaspora, Jews were sort of like mercantile leaning civilization, not quite as seafaring as the Phoenicians, but kind of a similar deal. Emerged from the same kind of like early Levantine stock. Oh my gosh, a Scudagera. Hold on. All right. Well, I don't know. And then I suppose the.
So well, here's my question.
Hold on. Let me think about this.
Yeah.
Biologically speaking, I think that. I think that a lot of it arises from what I attribute to sort of like the outsider factor, self-perception as an outsider. If you self-perceive as an outsider, I think that's a large part of it. And even something so much as like having slightly different physical appearance from what may be considered to be the norm, something like that can cause that. At the same time, like I said, traits can be selected for, and in diaspora, certain things are selected for, certain types of selection pressures. Personality traits are heritable. And then, not even personality traits, but like proto-personality traits is almost how I describe it. Like things that precede personality traits proper, or what we would characterize as personality traits. And then simply the fact of being in diaspora, I think, just even if you were the first generation in diaspora without some sort of like cumulative genetic or cultural baggage that was accrued, it's the outsider factor again. Even looking different from the idealized image of the like quote unquote host population norm majority can be severely psychologically impactful. Let alone having different cultural mores, even if you come from sort of a diasporic civilization that exists within the context of a broader civilization. So I think it's a combination, perhaps, of socialized factors, like what I like to call like the outsider, insider, like inherent kind of like exogenous diasporic situation, as well as perhaps some genetic factor or that cause like proto-personality traits maybe, and all these things playing off each other. I don't know. It's interesting. Plus, go ahead.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting because. I see what you're saying, and I think I would take it a step further to where, I mean, within European societies, without even looking outside of Europe, there's a huge difference between Italians versus Germans. Nordics versus, continentals versus, British versus French, all this kind of thing. And no matter how much you will never confuse a Nord, for an Italian, right? You will never confuse a German for a Brit.
Yes,
so, huh?
You could easily confuse a German for a Brit.
Okay, maybe so. Maybe that example is not perfect, but yeah, I mean the principle. You understand the principle that I'm getting at, right? There are inherent differences even between different.
I understand, but I'm waiting for you to get to your point.
Right. So when Babs is talking about these, living as an outsider or being perceived as an outsider. I mean, I think that's kind of inevitable. So, when I asked
that's a valid point. Jews are not the only people who experience this. They're not being the model type.
And so, yeah, it's inevitable that Jews will be perceived as outsiders. And when talking about the selection pressure and all that kind of thing, I mean, that kind of is, in a sense, proves the basic concept of the culture of critique and the Kaufmanist critique. For people who aren't aware, the Kaufmanist critique and K-Mac's ideas are not, necessarily too different from each other. They both agree on the culture kind of, or the society rather, dictating how different groups evolve. And so it's I'm not sure if it's possible to be a Hebrew Christian. I think that the Hebrew will always take precedent over the Christian aspect.
Do you think that Christendom is innately tied with Europe in the sense of, not innately tied with Europe in the sense that in its initial conception it was a European thing, but keep in mind there were countless like mystery cults or like Jewish or Semitic, like messianic, movements, and it just so happened that this one caught on, especially so in Europe, and some say that's especially because of the Christian conception of the man god, right? So it's like a blending of these quote Apollonian and quote Magian, as Spengler would have put it, kind of aesthetics, value sets, metaphysical conceptions. So you have a blending of the sort of dualistic quote Magian conception with the removed sense of God and man, blending it with the Apollonian kind of man god who walks amongst us, a la Greece and Rome. And that's Christ. I don't know, maybe I'm wrong about that. What do you think? That Christianity is sort of innately linked with Europe in many ways.
Oh, sorry. Sorry. I was muted. Sorry. Yeah, like I said, I have very kind of esoteric views on Christianity that are not, I mean, they're probably more paganistic kind of views. But I mean, yeah, the whole kind of idea of I mean, now we're kind of getting into the whole kind of like sun, reincarnation, who is it? Like, the different gods that had been, reincarnated throughout history. And, I know Christians hate it when that is talked about, but I mean, yeah, these kind of ideas are, have always been present in European evolution. And that is something that kind of is unique to Europeans.
I do know a staunch pagan from Belarus who that's sort of his career as advocating paganism and opposing Christianity. It has been anyway, but now he's less strident against Christianity because as he sees it, it's so derived of paganism in its roots itself that in some ways it's going back to seed. I don't think I think that's too
charitable.
Too charitable. It's too intertwined with Jewish interests and disempowering of whites.
Well, but that's the thing, right? When we talk about Jewish interests, I mean that's really only a modern influence, right?
I don't think so. No, I don't think so. It's really written into the text.
What do you mean the text? When you say the text, what do you mean by that?
The New Testament is just this is a way of tangling up Goyim minds, whether that was fully conscious or not, as a strategy, and in depicting Rome as the new Babylon. It was a way of overturning European power. And
wait, so yeah, I mean now we're kind of getting into like the esotericness that I was talking about. Like when I hate to get into this because it's like an entire
I don't like talking about Christianity either. I believe we should be beyond it.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I mean, see, well, here I'll just quickly summarize what I believe Christianity to be. And Christians are going to hate me for saying this, but I think that the entire story of Jesus was actually plagiarized from the story of Julius Caesar or Julius Caesar. Jesus was actually Caesar, and so like the idea of Rome being Babylon is actually like a completely foreign concept to my interpretation of Christianity. I mean, yeah, I'll leave it there. We can if anyone wants to have that conversation another time, we can go into it. But so yeah, like Christianity to me is not. I don't really believe in Christianity in the kind of like traditional Christian sense. But I think that the story is true on a certain more basic level.
I don't believe it in any sense. I reject it.
You don't believe that there was like some dude named Yeshua who was like a false messiah?
What's the guy's Kenneth Humphreys looked into that very, very thoroughly, and I'm persuaded that there was no man Jesus in those times. No.
Why? What was the advantage to coming up with such a figure? You think, dreaming up such a mythological figure, falsifying?
To bring the Goyim under control. Christianity was the media of old. Talk about Jewish control of the media. That was the media control of days gone by. The controlled narrative.
Ov, any thoughts?
Well, I mean, if Daniel has a problem with the New Testament, I mean, we have to keep in mind that the New Testament did not become solidified until like 100 years after Jesus' time, right?
No problem with the New Testament. That's funny.
Well, I mean, I'm just using
that book is so absurd. Just like to say something shouldn't have a. I mean, it's never mind. I don't know where to begin.
Well, all right. So I'm just using your own example, your own words, right? You said that you have.
Well, there are arguments to be made. I mean, you could make clever arguments for Christianity in the New Testament when it said that even if you think of breaking one of the 10 Commandments, you've as good as done it, and may as well pluck your eye out. You can say, well, that's a way of saying in practical reality you can't keep the 10 Commandments, so you have to make practical judgments, which is kind of a subtle philosophical point. Not too bad, but it's also a way of getting into your head.
Wait, so do you disagree that the New Testament was not finalized until 100 years after the fact?
No, no. Matter of fact, most of it wasn't even written until about 80 AD, 90 AD. I don't know. Matthew, Mark, and Luke were written
right.
70 AD
that's
or something.
What I'm saying. That. Yeah, and that's what I'm saying, right? Yeah, the kind of Mark, Luke, John, and
one of them's older than the others.
Yeah, they came around in different times. Yeah, but they didn't become the Gospels until around the time that you're talking about.
Well, I pretty much resent having to devote any time to this stuff. I've put it behind me, and don't want to look back. I feel similar as I do with Nazism. It's not even something that I should have to deal with.
Well, isn't that a problem though? Like you're not willing to even, negotiate with other people who are nominally on the same side as you? They just have
because I don't. Because the problem is that there's been so much of that. There hasn't been a place that advocates for whites that's free of Christianity, Nazism, and says that Jews can't participate in defining our terms and quote helping us to advocate ourselves and so on. Whereas because, as I see it, because America is so German in its white demographic, and that their reaction to political correctness has been pandered to by people who, boomer generation right wingers, and who are determined to want to see Hitler as having been more right than he really was, and they're going to circulate that in their internet bubbles and reconstruct these overly sympathetic accounts of what Nazi Germany was about.
Wait, all right. I know
there's a huge.
All right, let's get.
It's not only one more thing. It's not only the German Americans are going to be susceptible to this perspective and pandered to by people looking for audience like David Duke, people looking for audience and money, but also no, really I'm not. I'm fine with not being German, and I'm not against them either. But there's also the Irish demographic, which is not going to care as much about, not going to have as organic motive to be anti-Nazi quite as much either. Which is the second.
Really sympathetic to the Nazi flag. All right, let's be honest here. Let's just address the pink elephant in the room, or the red,
white, and black
white elephant in the room. Daniel, I mean, what do you think of OV's aesthetics? His flag. He probably, has a whole stash of memorabilia. He probably has the leather SS uniforms.
Well, I think a lot of the Nazi aesthetics were cool, but the problem is that they're associated with a regime that was not cool. That was totally destructive to European interests, and it didn't solve the JQ. It made it worse in the end. Because it's stigmatized ethno-nationalism with association with that stuff. It stigmatized necessary
only because
discrimination.
They lost. Only because
it stigmatized discrimination against Jews. So
only because they lost.
Not only because that's not.
Are you saying that if Nazi Germany won World War II, we'd be in the same situation we are today?
There would have been. Eventually fighting back against it anyway.
Why?
Because they were supremacists. They were imperialists who were not respecting.
Okay, all right, yeah, all right, yeah. Hold on, I gotta pour myself another drink if we're gonna keep going down this.
I don't know. I don't.
1 second, I'll be back.
I don't necessarily want to go down this, but.
All right, hold on. Daniel, I actually had some questions. What are your thoughts on the current state of the, Luke Fortisphere? What are your thoughts on some of what Kyle's been saying recently, outside of, in particular?
I hate to say, but I don't pay a lot of attention to what Kyle says, because it's just kind of like, it's just sort of like this granular pill pull to defend Jewish interests, and it's pretty obvious that that's all he's doing. But I like when he calls attention to some news stories that I might miss. I like the fact that he runs some videos of scholars that I might not have paid scholarly discussions, lectures that I might not have paid attention to. I like the Mearsheimer discussion on ethno-nationalism. So he's doing some good, but he's always been fundamentally he's not honest. Luke Ford. He's advocating for Jews in a way that's not really allowing the problem to be addressed properly.
Have you seen Brundlefly's spat with Luke Ford? Have you been following that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I don't think that Brundlefly is seeing it Luke Ford accurately. He's saying that Luke Ford has changed. He hasn't really changed. He's always been, advocating Jews and trying to interface them and negotiate them with white nationalism as best he could, or trying to mitigate against white nationalism as best he could from that perspective. So he hasn't really changed, and so I don't agree with Brundlefly. I don't agree with Brundlefly that he's like sort of somehow betrayed his original mandate.
I would actually agree with Daniel on this. Yeah, it's just really that the cracks in the mask are starting to show. Is really what it is. He hasn't changed. It's just that he's the longer you try to keep up a lie, it's like that saying where it's harder to keep up with all the lies that you've said versus just telling the truth the whole time, right? And that's really what we're seeing with Luke Ford.
Yeah, I hate to say it, but he's not really honest.
I mean, he's been, you're right, Daniel. He's been saying the same thing ever since the old, the so-called golden days when it was, Babs and Brundle and Dennis Dale. And, this is when we had, Mike Enoch going on and Eric Stryker. I mean, the talking points never really changed. It's just maybe, now Luke Ford has just stopped. I don't know if he's gotten bored of having those people on, or I don't know. Maybe Brundlefly has just kind of gotten boring to Luke, and now he's just not willing to tolerate that. Well,
things got a bit hairy because Brundlefly is connecting with some people who are a bit more antagonistic, and would call them on his dishonesty. And yet he's still a Christian. Yeah, well. So is Eki Lux, and some people were circulating around Eki. It's
I circulate around Eki. I've
so do I. It's disappointing that people would go back to that like a dog returning to its vomit. But
wait. Actually, Eke is actually a great example. I mean, Eke, the only reason that Eke is more interested in Christianity today is because he has seen the effect that it has on people like Duvid.
Yeah, and that's why he's, by doing that, in fact, I've been encouraged to be a little less hard on Christianity for its utility in that sense, but I still can't recommend it in the long run. I mean, but it may as well, since some people are going to be Christians for the time being, maybe they can be encouraged to do Christianity in a way that's less self-destructive and more effective a weapon.
I mean, aren't you kind of embodying aren't there people that say that Hitler really wasn't a Christian? He was just using Christians to further his agenda, and then he was going to deal with the Christians later on in time. Aren't you embodying that same kind of mentality?
No, I'm not embodying Hitler's mentality, but maybe.
Oh, that strategy. In regard to the one point of view,
I'm going to deal with Christians. After they've done their thing, they've managed to discriminate against Jews. Well, I would definitely set up places where Christianity, like Islam or any Abrahamic religion, was basically illegal. I can't prevent people from going to other places where they could practice Christianity, but I would definitely always advise that this is a self-destructive religion. It's
Wait,
not. It's not aimed at the preservation, at the fostering of our biology, our species, and advance of our species.
So let me.
It's about as Go on.
I forget. Do you live? You live in Poland, right? Or
Yeah.
you live somewhere in Europe, right?
Yeah.
All right. So I mean, Poland is very, very Christian or very Catholic, to be specific. So,
but that doesn't mean that everybody believes it. Everybody goes to church. That it's just sort of like, it's like you experienced Christianity growing up. Or Catholicism growing up. It's like this is just what you were given. It's not necessarily what you believe and go by in your daily life.
well, but here's the thing, right? The establishment is very Catholic, right? You would agree with that?
Well, I like Bowery's take on Catholicism, that it's like cowpox to smallpox. It will inoculate you all right to being taken over by Jewry, but to an extent, but at the price of severely limiting your capacity for inquiry and
Inquiry into what?
into a better philosophy of life.
How is so? You advocate for paganism, then, correct?
No.
Well,
I advocate for a new religion that's in sync with the defense of European peoples and in harmony with the capacity.
Wouldn't that be more of a
the
philosophy
capacity.
than a religion?
No, because it would take on religious dimensions after a time. It would facilitate the capacity to coordinate with other peoples as non-conflictually as possible, and also to harmonize with nature in a sense of not just human ecology but pervasive ecology.
Yeah, and I don't want to sound too critical, because in my opinion, and this is something that I actually wanted to talk to Claire and Jen about, because they love to talk about their religion. I think that a philosophy is just as effective as a religion. We've been talking about the whole kind of theocratic dictator kind of mentality. And I mean, whether you call it a philosophy or a religion, I think philosophy is more applicable. I think that a philosophy it has the potential to be just as effective as a religion. I don't really see.
Well, just maybe, but a religion has the implications of being something that's sacrosanct. It's something that can carry you through the moment in the episode and that are somehow disconcerting, and also carry you beyond the defects of our people and into their better patterns. But you're right. It's not. It's whether you call it philosophy or religion is maybe it doesn't matter all that much.
Well, it matters in kind of the kind of spiritual. Well, no. Let me take it back. No,
religion is about devotedness, and
Well, it's about the
you're
God.
familiar.
God
You're familiar with the etymology of the word. The reattachment of the ligaments, bringing our people together. Is sort of related to kingdom, right? And ligaments, bringing people back into the realm.
Can I read
under
something
the realm.
quickly? Is it
Yeah.
alright if I just read a quick passage? Thank you. Yeah. Here. This is classic work of literature. In recent months, I've had the misfortune to have been confronted by an idiot going by the handle Ovi Fuck You. I did not seek him out. I found myself encountered by him in circumstances where people were overlapping, white nationalists, overlapping concerns, thought it might be constructive to, quote, debate him, and his idea that white nationalists should rally under Hitler and his programmatic leadership. As I've said many times, majority rights is a platform that plainly rejects that idea. It rather functions as recourse for people who are not able to see the world wars, and all reasonable European peoples should be able to rally and coordinate under the rubric of ethno-nationalism, while diaspora can be coordinated by the DNA nations concept. But not all Europeans will be able to rally under Hitler and his program. Quite the opposite. Thus, while there was obvious provocation from Jewry, unless we ascribe to the absurd notion that Germans were ex nihilo violent en masse, we reject the program of trying to redeem Hitler on balance and engage in elaborate attempts to justify or deny his bad judgments and misdeed. OV, do you justify or deny the bad judgments and misdeeds of Adolf?
Well, I guess it depends on what you talk. What are the bad judgments or misdeeds of Hitler, of Uncle A? It's kind of. I mean, yes, he was a man, and he did. He was not perfect. But if we want to have a discussion on what he did or did not do wrong, we'd have to actually establish what are the points of contention first. If that's an adequate answer.
My problem with that is that kind of thing is that not only has it been done to death in white nationalism, or mostly in defense of Hitler, but every time I grudgingly give a little bit of slack and try and look into let's see what Hitler had to say, what I was doing there. It's so obvious that this is not a platform that should be put forth as something for Europeans to rally under. It's too obvious to me to even be bothered with. And it's certainly doing a favor to Jewish antagonists to maintain that association. They certainly would want us to be associated with that kind of violent supremacism and imperialism, and to scare people off and to turn people off. And so I think it's a very big. You're not doing anybody a favor by. If since we're reading things.
Bab, send the link. I want the link to that. To that expose about the critique of OV, as it were, or whatever it's called. Thanks.
I recommend everyone go check out Daniel's blog, majorityrights.com. He has I'm going to describe it, and sharp-tongued wit,
I can be very mean when people are doing things that I believe.
No, you're a pussycat. Don't worry
when
about
people
it.
are theoretically, I'm generally a nice person, but I can be very, very mean when people are doing things which I believe are theoretically catastrophic for European interests. That's why, I've been cruel to Lana Laktov. I've been cruel to David Duke. I've been cruel to yourself, to a lot of people. If I think that they're messing up on an epistemic level, because those are the kind of mistakes that really cause huge problems in the long run. But as far as debating Hitler, a colleague of mine over at Majority Rights wrote an excellent reason why not to do that, and why historians basically won't debate with Hitler advocates. I've read it before. Ovi's heard it before, but if this goes on, I might have to do it again. My friend is going to stop by in a minute. I have to meet him for like 3 minutes or something. Check the seconds here.
Wait, so just to address, I want to address one point in this article, right? The people of today are wait, hold on, where is it?
Not to blame.
Not all Europeans will be able to rally under Hitler and his program. Quite the opposite. I don't think that's something that I've ever advocated. Like, I've never said.
Well, I'm not necessarily saying that you can, but I am trying to get Europeans on the same page. And so when Hitler is advocated, you're going to cause consternation.
I don't think. Well, here's the thing, right? I don't think I've ever said that everyone should be, a Nazi. Everyone should be a National Socialist.
Well, why were you calling me a Pollock and a faggot because I didn't want to debate Hitler? I'll answer the questions because that program has the vilification and denigration of other Europeans built into it in order to justify its warmongering.
No, Hitler was never a warmonger.
Well, of course he's going to say he wasn't. He's going to say he's a man of peace, and he's full of shit.
He was. He was not.
He was not. He was a warmonger, and
he wasn't a warmonger.
You start reading Mein Kampf. The sentences are laced with.
Are we going back into the
excuses?
Now?
No, I'm going into Mein Kampf. The sentences are laced with excuses for war based on logical fallacy, naturalistic fallacy.
So wait, the naturalistic fallacy? What?
Yes.
Sorry, what?
Explain how tribalism based on DNA nations isn't something of a naturalistic fallacy itself. I guess what you would probably argue because it leads to
because it's not naturalistic fallacy because it's not the only criteria. I'm admitting that's not the only criteria that goes into a great society.
Yeah, no, definitely. It also I think probably like reduces conflict, etc. Yeah, our dimensions of conflict.
Well, even Kyle Rowland said
that conflict can.
Yeah, you and Kyle Rowland say that you're concerned about Jewish people outbreeding. So there's an exact correspondence in our goals. You want to maintain the Jewish genotype, the Ashkenazim and Sephardic and Mizrahi, and we want to maintain ours. So, it's a natural fit.
Certainly. I mean, it removes this kind of like zero-sum conflict that can kind of arise when you have multiple ethnic or religious social groups in one political entity, landmass. Yeah.
Let me read Manson Black's comment on why not to talk to Nazi apologists.
Yeah, and then we can get a response from Ovi.
Let's see. Okay. He says, first of all, I hadn't intended the email for consumption, so this is a bit of a disservice to him. If I had, I would have been more vitriolic. I suppose some of it could be used for something a bit more substantial in the future, though. Regarding your second email, I can only make the following observations, really. Norvin took exception with my taking for granted that revisionists were typically more politically motivated than motivated by truth. Well, for many years, David Irving was the leading revisionist. He sold the most books. Churchill's War was a bestseller and received widespread critical acclaim. As he himself would often say, his work was based on primary sources. He had extensive access.
Daniel, you're kind of quiet. Can you get closer to the mic? It's hard to hear you.
Can you hear me better now?
Yeah. Thanks.
He had extensive access to German records and access to the Russian archives.
Who's this? Sorry, say it again.
David Irving was
David Irving. Okay, yeah.
Okay. He had extensive access to German records and access to the Russian archives as well as conducting interviews with eyewitnesses to the events. When the Times wanted to validate the authenticity of Hitler's diaries, they called in Irving. Such was his reputation. Yet Irving lost his case against Penguin Books and Lipstadt because her legal team were able to demonstrate beyond reasonable doubt that Irving had misled his readers by omissions and distortions in order to shield Hitler. As far as I'm aware, Irving is the only revisionist to have appeared in court in a country where denial is legal. So it was his own work and the motivations he had which were the issue. All the documents from the trial are online. I'm not suggesting you read them all, as it would be a mammoth task. I've read Judge Gray's deliberations and summary for myself, and a friend who is from a legal background has read the whole thing. She told me she would have to agree with Judge Charles Gray's judgment on the case. You could read the preface to the case notes in the link, as it provides a 2-minute synopsis. Personally, I believe if the entire cast of Inconvenient History were put under the same scrutiny, most would be found wanting too. It seems clear to me that there is considerable difference between Britain and America here. There's no evidence of a move towards the Holocaust taking on a religious dimension, although some secular Jews place greater emphasis on the Shoah as being more important with regard to their Jewish identity than Judaism. In fact, the British government is very upfront as to why the Holocaust and other genocides are a mandatory part of secondary education and also taught in many primary schools. They use it as a tool to promote tolerance. If there is a new religion there, it is liberalism and political correctness dressed up as British values. Is it any worse than old religion, elevating Jewish boy and mom above everyone else and everything? My final observation is that the biggest Jewish concern is that the Holocaust gets forgotten. And then I thought that was all of it. He goes on to say, I'm quite sure that that these people who are dredging up this issue are doing the Jews a favor thereby by constantly bringing it back into focus.
Yeah.
And there's
What is the point that we're supposed to take from this? Can you summarize it real quick for us, Daniel?
well, that's why I'm sorry that I didn't get to the other email. I thought it was all in one. It's going to take me a second to find the other email. He goes on to, but he says the gist of it is that he says that mainstream historians won't debate Hitler redemptionists and Holocaust deniers because they can always hit you with assertions that it takes enormous effort to rebut.
Wait,
refute.
so because it's too hard to wait, are you saying that it's too hard to
No,
rebut,
it's too easy to make false assertions, and at the same time you're giving a forum to people who are basically lying.
Wait, no.
Yeah,
Wait,
yes. Yeah, well, that's what he says.
If it's easy,
and
to
I
make
agree,
false
and I agree with him.
assertions,
Yeah,
if it's easy to make false assertions, then it's easy to rebut them. It should be if you know what you're talking about. It should be easy to rebut them.
No. Let me see how he puts it. Let me see if I can find the email.
Yeah, this is kind of
because he does elaborate on it. He does elaborate. On
DB Cooper has a question for Daniel, for you in the chat. He says, "Ask Daniel to explain his choice in pornography. The internet demands answers." What does that mean?
Why don't?
No, like, what is there a context behind this, or like?
No, I don't know.
He might be getting Daniel mixed up with Khaw. Khaw likes all that interracial shit. So
I see. Luke Ford's the only person I know who's been involved in porn in these circles, but you never know. Yeah.
I'll be right back. I gotta hit the head real quick.
So you were about to read, Daniel.
Yeah, I'm trying to find. Let me see if I can find the email of his that elaborates on that point as to why professional historians won't debate Holocaust revisionists and so on. I think that I can find it.
This has been quite the stream so far. I wonder if Jen's back.
Here, I got it now.
Still at the party. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. I don't believe I have any the depth of knowledge required to be of much use in such a debate. I'm aware that professional historians refuse to debate with revisionists because they know that revisionists are not concerned with genuine historical inquiry. And that's true. And Ovi's politically motivated. It's clear. It's not. He doesn't. There's so much he doesn't know. You could fill a boat with it. They twist and distort facts and lie to their readers because they have a political motivation. The genuine historians know that they themselves will be doing all the work. It's far harder to disprove an assertion than it is to make one. You will not be debating revisionist historians, but your opponents will have a stack of revisionist material at hand. Not that they would need that. It is they who want you to oblige them by giving them a platform to air their views and opinions. You will be playing with their cards, which they shall deal. They don't have to display knowledge. They can use simple one-liners, like the Poles killed 58,000 Germans, which is what is said in The Greatest Story Never Told. It's a total lie. Hitler had to act. Hitler really only wanted peace. The onus is on you to disprove it, for which you will need a truckload of historical facts. And when you're finished, they'll throw another at you. Hitler saved Europe from communism, and on it will go. The Bug River camps were transit hubs, etc., etc. Ask them why they feel the need to exonerate Hitler, and you'll know what they say. Oh, white guilt. Jews make shekels from the Holocaust industry, and so on. Things you've heard 6 million times already. Their fallback position will always be that the Jews control the narrative, just as the Jews can micromanage world events, organize the universe, and still find time to make latkes. It would never occur to them to look up the date the first Holocaust museum opened in America, and then the date that Foresson began writing denial letters to Le Monde, which was 4 years earlier. Most of the listening audience will likely be sympathetic to the Nazi views. This is my main concern, however. As you know, there have been a number of recent attacks on quote House of the Holy. When I returned from break, I found this email link. Dangerous. Wasn't long ago that Griffin was an MEP.
Real quick, sorry, before you go on, Daniel, would you be interested in having a debate with Dennis Wise?
No.
Why not?
I don't. Mike. People think that I'm really interested. People are getting the wrong message from me. They think that I'm interested in this stuff. I don't want to go back.
You are interested in it.
I'm not. I'm interested.
Well, you're
going
interested
forward.
You're interested in.
I'm interested to the no. I'm interested in the extent of moving past it. I want to.
Well, I mean, if you've got a problem with the Greatest Story Never Told, I mean, the best way to get past it is to debate the man that put it out and prove it wrong.
I've already said what I had to say about it on I've done several posts on that.
Yeah. Oh, you want to do? You want to do? Yeah.
I'm just reading why not to do that.
Does Dennis Wise know who you are, and has he had a chance?
I don't care. He's not a credible historian. Dangerous wasn't. Let me just. There's one paragraph. Oh Christ Almighty! Let me finish this one paragraph. Dangerous wasn't it long ago that Nick Griffin was an MEP. Then there's the clown named Corbin Kaufman, arrested in the U.S. for the transmission of threats to cause injury to another person and awaiting trial. His online life has been made public using the alias King Shekels. His comments on WN sites include many remarks like murder your local Juden. Despite Morgoth having cleaned up his site a bit, his review has made it into Hope Not Hate's annual watch list. He's on that latest ADL too. For the first time this year, the far right at this point in time is toxic as fuck. Given the virtual reality is increasingly entering the real world, the kickback from government is only going to get stronger and stronger. In a couple of years, there might not be any white advocacy sites at all. However, if any survive, they will have a big say in the narrative going forward. I finally gave up trying to help the far right a couple of years ago. I don't regret it. I believe they have a Manichaean mindset. I agree with that. Ovi is displaying that. And changing someone's mindset is incredibly difficult. I certainly don't feel it is the right time to engage them or share a platform with them, even in opposition. It's not like they're actually going anywhere. A few of them may although a few of them may end, well, this is his words, not mine. Although a few of them may end up in a 6x8 with some inmates bitch. It has occurred to me that in the appreciation of our current situation,
all white
may explain
nationalists are fucking criminals.
What I didn't say that. Explain. Wait, he's saying that they're going to be criminalized.
Who is this saying this?
This is anonymous.
Just some anonymous.
I don't know. He's not. He hasn't authorized. He hasn't authorized me to speak in his name. I'm reading what he says. Yeah. It has occurred to me that appreciation. I just thought that he was quite articulate.
It's Daniel's FBI handler, who's also Rodney's FBI handler.
Yeah. Is it true that Rodney Martin is dead?
Oh, fucking A. That's great. Dude, I thought you were talking to someone that you actually knew, but no, this is just some anonymous person that sent you an email.
No, I didn't. He's anonymous to you. I know him. Wait, it has occurred to me that an appreciation of our current situation makes me like
it's just some random guy, is what you're saying. Just some random person?
No, it's not some random person.
Who is it?
It's a guy. I'm not telling you. It's a guy I know.
Not?
Fuck you.
Why not?
Because I don't want to, fuckhead.
Dude, well, I mean, come on. It's kind of...
No, come on. You asked me to dox someone. Fuck you.
No, it's not doxing them. I mean,
Ovi just wants to add it to just a little list, just so the government can keep tabs on it. Okay?
No,
he's more.
Wait, who's the
Ovi's more fetish than anybody. Oh yeah, let's all be Nazis. See, Kyle.
It's two feds arguing with each other. It's two feds arguing on my street.
Yeah.
Oh, fucking A. Oh, Jesus Christ.
I think we can agree here.
What's a Fed more likely to do? So,
Ovi's definitely the Fed here. Am I right?
Yeah.
Well, I'm definitely not. And he.
I mean, if you have to be an agreeable Nazi in order to be a Fed, right? Right, Babs?
It is. If you go into the to what's his name's group, it's going to be laced with feds. What's that guy's name? Scoop, Commander Scoop, right?
Wait, Babs, is that are you putting up a Roman salute right there? Is that what you're doing?
You people, you white boys. Sorry, you were saying, Daniel?
I'm saying the Feds, just like the Jews, were they've been known to cultivate and encourage Nazi LARPing.
Daniel, how do you think you can tell the difference between a true believer and a Fed, and what do you think you would classify OV as?
I would classify OV as it doesn't matter. It's just like he's doing white nationalism a disservice. Either way.
Wait, you know one of the main reasons why I advocate for National Socialism, right?
Yeah, because you're stupid.
Well, I mean, do you want to give a serious answer, or do you just want to try to?
That's the proper rubric.
Yeah. So, do you want to have a serious conversation, or do you want to just?
Not really.
No, you don't want to have a serious.
No, I don't. I don't want to talk.
All right. At least you said it first.
I was set to come on and was more interested in coming on before you appeared. When I saw you here, I grew up.
Yeah, you love to come on when you don't have anyone that pushes against your narrative.
No, I don't want to. I don't want to be bothered with
No.
Yeah, there's this again.
Oh, yeah. Well, my laugh is way better than your laugh.
I'm not interested in your perspective.
Yeah. Well, and that's your problem, Daniel, is that
it's not a problem. It's not a problem. It's not a problem.
You think that you have all the answers, and then someone comes in.
No, I don't. No, I don't.
Oh, well, I don't want to.
No, I don't. No, I don't. But I do know that.
They're stupid. They're the Feds.
You're not. You don't know enough. You're not worth. See, this is the kind of shit that this is the kind of juvenile shit that you're going to be encountered with from OV.
What kind of shit?
Because you don't know what you're talking about, and reality is going to deal with you or your perspective and your perspective.
Daniel, Claire in the chat asks, "Do you believe in God?"
No.
Not
Do you believe in
not
restoring
not
the
not
patriarchy?
not necessarily in the Abrahamic sense.
Do you
Maybe a
believe in
god,
restoring the patriarchy?
maybe a god concept.
Maybe maybe a kind of
In terms of
a
how,
quantum,
hey man, he asked me,
UST
not you.
gun.
In terms of some sort of patterns, there could be some godlike phenomena.
Hey,
that work.
Jenny, you got a new convert in the
That's
wing.
some sort of quantum reincarnation type situation. Do you believe
Hey,
in restoring the
Jenny, are you still there? Have
do you
been
believe in
listening?
restoring the patriarchy, Daniel?
No, I believe in. I believe in restoring group bounds and borders, and that men are probably going to be in charge mostly, but not always. That's not a strict patriarchy.
What is a society that wait? Hold on a second. So you don't believe in restoring the patriarchy, but you think that men will nominally be in charge? Is that correct?
Typically, not always. Look, like Queen Mary was a good queen, wasn't she? There's also been some queens of. There was a queen of.
Oh, there's this one
of
random
Portugal.
woman.
I don't know how much it would happen, but women sometimes are
Sometimes
have talents that.
So once in a while, a
don't
woman
need to-
can do the right thing.
Yeah.
Okay, and Jesus
But
Christ.
here's why it doesn't. Here's why it doesn't matter that much.
It does matter. It
No,
does
well,
matter.
let me explain why I think it doesn't matter that much. The gender is
God, you're
because
such a fucking cuck.
fuck you. Because
No,
the
no, fuck you.
yeah, well we disagree. Okay.
No, no, you're just fucking wrong.
because the borders are, the basic structure, what it is. I'm more interested in what than who. What the rule structure is, the essence of it is inviolable. So it doesn't, whether you're a man or a woman, you can't do other. You can't say, oh well, we're going to open the borders now for for Africa, whether you're a man or a woman. You're bound to that rule. That's why it doesn't necessarily matter. And there's going to be provisions, other rule structures as well that must be.
Jay Walker in the chat asks, can you ask Daniel if he believes in restoring making your point quickly?
Well, I've made the points. I'm done now. So it wasn't interminable.
What point did you? I'm sorry. What point was that?
Sorry. Go ahead, Daniel. Ov.
Yeah, I'm not even sure what point you made, to be honest.
That the structures of the society that it has boundaries and borders is more important than who heads it.
Oh, sure it does. I mean, who heads the society determines where the boundaries and borders are.
No, it determines who. No.
No.
An agreement between
people
powerful
in
people.
charge don't determine when they go to war. When they change the laws.
I'm not saying that there wouldn't be people in charge. I'm saying that
That's exactly what I'm saying. That the people in charge decide things. The people.
Okay, you have your. Go tell people to fucking worship Hitler.
Let's make sure we're on the same page.
Don't bore me.
Do the people in charge?
You heard what I
decide
said.
things? What kind of system are you advocating?
The thing
what kind
is,
of system are you advocating? Are you advocating a monarchy?
The thing is decided.
What kind of
the borders and the bounds are decided, and as such.
Oh my God!
If we have to go to war, we'll be more clear. So it's not just the whims of the leader.
What kind of system do you advocate?
Can you possibly understand what I just said? It's very simple.
What kind of system do you advocate?
Ethno-nationalism.
What is that?
And the coordination of it.
That's not a system.
It is a system.
No, it's a prerequisite for a system.
Okay, it is a system. I said left ethno-nationalism.
It's a left ethno. So you are a leftist, okay?
White left ethno-nationalism.
White leftist. Okay, yeah.
White left, not leftist, left ethno-nationalism. Which means you're of a mindset that keeps an eye on elites to keep them accountable. Rank and file as well. Everything's fine.
No, I was laughing at a comment in chat. Sorry.
I have to go because I have
Oh, you have to go because the questions are getting a little.
No, they're not getting hard. I don't want to talk to you because you're a piece of shit. Bye.
Oh man, no one else has a problem talking with me. I get along with Babs just fine. I get along with most of the time. I get along with Jenny just fine. It's just you, Daniel, that has a problem with me. I don't know. Oh, there he goes.
Right,
there he goes.
Daniel, thank you for joining us. Pleasure as always. So OV, it's a shame he left. It's a shame he left.
I know it is.
I
wanted
to ask him about what's been going on in his blog and his stuff. So OV, if you could possibly maybe even screen share while doing it, go over the blog post that's been made about you and just do a sentence by sentence rebuttal. I'd find that interesting. I'd like you to pull that up.
I've got the article still pulled up, but as far as screen sharing, I haven't shaved. I need to shave. So I don't want to screen share until I shave.
Just share the thing. Oh, welcome back. Good to have you.
Wait. Oh, Daniel. Okay, Daniel's back.
What do you? I'm the only one. You know everybody, and everybody everybody likes you, right?
Me?
Yeah, you know everybody. Nobody has a problem with you. Everybody likes you.
No, the Wignats have a problem with me.
Oh, the Wignats. Where does that term come from?
Well, I didn't come up with it. I don't know.
It's a pretty much a stock phrase coming out of the marketing sphere that's antagonistic to white nationalism.
Well, they wouldn't agree with that assessment, but God, Daniel, you are being Are you being intentionally difficult, Daniel, or are you just that ignorant? Like Norvin doesn't even like me, which is
you just said that everybody likes you. You just said that everybody likes you.
No, I didn't say that.
You just said that.
I said that I get along with a lot of people.
Oh no, you said everybody. You said everybody.
Well, okay, so here's the thing. Here's the thing.
And then I'm the only one who doesn't.
All of the people that don't get along with me are all of the most unreasonable people. Everyone who is actually
is that so? And you're so reasonable.
Yeah. Yeah, everyone who is actually willing to have a conversation actually gets along.
Yeah. Sure.
Yeah, that's why
really
I have a
like
Jewish
the kind of thing
co-host.
that Kyle or sometimes Church of Entropy says. Mostly Kyle. But sorry, go ahead, Ovi.
This is why I'm able to have a Jewish co-host. This is why I get along great with spiritual mamzer Conops. This is why I get along with Babs. This is I talk with Duvid.
You get along with people who don't really care about white people. That's why you advocate Hitler, and that's why Claire Khaw is okay with you, because Hitler got most of Europe wiped out, or half of Europe wiped out. Wonderful.
No, well, to say that.
I mean, Farrakhan is okay with Hitler too, because he doesn't give a shit. People who don't give a shit are cool with Hitler. Who don't give a shit about
you're saying, but hold on. Your problem is that you're.
No, I don't have a problem. I don't have a problem.
Everything that I talk about is not related to Hitler.
It doesn't matter. This is a big, important issue. You finish everything that you say with every engagement with Zeke Kyle.
It's not all roads lead to Rome. All roads lead to Hitler is what it is. Okay.
No, what is this?
Well, I can't say that I mind that comparison, but
you said it.
See, the thing
you didn't even know about Himmler's Posen speeches.
I do know about the Posen speeches now. Now that I had the conversation with
that's the most basic stuff, and you don't even know that.
To me, it actually doesn't say anything about Hitler, to be honest. Actually, within the Posen speeches, it says that this is something that needs to be hidden from Hitler. So it has nothing to do with Hitler.
Oh yeah, okay. Right.
Well, you brought it up, so. Oh, well, and where was I going to go with that? Oh, for fuck's sake! Oh, yeah, I lost my train of thought after you brought up the Posen speeches. But
So,
whatever.
Ovi, let's get down to brass tacks. Why do you like World War II Germany? Is it just because the aesthetics are cool? Is it because you like the mustache styles? Like, what is it?
Well, first off, yes, the aesthetics are fucking great, no doubt. I mean, and let me clarify. The swastika itself, coming, I am an artist, and I love geometry and all that kind of thing, and the image of the swastika is pretty badass. That's part of the reason why I like it.
Do you feel a snap of power, electricity running through your body when you do the Roman salute?
Well, and that's I'm Italian too. I'm so like they call it the Roman salute for a reason. Maybe I get a little bit of pride knowing that the Germans got all their cool shit. Not only the Germans, but the fucking Anglo cucks got all their cool shit from the Romans as well. The architecture, the philosophy, all that kind of shit. The government system. But
why is Metzger able to make the obvious inference that you can say that Nazi Germany had some things right, they did some things well, they had the reasons, but it's not something that that's conducive to Europeans being on the same side and working together?
That depends.
Why is it that he can say it and it's so obvious? I mean, it's like, yeah, okay, the Nazis.
Oh no, Daniel never interrupts anyone. Daniel never interrupts anyone.
It was a cool symbol.
Let it be known right now. It depends on your interpretation of Hitler, of Nazism, of Nazi Germany. It depends on if you believe in this. If you believe in the mainstream kind of point of view that Hitler wanted to take over the world.
No,
Hitler
that's a straw man. Nobody says that. Nobody says he wanted to take over the world.
You say that all the time.
I never once said that, you fucking liar. I said the obvious fact he aspired to take over up to the Urals.
Okay. And
he was really okay with Russians because
he was okay with Russians.
Yeah, right, and that's why 20 million some odd Russians got killed because he was so okay with them, and why he wanted to turn Moscow into a lake.
Well, are you familiar with what was it called? The severity order. Hold on, let me look it up real quick. There's another term for it.
Well, look, Ovi, I got to go, but keep advocating Hitler, and if somebody literally kills you, it's okay with me. Because you're totally destructive to white nationalism.
If you could, sorry, before you leave, Daniel, Mr. Sienkiewicz, Sienkiewicz, if you could sort of, do you think OV is sort of an individual case or something of an archetype? Part of a broader movement or trend.
He's an individual case. He's just trying to. He's come to this struggle pretty late because most white nationalists of recent generations are not as absurd as he is, and so he's just taking up the literature, the kind of right-wing literature that's circulating in America. And,
well, that I used to be anti-Hitler, right?
Yeah, this is a new thing. everything about you bespeaks of somebody who's just
Wait. So how can you say that
really
I'm just taking
has
up?
no depth of
How can you
knowledge? Just
say
going,
how can you say that I'm just taking up right-wing talking points?
the stuff that's been,
If I've looked at both
circulating.
sides of the argument,
You haven't looked at both sides of the argument.
how can you say that?
Because you think
why
that there's
was
two.
I anti-Hitler then?
Why
did I used to be
you think
anti-Hitler?
there's like the rest.
I used to think that Hitler was a
you
Rothschild bastard.
You think that there's two sides to the argument. There's the Jewish side and the Nazi side.
Oh, okay. Well, that's okay. That's actually where I disagree with you. I don't. Yeah. Okay. Fine. I would agree that I don't think that Hitler was anti-European. No. I mean, and you don't think that Hitler was anti-European either. Did Hitler want to go to war with Britain? Did Hitler want to go to war with France? Did Hitler want to go to war with Poland?
Yes.
The only country that Hitler wanted, quote unquote, wanted to go to war with.
He was a warmonger, and you're a fucking liar.
Union, the Jewish.
Do the world a favor. Kill yourself.
Yeah. Well, all right. You're welcome to leave, Daniel. You've
wait,
overstayed.
hold on. The question is.
He left.
Daniel left. Yeah, but the question is, Ov. Aren't there speeches of Hitler talking about saying how like Slavs are inferior and suck? Or am I mistaken?
Yeah, well, that's kind of the interesting question. Is that there's, when we're looking at everything that we look about Hitler is always in the rear view mirror, right? We're always looking at it with hindsight, or history written by the winners, or whatever you want to call it. I mean, there are people today. You're familiar with the book Hitler's Table Talks, right?
Yes, I was about to ask you for Table Talks.
Yeah.
Actually, I wasn't sure if that was the one, but yeah.
Yeah, there's. I mean, no one today really just like no one is for sure knows if Hitler was a Rothschild bastard or not. There's no definitive evidence one way or the other. It's the same way with this whole kind of Daniel kind of Hitler supremacist kind of point of view either. No one can say for sure. And so when I side with Hitler, I do it based upon the actions that he took, the words that he said, like in his speeches. I don't like I said, I used to not be pro-Hitler, but it was only until I listened to what he said and listened, and saw what he did within Germany itself. I mean, you could look at Hitler as kind of a like a founding father of Germany, right? Like how we have the founding fathers in America, Ben Franklin, George Washington, stuff like that. I see Hitler in that kind of same vein, and I don't.
To Germany or to all European people?
Well, to Germany in particular, but you have to keep in mind what Hitler was doing was kind of in the shadow of, the Jewish influence, right? I mean, for example, this is something that Daniel would love to talk about is, the invasion of Poland. Why would Hitler invade Poland if he really, cared about, European people? Well, the Poles were at the time were under the influence of the British Empire under Churchill. And Churchill was basically a puppet of the Rothschilds. And so, if I mean here's another thing. Just this is slightly a side tangent, but it ties into this. Daniel likes to think that and maybe he'll come back in and prove me wrong. But Daniel likes to think that, there's one European ideology. If only Europeans had this one ideology, they'd all be the same. That has never, all throughout all of European evolution, all of European history, Europeans have hardly ever been on the same page with one another. So to say that, because Hitler wasn't on the same page with every other single individual German or European rather, makes him somehow a controlled opposition, whatever, is completely reductionist.
Yeah. Understood. Yeah. It's interesting. I know very little about this, so it's I don't know. It's a fascinating discussion to see take place. A little bit perplexing, and people get so worked up over it too. It's interesting.
Well, only Daniel gets worked up.
I'd like you to, if possible, if you could read aloud and go over, sort of bit by bit, some of that article that was written in your honor on MajorityRights.com. I'd like to see your reaction to it, just sort of as you go.
Sure.
By sentence.
Yeah. Can I share? I don't see a link that I can share.
I'll post it in the chat here.
Yeah. Well, if you want me,
Google Hangouts, I think.
I can't. I don't see. Yeah, I don't see the option.
Do it from the other version. From the. Oh wait, hold on. No, go to settings, and.
I don't have.
Oh yeah, I guess.
Oh, okay. Yeah, hold on one second. All right, here we go.
Here's the article. You can just read it.
I can. I should be.
Sure.
All right. Do you see it?
Yes.
All right. Here we go. The idiot.
A bit, magnify the page.
It should be.
Yeah, this is good actually.
All right. Cool. All right. The idiot OV fuck you, and his thorough dedication to Hitler as the leader of white nationalism. I love that he says thorough dedication. Yes, I am thoroughly dedicated. The Hitler as the leader of white nationalism. I mean, that's a little bit more ambiguous. I don't know. Well, maybe I don't know. We'd have to. I'd have to think about that a little bit. But maybe as I read through the article, we'll touch on some of those points. All right. So, in recent months, I've had the misfortune to have been confronted. All right. Yes, I've been seeking out Daniel. I've been hunting him. And I set up an ambush. I was Rambo in the woods. By an idiot going by the handle OV fuck you. I did not seek him out. I found myself encountered by him in circumstances where people with overlapping white nationalist concerns. He puts white nationalist in parentheses. I'm not sure why he did that. With overlapping concerns that it might be constructive to quote unquote debate him and his idea that white nationalists should rally under Hitler and his programmatic leadership. I'd have to understand what he means by programmatic. I think what he means is, well, he's assuming when he says programmatic, he means what he means is that Hitler was a German supremacist. Hitler was an imperialist. Hitler was, yeah. I think I understand what he means by that. And to be honest, already we're kind of. Daniel already doesn't understand where I'm coming from. So the part of the reason, I don't know what percentage. I don't know, maybe let's say 50%. Let's say half of the reason that I believe in Hitler is not necessarily because I think he's the, perfect leader for the future of white nationalism, but it's because of, Babs, you're familiar with, 1984, that particular passage where it says, those who control the present control the past,
Yes,
and those who control the past control the future, right?
Yes.
So that's a huge part of the reason why I advocate, or why I wouldn't even say advocate is the right word. That whole 1984 mentality is why I think it's important for someone to defend Hitler at the very least, if that makes sense. Yeah. Like if
yeah, I think I see where you're coming from. Yeah.
So we look today at, mainstream Hollywood or mainstream politics, anyone who defends white nationalism, anyone who defends white people, anyone who does the OK sign. Oh, by the way, you saw that article, right? The ADL said that the OK hand sign is now white supremacist, right?
Yeah, that was a while back. That was several months ago.
I thought I saw an article just the other day. I think they made it official just the other day. But anyway, so yeah, there are plenty of people who, I don't even identify as white nationalists, but they are, basically, if you're a Republican today, if you're a Trump supporter today, you're a white supremacist, you're a Nazi, right? So that's half of the reason why I, advocate for Nazism, is because someone has to, and all of these people who, say, oh, I'm not a Nazi, I just don't believe in feminism. I'm not a Nazi, I just don't believe in the wage gap. Or I'm not a Nazi, I just don't believe in transgenderism, right? I'm not a Nazi, I just don't believe in gay marriage, right? There are all these different, like, whether you want to call them conservative or centrist positions, there are all these different positions that aren't Nazi-esque, or that don't make you a Nazi by default, but just by advocating for, just by being a Trump supporter, that makes you a Nazi. And when these people say, no, I'm not a Nazi, but but Trump is a good guy, it just kind of like got on my nerves that, like, well, what's I mean, was what Hitler did really that bad? I just kind of feel like Hitler has gotten such a bad rap that he needs, now that he's dead and gone and can't speak for himself, someone has to kind of like actually stand up and make a defense, which, obviously is getting into Daniel's, argument about, well, was Hitler, really good for Europe and all that kind of stuff. And I think as I read on, we'll get into that. And I'm not actually sure if I clarified myself really that well in that last paragraph that I spoke, but we'll see what happens. All right. As I've said many times, majority rights is a platform that plainly rejects that idea, referring to Hitler and his programmatic leadership. It rather functions as recourse for people who are able to see the obvious. Look at this. Already he's just like, well, I don't want to talk to you if you can't see, if you can't read between the lines, and I just don't even want to talk to you. You're just not even worth having a conversation with. That the people of today are not responsible for the world wars. I agree with. I never said that. And all reasonable European peoples should be able to rally and coordinate under the rubric of ethno-nationalism. Yeah, I don't disagree with that either. But obviously he's saying that, Hitler wasn't reasonable. The Nazis weren't reasonable. And, the Nazis didn't believe in ethno-nationalism. And in parentheses, he says, while diaspora can be coordinated by the DNA nations concept, I don't know. I assume he's talking about, like Italians in England, or French in Spain, or I don't know. I don't know what he's talking about right there. But not all Europeans will be able to rally under Hitler and his program. Quite the opposite. And here we come to again, right? He says Hitler and his program. And this is where we go back to the point that I was talking about before about no one knows for sure if Hitler's table talk is an authentic piece of historical literature, right? So anytime that Daniel talks about Hitler and his program, Hitler and his programmatic leadership, it's this, it's Daniel's own set in stone kind of point of view. Which, for my part, like I'm at least willing to have the conversation. Was Hitler right on this thing? Was Hitler wrong on that other thing? I'm at least willing to have the conversation. But, as Daniel has already demonstrated, he's not even willing to have the conversation. He already has his mind made up. He's not even willing to have the debate. Hold on one second. I'm going to light my cigarette. All right. Thus, while there was obvious provocation from Jewry, at least he admits that. Unless, wait, hold on. Parentheses. Unless we ascribe to the absurd position that Germans were ex nihilo violent en masse. That's very charitable of Daniel, I have to say. We reject the program of trying to redeem Hitler on balance, and to engage in elaborate attempts to justify or deny his bad judgments and misdeeds. Well, okay, fine. Yeah, I have no problem rejecting Hitler's bad judgments. I mean, I would reject anyone's bad judgments. I mean, that's the whole point. It's a bad judgment. So, of course, you would reject it. But, at the same time, maybe to play devil's advocate a little bit, good people have bad judgments, right? Not anyone is capable of, how do you put this? There's a saying that people make the best decisions with the information that they have at the time, right? So, sure, we can look back, in hindsight and say that, Hitler's decision on this was a bad judgment. But that all is prerequisite. Yeah, I mean, Hitler's judgments are all prerequisite on the information that he had at the time. So when he says that we engage in elaborate attempts to justify or deny his bad judgments and misdeeds, well, I mean, is it that we're trying to justify or deny them, or are we trying to look at them in context, in historical context? I mean, it seems like it seems like he says redeem Hitler on balance. Yeah, it seems like I'm more willing to look at Hitler on balance than Daniel is. And moving on to the next paragraph. These are such obvious and easy points. Oh yeah. So easy and obvious, he has to interrupt everyone. Such easiest and obvious points to make by means of numerous references. Yeah. No citation. Citation needed. That I don't need to discuss the issues. See, this is the thing. This is Daniel's problem. It's so easy. It's so easy to disprove. I don't even need to talk about it. Because that's how much of a faggot I am. Oh, and I'm sure he's clipping this right now. Yeah, Daniel, you're a fucking faggot because you won't even discuss the issues. Quote me on that. As I have no desire to lay guilt trips. Oh yeah, no. Daniel doesn't lay any guilt trips. This is fucking great. I'm glad you had me read this, Babs. This is great. Or stir up animosity. No, Christians are entirely wrong. Christians are a pox on Europeans, but I don't want to stir up animosity among present day Europeans. Oh, fucking A. For whatever side of World War II their ancestors were on. Yeah, I've got a picture. I've got a picture of my grandfather, who was a bombardier in B-17s during World War II. I'm looking at him right now. He's on my wall in front of my computer. Yeah. My grandfather dropped bombs on Khaw grandfather. Khaw grandfather was in the SS, and my grandfather was a bombardier. So it's funny how things work out, I guess you could say. Hence, I have endeavored to post reference material to state, as in brief and conciliatory and in as brief and conciliatory manner as possible, why it is that white nationalism should not try to redeem Hitler. And here's the first reference that comes up. So maybe we could look at that in the future. As proponents of white nationalism, as they are rather significantly divisive and stigmatizing influences where adhered to the extent that an idiot like OV fuck you does. See, and I don't think that Hitler is as, I've said this before and often, I don't think that Hitler was as divisive and stigmatizing as Daniel thinks that he is. But, Daniel, I mean, I'm obviously so unimportant that Daniel had to write an article about me, but I'm just not important enough that Daniel will actually have a conversation with me,
To be fair, he wrote an article about me too.
Yeah. I mean, dude, that's fucking Daniel's problem. Is that he loves to have his own little personal website, where he can, he loves to have his little gossip website where he can talk shit without actually having a little back and forth, Oh, but no, I interrupt everyone, so Daniel never interrupts. It's only me that interrupts. interrupts. Only you that interrupt, Jen. It's just if we stopped interrupting, then he would actually have a conversation with us. I'm kind of curious, Babs. Did you notice? Would you say that Daniel interrupts as well? Did you notice Daniel interrupting at all? Are you? Is Babs there? Jen. Well, unless if Babs is gone. Jen, you would agree that Daniel also interrupts, right?
He tends to more filibuster, and then sometimes he'll interrupt, but he's not as bad as you are.
Oh, well, all right. I would disagree with that, but here's the thing. Wait. Here's the thing.
I think Claire is worse than you are, to be honest. So that makes you feel any better.
Well, I think you bring up a good point when you bring up the concept of filibustering. I think Claire and Daniel are very similar in the fact that they both filibuster, right? So, I mean, if someone is filibustering, am I really talking over them? Am I really interrupting them if it's a filibuster? No, I'm.
We should develop some protocols for it because I'm thinking that might actually be beneficial because clearly there's a disconnect. There's an article about me on the blog too. It's really funny. The idiot OV, fuck you, and his thorough dedication to Hitler as the leader of white nationalism. Nice one.
Yeah, that's what I'm reading from right now. Babs told me to read the article and give my opinion on it. I think that is Babs grabbing some tea or something, or maybe he's like, hey OV, take over the stream. I'm gonna take a quick nap. I mean, to be fair, it is 8 a.m. over in New York, so I don't blame him. I'm thankful for Babs to entrust me with this stream, I guess. So all right, so here I'm at the paragraph where it says, it's the fourth paragraph. It says, sure, OV is falling out with former white associates, e.g. people calling themselves the gas station. The right is inherently unstable. Well, that's actually an interesting point. It's funny, Daniel likes to talk about how, Hitler isn't, a stable, Hitler is not a unifying force, but I mean, I'd be kind of curious to hear Daniel's answer. I mean, what makes Daniel think that his ideas are a unifying force? And this is something that I told Babs earlier. There is no unifying force among Europeans, except that we are Europeans. And that kind of goes in and out of favor, right? The only time that Europeans really come together as one is when there are an outside influence trying to subvert us or try to usurp us, right? Whether they be Muslim or Jewish or whatever, right? If we're going back to the Crusades or the the 109 expulsions. Or actually, it's not even. It's more than 109, but the 109 different countries. And so that's a major reason why I think Hitler is a proper I don't know if you want to call him like a leader, but like a figurehead, some sort of like spiritual leader at the very least, because, obviously Daniel doesn't believe in religion. Daniel believes more in philosophy. Right. So like I don't see why Hitler can't be a kind of a saint, for lack of a better word, in Daniel's philosophy. Because Hitler was, look at who was a better, especially if we're looking at things in a modern context. And by the way, I'm screen sharing right now, so I can't look at chat. So sorry, chat, if there's any great comments. I wish I could look at them. Actually, well, let me take a look at chat real quick. But yeah, to see the idea of Hitler being like, this is why I think that Hitler is a great figure, is that in the modern times, there is no greater boogeyman. There's no greater devil that the Jews have than Hitler. So why shouldn't we be using him as an example?
But why not Jesus? There's no one the Jews hate more than Jesus.
Wait, sorry, say that again?
I said, why not unify against, behind Jesus? Because apparently there's no one the Jews hate more than Jesus. Hello? You still there, Ov?
Oh, sorry, I was muted.
I thought maybe you were muted, or you
I
were
was
just
muted. Yeah,
really
yeah. It's yeah. I don't see that there has to be a not like a differentiation, but we don't. It doesn't have to be an either or kind of situation, right? The reasons that the Jews hate Jesus are different for the reasons that they hate Hitler, right? So they can both kind of occupy the same philosophical space, I guess you could say. It doesn't have to be a choice between Jesus or Hitler. You can, both can be. You can choose both. You can have both. Why not both?
Well, then you're into the domain of the multiple truth hypothesis.
What does that mean?
It means that your distinctions are without an actual basis, and they're simply aesthetic preferences.
So how are Jesus and Hitler separate from each other? How do they equate into the multiple choice?
Well, you're saying, what are you saying exactly? People should follow Jesus and Hitler?
Well, what I said was the Jews hate Jesus for different reasons than they hate Hitler.
So what? It's not entirely clear that they hate either of these entities, right?
Well, sure it is.
Well, how can you be absolutely sure?
Well, does David not call himself the Antichrist?
You need Christ to have an Antichrist. They're two sides of the same coin.
Right. Yeah. If David is the Antichrist, then who is the Christ? Obviously, it's Jesus, right? Jesus Christ, right?
I honestly have no clue what he meant by that. It seems a touch melodramatic, but
well, yeah, I mean, this is the whole concept of what is it, Amalek, right? I mean, this is in you know who fucking Eke Lux is, right?
Yep.
I mean, Eke Lux just did a few. He just finished up a couple weeks ago, reading through all the mitzvahs, right? All the different laws of the Jewish religion, right?
Okay.
And in a lot of these laws have to do with, well, I mean, I can't say a lot, but there are very specific laws that say, the people of Amalek, meaning, the people of Jesus, it's okay to kill the prophet of Amalek. It's okay to it's okay to kill the prophet of Jesus. Anyone who advocates for Jesus, it's okay to kill. I mean, and there are. I remember reading about there was this Catholic bishop that was visiting Israel, and he was in his courier car. Parked, pulled over to the side of the street, and he had his window down. And, and this is not, this is not an exclusive situation. Like a Jew just walking by saw there was a bishop in the car and spit on him. Right? There are Christian cemeteries that get vandalized in Israel, right? There are, Jews will spit on Christians as they're walking down the street. There are specific areas of the Wailing Wall or, whatever holy site that it's Jews only. I mean, there is a clear separation between Jews and Christianity. They definitely have a hierarchy, a superiority complex, if you want to put it that way.
Well, of course, it's the parent religion. So, but I mean, it's nevertheless, Jewish
yeah, but being a parent religion does not mean that you have to hate the other people, right?
I didn't design the religion.
Well, I mean, do Christians? I mean, in any case, this is why you could say that Christianity is morally superior, right? At least Christianity is tolerant of the other religions, right? I mean, for example, like what happens to Messianic Jews, right? Messianic Jews are basically ostracized by the more traditional Jews, right? And apostates from Islam, get beheaded. Christianity. This is why I think that Christianity. I don't really have a problem with Christianity. Is that, well, maybe I should have a problem with it if, in the kind of universalistic sense. Is that Christianity at least is more moral than in a universal sense than Judaism or Islam. And if there wasn't if that universality didn't also extend to ethnicity, I would not necessarily have a problem with Christianity. The only problem that I have with Christianity is that its universality extends to ethnicity as well, which I think Christianity should only be a European religion.
Well, it's kind of centers around persecuting idolatry.
What does Christianity?
Yeah.
I mean, so does Islam and Judaism.
So what? That's what I'm telling you. Like that's not a basis to have found a religion on.
No, it's not about ideolatry. It's about wait. So no, wait a second. When you are talking about ideolatry in the Christian sense, define that.
Well, there's a well-known picture, and I'm trying to remember what the guy's name was. It might have been John Baptist, but do you know what I mean? I can try to find a link to it, but it's like a picture of a guy cutting down a Yule tree.
It's familiar. I can't think of it off the top of my head, but I think I know what you're talking about. What's the point though? What's the moral?
The point is that Christianity has always just been about persecuting idolaters. I'm trying to find it. I can't find it here. Right? Like the pagans were viewed as idolaters, and then here I found it. And then they just destroyed everything. Is that a good basis for religion? Just destroying all the idols?
I mean, what do the Christians view as idols?
Literally,
Wait, so you're saying the Christians are no different from the Muslims that want to destroy all the statues that were pre-Islamic and stuff like that?
I'm saying that there's been a fair bit of that going on in Christianity in its history. There are still residuals, but the races are different, so the manifestations are different. But it's still foundationally about destroying idolatry.
Sorry, I think I missed part of what you said. I'm kind of confused because you're sounding like Claire right now, like this whole idolatry thing. Like what does? I mean, so what if someone is an idolater? What does that even mean? Like what effect does that even have?
Well, that's what I'm saying. It's not legitimate criticism. It's a straw man. It's basically saying anything that is representing your religion is an idol. I mean, there's a place, I can't remember which country it is, but you can't even have art in your house because that's considered a form of idolatry. So it's just basically persecuting objects of wisdom and religion.
Yeah, but here's the thing. I mean, this is why it's not a good. Yeah, I agree with you. It's not a good criticism, right? Because I mean, everyone could be accused of being an idolater, right? Like me, hanging the swastika flag could be a form of idolatry. Me admiring Hitler or thinking that Hitler was a good guy could be a form of idolatry. I mean, Christians and the crucifix, the entire idea of Jesus himself could be considered idolatry. I mean, that whole line of argumentation. I mean, it's kind of like it's just stupid in my opinion.
Well, that's the Abrahamic worldview. So obviously, it's going to cause problems at some stage because the people who are in that worldview are going to get superstitious and when you're talking about something, at some point they're just going to be like, you're an idolater. And you're going to be like, what the fuck are you talking about, dude? Like, I'm just having a normal conversation. Like, Claire's done it to me before. She said my periodic table model was an idol. It causes,
of course you would say that.
Well, it causes derangement to believe that. Like, okay, like, the pathology of the feminists where everything is just signs of the patriarchy. It's the same with these people, only replace patriarchy with idols. Oh, that's an idol. That's an idol. We got to smash it. It's like a superstitious belief. It's just not going to work as a foundational basis of religion.
So you could say the same thing about Daniel then. That Daniel Daniel is kind of the opinion that like I'm an idolater of Hitler, right? And that's just kind of his own idiotic kind of mentality.
Well, I think he's probably more right than wrong. I mean, I'm more inclined to agree with him than you, but I mean, I think people should be allowed, or I think it's fine to like whoever you like, but not realistic to expect other people to also kind of fall in line with what you prefer. I don't really know what the argument's over. Like, yeah,
I don't need. Well, I kind of, to be honest, like Daniel doesn't even want to have the conversation or the argument in the first place. So like I can try to think what the argument is about, but he just is never even willing to actually engage. So it's hard to kind of actually gauge where he's coming from or understand where he's coming from.
I think he sees Hitler the same way pretty much the Cade does.
And yet, the funny thing is that I get along with Cade better than I get along with Daniel, like, fucking OV is a Hitler worshiper, Super High T says. I mean, maybe someone could, interpret me that way. I don't. If I'm accused of being a Hitler worshiper, there's worse things to be accused of.
I think Daniel's just like a cantankerous person. So
he is. He's very cantankerous. Yeah.
I think he just has flame wars with basically everyone.
Dude, dude, here's the thing, man, is that I've said this. Oh, Daniel's in chat. Oh, Daniel couldn't stay away for long. All right, Daniel, here. I'll send you the link.
Daniel, we just want to be friends, bro.
There you go, Daniel.
It's radical love and inclusion.
Oh, fucking A. I knew Daniel couldn't stay away for that long,
I'm surprised Claire's not here shitting up the stream, actually, but she prefers to throw shade from the chat in typical female fashion.
Yeah, that's the thing, is that like a lawyer is supposed to be able to, have verbal IQ. Take that for what it's worth. Obviously verbal IQ has a stigma attached to it, but yeah, I guess Claire was never a litigator. I guess Claire never went to trial. Claire never had to object, in real time. She always has to. Did you see Claire's video that she did? I have a new what you call it? A new format for chat. I'm going to respond to all the chat's questions, in comments. I'm going to copy and paste them.
Who is being like Claire here when you say, when I answer the question as to why I don't see it as worthwhile to debate Hitler, I answer it clearly, and then you say you don't even understand. That's so Claire-like. You answer her question. What don't I understand? Why I just explained to you why it's not worthwhile to debate Hitler.
What's not worthwhile?
Why it's not worthwhile to debate Hitler.
What is it? What is it?
I just explained it.
No, you didn't.
And you did. Yes, I did.
Okay, I missed
it. I did. You ignored
it. I missed it. Explain it again.
It was there. No, I'm not going to read it again.
No, you don't want to explain it again. There we go. There's the answer right there. There's the answer.
I just read. People can just go back and earlier in the chat. Or excuse me, in the program, and listen to the part that I read.
What
did you
say
in the chat? Earlier in the audio, and listen to what I read.
Oh God!
Explained it clearly.
Is this
what the
really?
Fuck is wrong with you?
This is really.
And what are you defending Christianity for? Are you that stupid? You're actually going to defend Christianity now?
God, Daniel, you are so incorrigible.
Typical right wing idiot.
I'm actually probably as left wing as you are.
I don't think so.
Oh well, okay. So, all right. Name a position. Name a left-wing position that you.
I wanted to mention that in terms of Catholicism being like smallpox to.
Wait. No.
The reason why. No, I don't want to finish this point. The reason.
No. You're moving on.
That's why I came back.
You're moving on.
Gentlemen, order.
The reason. No.
You just decided. You accused me of being right wing.
You just wanted to.
You accused me of being right wing, and you said that I'm not as left wing.
You don't decide what questions are asked,
Oh yeah, here we go. Oh, but no. Daniel decides what questions are asked. Let Daniel run the show. Let Daniel. No, I'm you. You want to accuse me of arguing over you? Yeah. This is where I argue over you. This is where I'm not going to let you finish your fucking sentence.
It wouldn't be the first time.
Because you're that much of a egotistical fucking faggot that you think that you should run the fucking stream and blah. Get fucked. Jump off the fucking stream if you can't handle it.
Little fucking fake.
Piece of fucking shit. You fucking thin-skinned Italian Slavic wannabe piece of shit.
You are a piece of shit.
Doesn't even fucking understand who fucking Hitler was. Yeah. Oh, hey, you actually had a legitimate laugh there. Good for you.
Because it's so stupid.
Yeah, at least that laugh was natural this time.
Unlike yours with your forced diaphragm shit. Now,
explain to me. You accused me of being right wing.
Yeah.
And you said that I'm not as left wing as you. All right, so fine. Prove it.
I don't use the term wing.
Prove it. What is a left wing position? What is a left wing position that you think you hold?
I'm not gonna sit here and try to prove it to you because you're not gonna.
Well, you accused me. You brought up.
Okay, well then just deny it. Let's deny it and move on.
You asserted it, so prove it.
I wanted to make a point. I wanted to round out the point about the analogy of Catholicism being.
No, you're changing the subject.
Yeah.
Oh.
It's going to take less than a minute.
No, I don't care. I don't care how long it takes.
Fuck you, Pimento Head.
We're not moving on. Sorry, you're not running the show here.
No, you're not running the show.
Oh, yeah, well, yeah, good luck getting anything done. Getting anything done while I'm here, you fucking faggot.
Nothing ever will get done with you, you little fucking Puerto Rican faggot.
Oh, Puerto Rican? What? Who's Puerto Rican? Oh, yeah, are you looking at chat? Is that what...
Is there any chance over you could let Daniel just finish this point?
No, I'm not going to let
That's
Daniel
what I mean.
finish anything. No,
that's what
not now.
I mean.
Not now. Not that. No.
Because he can't.
Daniel left. Said he had better things to do, and then he was lurking in the chat. Daniel was lurking in the chat, and then he had to comment. Daniel had to come back in.
Tell everybody how they should. Tell everybody how they should rally under Hitler.
Weak ass piece of shit.
You fucking little faggot. You're not.
Come out here, bro.
Come on,
fight me IRL, bro. Fight me IRL.
Come on, yeah.
Fight me IRL.
Like you're gonna kick some ass, you little piece of
shit. Yeah, I will
fucking
fucking beat your ass.
No, you will kick nobody's ass.
Oh, fucking A.
Tell everybody to rally under Hitler. See how far it goes, asshole.
Yeah. Tell everyone to rally under paganism. See how far that goes.
I never said that. I said to rally under nationalism.
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, yeah, how far is that going?
Well, it'll go.
Well, yeah, if once people understand the JQ, then people will understand Hitler, so that'll go too.
Hitler wasn't the only anti-Semite.
But he was the most prominent anti-Semite.
He wasn't the most prominent, but he wasn't the only one who understood Jews as other and problematic. Who is the best anti-Semite that we should be following? Not sure. Definitely not Hitler.
Well, God, then what the fuck is the point of even bringing it up? If you don't even know who's a better, if you don't know who's a better anti-Semite,
it's not that I don't know.
Hitler, then what the fuck is the point of arguing against it?
Because he's not a good anti-Semite. He's not a good model.
If
to
you,
follow.
how do you know? How do you know what is a good anti-Semite if you don't have a better example? If you don't have a better example,
it doesn't matter. It's history, asshole. You stupid fucking asshole.
The Jews obviously
fucking
hate
asshole.
Hitler. If the Jews have a problem with Hitler, the Jews love. The Jews love saying, "Oh, you can't say that. You're Nazi. Oh, you can't say that. Oh, what, you support Hitler?
You stupid." You love associating with
you are the worst, dude. You are worse fucking. You're a little fucking Claire is. For fuck's sake.
Go to North Dakota. Go to Leaf and with your swastika flag and see how far you get.
Oh,
that's where you're going, right? North Dakota. Retrace the steps of Craig Cobb.
What? Dude,
you don't even know who he is, right?
You know.
That's how long you've been. That's how long you've been in the struggle, and you're going to tell people what to do? I don't think so.
What can you stick onto one point, please? Can you not do this Gish Gallop bullshit?
It's the same.
What do you like? What do you like, David Lane Craig, trying to like Gish Gallop and try to move the goalposts on everything?
Can I just read something from the chat? Claire says, ultimately, Daniel has nothing constructive to say because
that's a lie. Claire is a total liar.
I can't even let him finish the sentence. It's a lie. It's a lie.
I'll let you respond.
Listen to his juvenile, fake Jewish voice.
Can you let Jen finish the fucking sentence?
Well, she's going to finish Claire's lying sentence. She does the same thing.
Oh, yeah. No one's lying. Only. Well,
Claire is a liar because that's what
only Daniel is telling the truth.
I started off this conversation with the fact
everyone just shut up and listen to Daniel. Everyone, chat, shut up, chat. Don't make
answer her questions and then she pretends
no more comments in chat. No more comments in chat. Jen, you need to shut up. I need to shut up. We need to let Daniel say something. You know, Daniel is the only the truth teller right here. Daniel is the soothsayer.
Listen to this bullshit artist.
Yeah, fuck you, Daniel.
Fuck you.
Fuck you.
Drop dead, kill yourself.
Fuck you.
Do the world a favor and kill yourself.
Yeah, kill yourself.
Can I just get done reading this quote? I just want to get
please do. Thank you.
Daniel has nothing constructive to say because he has no solution that he can explain.
I do have a system.
Okay,
fuck off, Daniel.
And I can explain. No, fuck you.
This is literally
Claire's a liar.
You can't even let her finish the fucking sentence.
Claire's a liar.
It's one sentence. You've already interrupted me twice. Okay, maybe just hold it to the end, and then you can give a comment. Daniel has nothing constructive to say because he has no solution that he can explain that won't take up at least 5 lifetimes. Any comments on that, Daniel?
It's not true. I do have a system.
What's not true? What's not true? That
I don't have a system.
That it won't take 5.
That I don't have a system, and that I have no. That I can't explain it concisely. None of that's true. It's like a Lucille Ball or some cackling old.
Well, you know, the funny thing is that, you know, Claire is not the only one that's mentioned that.
Yeah, right? No, Claire is obviously not concerned with European.
Claire is not the only one who is mentioned.
It doesn't matter.
Listen.
Yeah.
Are you even listening? Are you just
nobody who cares about European people?
This is my European people.
Fuck you.
Oh, fucking A. Oh, this is too much fun, Daniel. See, this is why you gotta hang around, man, because you know, these shit shows are fun.
You know what you need, Ovi? You need agony to come to your face before you die.
I need agony to come to my face?
Yeah.
What does that even mean?
Oh, come on, Daniel. He's just a fucking, you know.
Oh, come on, lighten up.
Yeah, lighten up. You're such a curmudgeon, Daniel.
No.
No? Oh, come on. Who do you think you're talking to?
Well, Claire is a complete liar. You explain things to her, and then you explain them perfectly, and then
Claire is not the only one that has an opinion.
Yeah, and everybody who takes these dispositions against me are people who all the people who do that.
Everyone's wrong but me.
All the people who do that are people who don't have European interests at heart.
Oh God,
they're Jews.
They're
liberals, or they're Hitler idolaters like you.
Dude, I want to get Elliot on. Elliot, do you want to come on?
Oh, Elliot, the Jew, right? Oh, good.
I like Elliot. Yeah.
Yeah, do you like him? You would. He's a Jew. You see?
Well, it's kind of funny that you call me like unable to get along with people, and
I can get along. I can get along with. I can get along with
more people than you do.
I can get along. I don't care. I don't
Guys,
think so. I don't think so.
rank
You can
people.
get along with people in these circles.
We should play a game where we rank.
You can get along with people who don't care about Europeans. That's what you can get along with, Ov.
No, Elliot cares about Europeans.
No, he doesn't.
Babs cares about Europeans.
No, he doesn't.
No?
Not really.
Well, I think you'd be surprised, but
Not as much as I do. Not as much as people who care about who are Europeans care about them.
oh wait, so you can care about Europeans, but they'll never care as much as
That's right.
Daniel cares. Yeah.
Not Daniel. People who are Europeans.
Daniel, I don't even believe that you're Italian. I don't even believe.
I don't care if you don't believe. It doesn't matter to me if you don't believe it.
You are too thin-skinned to be.
You're so
Italian
fucking
or Slavic.
stupid. What a dumb thing to say that Italians.
No, it's not dumb. It's not dumb.
It is dumb.
No, it's not dumb.
If there's a stereotype of Italians, they're temperamental, not thick-skinned.
No. Wait. So that's your proof that you're Italian is that
my genetic test is proof of my Italianness.
Oh fucking A. Well, I don't know. Whatever.
There's some fucking nut jobs in the chat right now. So who do you guys think is the most impossible to get along with person on the internet? I think it's Claire.
No, I think Daniel is. I get along with Claire more than I get along with Daniel. At least I can, have a conversation. At least I can, maybe, go so far as to say that I can even interrupt Claire and she'll go along with it. But, if you interrupt Daniel, even, in the slightest degree, he'll flip his shit.
The reason why Claire platforms you, as I said, is because she doesn't really care about Europeans. She's okay with Hitler getting half of Europe slaughtered. This doesn't bother.
Claire won't platform you?
She will platform me, but but she'll also platform you and entertain your bullshit. She even says that it's like, oh, Hitler just wanted his piece of the pie. This stuff doesn't move her. She doesn't see the point why white nationalists would say, okay, let's move beyond Hitler. We got to cooperate now. All the European nations got to work together. We can't be fighting each other. And not go into all this excuse. Well, Hitler didn't want to fight anybody. All this stuff. That we have to talk about now. We can't rest around this figure that is going to cause half of Europe to be against the other half, at best.
At best. No.
I mean, at best, and whereas with ethno-nationalism, everybody should be able to get on board with that. Germany for Germans, and so on.
Daniel's right, Obi.
Right in what respect?
I mean, he's right. He's the one whose argument is the valid one.
Well, I mean, can you go into specifics, please?
Well, even if Hitler was perfect, which he wasn't, it's not a winning strategy.
What is your definition of Hitler being perfect?
Well, if he satisfied the qualities of being an avatar, which he obviously didn't. And anyone who said that would be a fucking crank.
Wait, what? Wait, Hitler is an avatar of what? What was Hitler an avatar of?
Well, I don't. Avatar means of the implied. The subtext is God. Yeah. So, what certain people say. Not a good idea to say that.
Why you're making a completely different argument than
But it still is a valid argument.
what is Oh, Jen, I understand you're trying to play the
Not
what's the word?
I know. This is not about Indians right now. It's just
No, it's not about. Yeah, I'm not saying that it's about Indians, but yeah. I mean, the fact that you are trying to agree with Daniel, it seems like I'm sensing some how do you put it? Oh, what's the word? Fuck me, it's kind of late. Some hidden agenda is what I'm trying to say.
You about done playing hot potato with that microphone there, Daniel?
Oh, is it a problem? I just put it back on.
I have this hankering desire for the truth, and I'm just telling you what I feel.
What truth? So what truth is Daniel proposing?
I feel like, having listened to both your positions, that Daniel's the one who has the truth.
So sum up our positions.
Well, it's just with regards to whether Hitler's an appropriate figurehead.
And what
ethno-nationalism is going to be less conflictual to advocate than Hitler's plan.
Okay, so let's actually let's talk about this, right? So Claire, sorry, Jen, do you believe in the concept of the figurehead?
Obviously.
Right. Okay. Good. Yeah. All right. Yeah. I assume that was the right answer.
Well,
So
if I said no now, don't you think that would be kind of weird?
So wait, Daniel, who is your figurehead? Do you have a figurehead?
Not necessarily. But I do want to say one important thing to what Hitler does as a figurehead is that like I said, his platform requires, in order to justify war, the demonization and vilification of other nations, and the ignoring of their ethno-national position. And a great example is Belarus. I tried to make this point in a chat that followed upon Ecky's, where I went there with Jonathan Pohl and Ecky, and they were talking, and the guy was talking about how he liked Russia and that Yuri Gagarin was the first man in space. And I made the point that Yuri Gagarin was actually Belarusian. And the guy, you know what the guy said? He said, "Oh, what you matter doesn't say because you're a Polak." This is the kind of thing that mindset creates, and this divisiveness. And I was trying to say something on behalf of Belarus, a nation that was once known as Lithuanian people, who suffered great genocides at the hands of the Russians, historical enemies, even before the Soviets. The point, an important point being that Belarus is not only anti-Russian, they were anti-Soviet, they were anti-Semitic, they were quite willing to fight against the Soviets. They would have been on the side of ethno-nationalism against the Soviets, and that mitigates hugely against the argument that Hitler was fighting a merely defensive war. He was not trying to coordinate these nations. He wanted Lebensraum.
And when did the Nazis invade Belarus?
It was shortly after. Probably, I don't know. It was shortly after they undid the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact, because it's not that far from the Polish border.
So you're saying that there was no greater strategic reason? It was just because
Hitler.
Hitler.
He could have had his greater strategic reasons. He and other people, I'm sure, thought they were right. They thought they were doing the cool thing.
So, okay. So
they didn't try very hard. They weren't overly concerned to coordinate the ethno-nationalisms, because the Poles were certainly against the Soviet Union. They've already fought and then defeated the Soviets on their way to Berlin. The Belarusians.
Wait a second.
The Belarusians were certainly against the Soviet Union. So were the Ukrainians.
Hold on.
So he could have had these nations on his side without invading them. They would have been a buffer against any potential Soviet invasion. So the whole concept that this was a defensive war is nonsense.
Well, yeah, and this is where you're fucking strategic retard. All right.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah. So you think that Belarus, without any, I mean, why does the United States?
I didn't say that they didn't have to help them. They shouldn't ally with them, but that's not what they did.
Mm-hmm. What did they do?
They invaded them.
Yeah, and
killed anybody who stood in their way.
Well, here's the. So you're saying, I mean, we're playing, Monday night quarterback, but
so are you. That's the point. If you're going to use 20/20 hindsight, why not say, okay, it's Hitler, it's history. Let's do what we can now to coordinate the ethno-nationalisms in Europe and in diaspora and not fight each other. We recognize that the Jews are other. They have to be part of their nation. We need to protect our kinds, and let's move forward.
I mean, obviously, Belarus is.
It was just one example.
Well, I mean, Belarus is a very tiny example. It's not something that I've actually looked into.
Ukraine is another one. Yeah, people, and that's it. And there's the thing. When I explain that these people.
Well, let me. When I
explained in this.
Yeah. Hold on, let me look it up.
Belarus.
German occupation of Belarus. Yeah.
They were different people. They were a different people than Russians. They were actually Lithuanians. He said, well, they're just white Russians. The name Belarus means white Russian. This is an artifact of imposed brutal Russification at the hands of millions of Belarusians, i.e., Lithuanians, having been killed. So they had.
Wait a second.
They had historic animals.
The German occupation of Belarus did not start until Operation Barbarossa. So it's not that they.
That doesn't matter.
It does matter. It totally matters.
It doesn't matter. Hitler was not trying.
I mean, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It doesn't matter. You're kind of. I mean, Belarus is kind of like Poland. I mean, I'm sorry that Poland got caught up in between these two great empires that were going on, but that's the way that it was.
That's the way it was, and I'm not laying guilt trips on anybody. I want to move forward. I don't want to
You are laying guilt trips. You're laying guilt trips on anyone that believes in Hitler.
No, I'm not. I'm saying I don't want to talk about it.
No, let's just not talk about it. Let's stop talking about it.
Well,
I want to talk about it.
Ovi will not talk about it. Ovi will not talk about it because he's a fucking faggot.
Oh, Super High T says Poland started how?
Ovi,
dude, look into the Danzig corridor.
Is into chewing the dingleberries out of Hitler's dead asshole.
Oh wow, deep cut. I'm feeling fisted right now.
Anyway, it's like the Jesus figure, Some people think it's great, other people think it's horrible, but ultimately it's divisive. You can't deny it.
No, I don't care if it's divisive.
So it doesn't really
I care about the truth.
It doesn't. Yeah, okay, I do too. It doesn't really matter if something's divisive. What matters is it unifying the right people to the cause. And I don't feel like the Hitler cause has the right people unified to it.
I hate to agree with Jen, but in this case, I'm forced to.
I care about the truth, and I've gone about my approach differently. But, I do care about the truth, and I think it's a real shame what happened. And it was.
Here we go.
But I do want to know what happened. I want to know what happened in every case. But at this point,
Now, here we go. I'm reading from Wikipedia right now. So it says in the first paragraph, the western parts of the Belarusian Soviet Socialist Republic as of 1940 became part of the Reichskommissariat Ostland in 1941. But in 1943, the German authorities allowed the local collaborators to set up a client state, the Belarusian Central Rada, that lasted until the Soviets, quote unquote, liberated the region. So this whole idea that Belarus was, taken away from their ethno-nationality or their sovereignty, their independence, is completely bogus.
No, it's not bogus. He did not try sufficiently.
1943, the German authorities allowed local collaborators to set up a client state.
It doesn't matter.
That's Wiki. It does matter. Fuck you. It fucking matters.
They didn't. Well, they tried to. This was too late.
Oh, it was too late. 1943. No, the war was still raging hard in 1943.
You should have done this before starting the war. That's the point.
No, the war was already started. The Germans did not. The Germans didn't have to Belarus until 1941.
That's the point. The war was already started. He didn't have to start the war because these people were already anti-Soviet.
No, the parts of Belarus.
Dude, you just lost the argument.
Parts of Belarus.
Yeah.
Parts of Belarus were already part of the Soviet Republic.
They were already against the Soviets.
You could say that Germany, quote unquote, invading Belarus was actually liberating them. Barbarossa was a liberation operation for Belarus. There you go. Fuck you. You're wrong.
No, fuck you. You're wrong.
No.
because he wanted.
Jesus Christ! All I need to do is look at a Wikipedia article to prove fucking Daniel wrong. Daniel has his own website. Oh, I got my own website. I know everything. I got my own website. I just like MSNBC.
Fuck you with your fake Jewish voice,
just like CNN. Just like CNN. Majority rights is limited as CNN.
You didn't have to start the goddamn war.
Yeah, get fucked, Daniel. You're a fucking hack, Daniel. You're a fucking piece of shit.
Fuck you. You're a
fucking
piece of shit.
Thin-skinned. Fucking can't argue. Gotta fucking yell over people. Piece of shit. Fucking loser ass. Fucking poppycock. Piece of shit hack.
That was bound to get millions of people.
Get fucked, you piece of shit whore.
Keep telling everybody how they should love
you piece of shit whore. You're a fucking loser. You're a fucking loser. You know who you remind me of? You remind me of Jimmy the fucking Greek.
Fuck you.
Jimmy the Greek, that's who you remind me of. Oh God, I went to Charlottesville, and then Charlottesville wasn't what I wanted it to be. So now I hate all the white nationalists. Now I'm black-pilled on everything. Hitler didn't accomplish everything. Hitler didn't accomplish everything. So now I'm black-pilled. Now I'm black-pilled. Suck my fucking cock, you sucker.
Suck your dick, you little faggot.
So, oh God! He called me a faggot. He called me a faggot. Oh God! Now I'm totally gonna have to be quiet. Now I'm totally gonna have to shut up because Daniel called me a faggot.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh fucking A, Daniel. I'm surprised you've lasted this long.
The point of fuck you.
Yeah, no. I think this is your exit. No. Here's the hook. Here's the hook to pull you off stage. Get the fuck out of here, Daniel. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
I know that all of
you're not even willing to have a conversation.
I don't want to. I explained why before. I don't want to
yell and scream. You think that you
I
know
explained why before. It's not what we're talking about.
Yeah, blah 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 blah. Blah blah blah.
Yeah, oh yeah, that wins the argument, right? All of the nations, all of the nations.
Well, it wins the argument better
Germany,
than
all of the nations between Nazi Germany and the Soviets were against the Soviets, were anti-Semitic.
Oh God!
Hitler did not have to go to war. He could have coordinated that before starting any sort of war. People didn't have to get killed.
Oh God! Yeah. Listen to Daniel.
The fact that
Daniel, the master strategist,
is a complete lie. So
Daniel, the master strategist,
you just lost the argument, dickhead.
Daniel.
Oh, in 1943, he gave the Belarusian.
Agreeing with you.
That's after the point.
Yeah. Hey, wait. How am I agreeing with you? How did I lose the argument? Explain that.
Because it's after the point.
People are asking in the chat for me to referee this. Maybe we could just transition to another topic and
no.
Well, Obi, can you accept that some people just never want to talk about Hitler and that it's nothing personal? Is that a yes?
I want to coordinate European ethno-nationalism now.
Okay.
And I don't think that OV's trying to resurrect Hitler is going to serve those ends. It's going to cause conflict between Europeans, and so I don't care to discuss it because it's really too obvious that it will do that.
Well, sometimes you got to come back to the obvious conversations.
Well, when I have to, but this is not what I want to be doing. He thinks that I want to talk about Hitler. I don't.
Well, he just wants to win the argument, but yeah.
That's not.
I want to get to the truth of the matter.
Well, OV, I mean, look what Cade said. Look what I said. Look what Daniel said. Notice how we're all kind of saying the same thing, and you're saying no. I don't agree, but it's like no. We have a standard of evidence. It's not met.
Wait a second, Jen. You don't know anything about Nazism, right?
I keep
at least Cade has his point of view on Nazism.
This is why.
And I've talked. And here's the thing: is that I've talked to Cade. I've talked to Cade about Nazism, and I've had a much more congenial and a much more productive conversation with Cade than I've had with Daniel. Daniel is the only one who is completely, as you said, incorrigible, completely incapable of having a back.
No, it's you that's incapable.
Oh, look, here comes the interruptions again. Can let's do some bets. How long can Daniel go without interrupting a comment?
Well, Obi, you interrupted me twice there when I was trying to make a point. But it's the same thing with Jesus. It's like I don't want to hear anything about Jesus, basically. I consider it an intrusion. Every time I have to hear about Jesus, it's like, why aren't you drinking a cup of shut the fuck up instead of talking to me about Jesus? But I still have to endure it. And then you pile on top of that the Hitler, you pile on top of that the secular Quranism. It's like at some point it's like, no, I don't want any of it, thanks.
Wait a second. No, secular Quranism.
I don't want to hear any of that either.
Secular Quranism is a completely separate argument, right? You could maybe
mentioning something that she doesn't want to talk about.
And I fucking finish my fucking sentence. Maybe you can make an argument that Christianity and Nazism are related. But the thing is that oh fuck me. Now I lost my fucking train of thought. No, well, okay, yeah, here's what I wanted to say. Is that it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how many times you've had the argument before. If someone new comes in, or if you're having the same conversation with someone that you've had the same conversation a million times before, no, fucking if you want to assert your values, then you have to fucking go through the fucking the gauntlet. You have to go through the grinder. I'm sorry. No, why am I the only one that has a problem with that?
There's a default hypothesis, and you're asserting it should be one way, and I'm asserting that wouldn't make.
What do you mean? There's a default hypothesis of what?
Have you heard of Occam's razor?
Yes.
So that is pretty much how you inform the default hypothesis.
Wait, no. Occam's razor is a guideline, but it's not a default.
Well, it's the best way to look at things. Otherwise, you get into the domain of
No. Are you saying that just because Occam's razor exists, that means that there can't be a more complex answer?
Well, there absolutely can be. That's why I said.
Like I said, Occam's razor is merely a guideline, not a paradigm.
Please not interrupt me though, because it really makes it hard for me to finish my thought.
Occam's razor. All right, here I'll let you finish. I'll let you finish after I say this. Occam's razor is a guideline, not a paradigm.
It's the default hypothesis. You leave the door.
No, it's a guideline. It's not a default.
Again.
It's not a default. It's a guideline.
You're not listening to what I am saying.
All right, go ahead. Go ahead.
This is okay. Here's what this is about: burden of proof. Who is the burden of proof on for their statements? Okay.
The burden of proof is on who asserts.
It's on the one.
Just because you assert something does not mean that it has to be simple.
It's on the one making the claim that deviates the most from the most reasonable default hypothesis.
No, that's a misconstruence.
Well, I don't see how you can attack that. It's aesthetically perfect.
No, aesthetics are not always simple.
Oh, don't I know it? But the point is, these conversations.
There you go. I rest my case.
They're about burden of proof, and what I'm saying and Daniel's saying is that the burden of proof is on you. We've heard the arguments you're making. We weren't convinced.
No, dude, Jen, you haven't heard shit.
Well, in my case, I guess
you don't know anything about Hitler. You've admitted it.
I have my own standard of evidence, and yeah, I wouldn't have even bothered to study this person because there's no way that they would have met the criteria because I already have my standard of what I would consider a great leader. That someone who got, failed within like a decade wouldn't possibly be in the running for. So to me, it's a pointless conversation because.
So don't pretend that you're actually on Daniel's side. The only reason that you're saying this is because you're trying to butter up Daniel to get him in line with your fucking secular.
That's not it. Maybe she honestly believes.
Here we go. Here comes the love fest.
Oh fuck! This is such a bullshit artist.
Oh yeah, I'm the bullshit artist.
Yes, you are.
Oh, that was close. That was almost accurate. There you go. At least you're trying. Dan.
It would be nice of you to give other people a chance to finish their sentence. Because every time it's an interruption halfway through, and it's so loud, your mic.
It's one thing to interrupt when people are making a legitimate point, but it's another thing to interrupt when people are just being jackasses.
I'm not being a jackass. I'm being perfectly.
No. Well, I mean, of course, you're never being a jackass, Jen, in your own mind.
Huh. You're right. So anyway, it's about who has the burden of proof, and I'm sorry, you're the one with the burden of proof. If you want to believe that, be my guest, but don't expect that other people should assimilate to that belief because it's not. It's not the.
Oh, don't worry. I don't care. I don't care about Daniel. I don't care if Daniel assimilates. But I'm not going to let Daniel fucking run, run the hen house.
Well, he doesn't even want to be in charge.
Oh, sure he does. Yeah, absolutely he does. Otherwise, why would he write an article about you and me? Of course he wants to be in charge. At least he wants to prove us wrong, which he wants to prove himself superior to us, at least.
Or he just wants to warn people off who he sees as predators.
And either way, he still sees himself as superior.
Well, everyone does. And that's what these conversations a lot of times boil down to is who has advantage of moral superiority. And therefore,
No. We're not talking about moral superiority. We're talking about intellectual superiority.
They're kind of convergent in a sense.
No, I would actually disagree.
I don't know how you can feel like they're divergent.
I mean, you're familiar with the term "good guys finish last," or "nice guys finish last," right?
Let me know when I can speak.
Go ahead, Daniel. I don't know what to say to that, OB. It's just a cliche. Go ahead,
Daniel. Well, yeah, and nigger's rape is just a cliche as well.
Oh, come on, Obi. You don't want to get Babs' channel in trouble.
Oh, sorry. Negro's rape is just a cliche.
Come on. Yeah, well, like, what's your point? Nice guy.
You know what my point is. Generalizations and cliches are true. That's the reason why they're cliches and generalizations.
I was about to hop on the stream before Ovi was here, and I was very sorry to see him here. He probably thinks that I want to talk to him or something, or I don't.
Oh yeah, here. Let me.
No. It's my turn. I thought it was my turn to speak.
Say what you want. I'll be back. I'm leaving. I'll be back in a second.
I don't want to talk to him. The issues are clear. Hitler's going to be divisive. It's not only that he was against other Europeans, but other European nations, and he didn't really have to fight this war. It wasn't the defensive shit is nonsense. It was an imperialist war, but just epistemically, his foundation was disastrous. It was based in naturalistic fallacy, and that's why. In the end, he was taking the position. Well, if Germans lost, they deserve to die because they're just not the baddest people around. So, and which is not a philosophically sound position to take, and that was Hitler's. The association of Hitler and white nationalism has been a disaster, and Ovi's doing nobody a favor by trying to maintain this. Whether he's doing it as, whether he is a Fed or is just that stupid, I don't know. But I didn't come here to talk to him. I think that I wanted to say a few things about Kyle strawmanning.
Yeah, so Hitler went below human praxis and interaction.
Yeah.
Tried to set up laws in nature.
Yeah, like might makes right.
Beyond human nature.
Yeah.
See, I heard you say that, but it honestly didn't make a whole lot of sense to me. And
well, might makes right is like that's like a very animal level thing, insect level thing. People have the ability to negotiate. If for example, Plato uses the example of if one guy is mightier, okay, he might be mightier, but then you can get together a group of a few others to offset his might, and there it is. Who's mightier. You can still say to some extent it's a matter of might makes right, but it's not so simple.
Well, what
and then that forces negotiation and correction. The thing, his system wasn't correctable enough. It wasn't susceptible to or accountable to that kind of correction. He wasn't a micromanager, but he was also people were still beholden to him and his ideology.
Knowledge to run a goddamn country. Period. He didn't have enough expertise, and how would he have?
It's history, at any rate, and I don't want to be refighting this war. And it's not, all the denial and all that stuff isn't helpful, isn't necessary. It's quite possible to pursue ethno-nationalism here on out for Germans, for everybody else. Not anti-German. I have no desire to lay guilt trips on people.
Okay.
So I don't think Ovi's going to change. So he just goes on to he's just going. I'll try next time he's on a stream. I will just not join the stream. I continue. I join the stream because
assuming I'm even going to invite you on, you fucking faggot.
You faggot. Because I.
No.
I was already
you're
a
faggot. No, you're a
yeah,
faggot.
yeah,
I'm
you
not
are a faggot. Yeah, you're a faggot. Yeah, you're a faggot.
This is it's so much fun. It's so much fun listening to you, Daniel. It's so much fun.
So I was already intending to come on this stream. That's
you
why
even
I did.
assume that you're even allowed on.
I don't care. It's like,
then why'd you even bring it
I'm
up?
not allowed. But the point that I'm making is I'm not going to come on the streams where you are from now on because there's no point.
Oh, okay. Well, now you're clarifying.
I already intended not to.
All right, hold on. Gotta grab my coffee. Be right back.
I already intended not to, like I said. But
okay, so I had a question. Daniel, calm down. We know you don't like OV. It's fine. So this might makes right. When they say that, do they mean that might gives you the right to do the things you want, or do they mean that might makes you correct?
I think that they mean both. That it's
see, that's
a double
retarded.
entendre.
That's retarded. That's jungle law.
Yeah.
So
Hitler was jungle law.
Yeah. So,
but they were proud of it. In some ways, you can see how they'd be enamored of this. It makes us cool enough and badass enough so that we, can actually go out and kill the enemy without mercy. The perceived enemy, the conceived enemy. And maybe that's part of the appeal to some people.
mass hysteria is what it's called.
I'm sorry to say, I think some of it has to do with pandering to some of the baser, brutal side of female nature, just inciting genetic competition and not really caring about who wins because they're just going to be able to breed with whoever wins.
It could take clear in Islam. Like for me,
I
know so much about the history of it that I'm honestly just like, to see women be like, yay, that. I'm just like, holy shit. 50 Shades of Grey was...
Did you see the UN, the Muslim guy talking about how oppressed his Muslims were by the Hindus?
Ugh.
That was disturbing because I'm certainly on the side of the Hindus. No, I don't.
Well, that's all I needed to know, Daniel.
Yeah.
Sure, we can work out the rest.
Islam being imposed on Asia is horrific. Anywhere, but Asia too. And I can believe that Indians were wronged in history, and that's left ethno-nationalism. That's part of what it's about. It's geared towards not making those mistakes again.
Well, let's hope we can appeal to people's higher natures. But I don't actually think that'll work, so I'm actually trying to... Well,
it's not necessarily appealing to their higher natures. It's appealing to their self-interest. Christianity, though, and Islam tend to run counter to that, not being so invested in this lived life.
Do you have kids, Daniel?
Not yet.
You married?
Nope.
He's the father of his
people. Do you have a fiance?
Nope.
Do you have a girlfriend?
At the moment, no.
Oh, who cares, OV? Come on, you don't have any of that either.
Well, the reason that I bring it up is that, you like to talk shit about Christianity and how it's,
it's indefensible, okay? He's doing it for the good of his own people, and the Christians just have to learn to accept it. Like, this Christianity thing isn't even really a thing anywhere but the United States. I
know plenty of Christians who are much more, forward-thinking and much more, ethnically aware than Daniel is.
Maybe. Good for them. My experience tells me not to recommend this religion.
Your whole tirade against Christianity.
My tirade against
doesn't even make any sense.
See, the fact that
most of Europe is not. Most Europeans are not Christians.
The fact that
they don't believe it
as a tirade is part of.
What does it mean to believe in Christianity?
They're not. They don't identify as Christians. They don't believe what the text says.
What does that mean to believe in what the text says?
The average European does not identify.
Are you talking about Christians? Are we talking about Christians? I'll just cut to the chase. Are we talking about Christians from a cultural perspective, or from a believing in heaven and hell perspective?
It's a false either or.
All right. What else? What other choice is there?
Most Europeans do not identify as Christian. They don't. This is not their religion.
What percentage would you say? What percentage?
I don't remember the percentage, but I know that it was a majority.
And so we're talking about.
And I advocate them.
Europe.
I'm advocating for them.
When we
want to advocate, you want to advocate for Christians? Go ahead.
I want to let's establish our parameters first. When we talk about Europe, what are we talking about? What studies did you see? What parts of Europe are we talking about? Are we talking about all the way to Russia?
Well, I saw one study. It might not have included Russia, and then another one certainly included England.
Oh yeah. So because
it doesn't look, Ovi, it doesn't even matter. Go advocate.
Oh, it does matter. It does matter.
No, it doesn't, because the point is that a huge percentage of European peoples don't believe it, and a
huge percentage of France and Britain aren't even fucking white anymore.
Yeah,
a huge percentage of Sweden isn't even, white anymore.
And we would say that.
So when you say that Europe isn't Christian, I kind of question where you.
And we would say that Christianity,
the parameters of this.
Christianity was created, the opening for that to happen.
Look, even Khaw up in chat says, "I am a cultural Christian." Fuck you, Daniel.
What's your point? Did you understand what Daniel said?
No, dude, do you understand what I'm saying, Jen? Or are you just wanting to score points? Are you wanting to score points for the fucking theocratic, contest that we're having on Saturday?
It just sounds like you're.
Yeah. It sounds like blah 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 is what it sounds like.
Cutting me off, and it's annoying because it sounds like you don't have a point. So you just have to cut us off.
Okay, here we go.
Okay,
Khaw says most Europeans are Christians either culturally or religiously. There we go.
Fact, okay?
There we go. Dude, Khaw up, get on here, bro.
Christianity laid the foundation for this.
Dude, and Khaw up doesn't agree with me on Nazism anything. But yet, Khaw up is reasonable, man. Like, I love talking with Khaw up because at least he's reasonable.
Here goes the talk over.
You're fucking insufferable, dude.
Yeah, well... well, I'm insufferable.
What did I just say? What did I just say, though? I don't yeah, you got enough.
Yeah. I'm insufferable, and I've also never lost an argument ever since I was 11.
You haven't won any arguments today.
No. You obviously missed the joke, because, Jenny has never lost an argument. But she's not insufferable.
There's a huge percentage of Europeans who don't believe in Christianity. That's safe to say. I'm speaking to them. That's the audience that I care about. I might try to advise Christians that they ought to think things through a little better, but I don't waste my time trying to convert them to reality. And if you want to talk to Christians and commend them in what they're doing, you go right ahead.
It's kind of sad that you want to advocate for ethno-nationalism, yes, but then at the same time, think that here, let me put it this way.
Christianity's not ethno-nationalist. You can pluck out a few lines, maybe, but it's a universal religion.
No, well, that's actually not true. But
okay. Well, you can interpret it in different ways. Okay.
Yeah.
Most of us, many of us, feel it's universal and don't want it.
Well, I mean, here's the thing, right? You want to talk about what's best for You know, you don't think that Hitler is best for all Europeans,
That's right.
and you don't think that Christianity is best for all Europeans.
That's right.
But what is best for all Europeans?
Ethno-nationalism.
And oh God, I'm sounding like a. Okay, so, but ethno-nationalism is not a. I mean, so how do you bind people to ethno-nationalism?
By appealing to their own interest in what makes sense in maintaining the things that they love. If they don't love Europeans, if they don't love being on their own kind, then they can go to somewhere else where this is not the law.
Oh, so you're a Nazi.
No, I'm not. This is not Nazi. This is ethno-nationalist.
You're a National Socialist.
No, because I'm not trying to impose my
no, I mean,
language
hold
of people on others.
Let me rephrase. You're not a Nazi. You're not a Nazi. No,
that's
okay,
right.
you're right. You're not a Nazi.
He's gearing up the laugh.
You're a National Socialist.
Where's the laugh? He thinks that he's got the.
You're not a Nazi, but you're a National Socialist.
No.
No.
No, because what they mean by National Socialism is a misnomer.
Are you saying that
they were neither nationalists?
Are you saying that it's not possible? It's not possible to separate Nazism from National Socialism.
It is possible, and they should be separate. That's why I refer to them as Nazis, so that people don't get confused.
Do you not have a problem with the Jews?
Yeah, I do. So did all of Europe, not just Nazi Germany.
Mm-hmm. But Nazi Germany was probably the first country to establish National Socialism, rather.
It's a misnomer. They were going under left cover.
What do you mean under?
They weren't nationalists. They were imperialists. They weren't social. They were supremacist.
So, okay.
And on natural fallacy.
They were supremacists. I'll bend over backwards.
They weren't social. They were operating on natural fallacy.
Okay, let's assume that the Nazis were completely trying to pull the wool over everyone's eyes. But does that mean that the tenets of National Socialism were actually incorrect?
The tenets of National Socialism. I hate calling it National Socialism. Tenets of Nazism were incorrect. Yes.
No. You already just said that there's a difference between Nazism and National Socialism.
No. I did not say that.
You just said that.
Well, there's a difference in the words. There's a difference between Nazism and the words national and socialism. And what's called National Socialism is more like Nazism. And the tenets of it were very wrong.
Wait, sorry.
We're serious, and the tenets of it were very wrong, and that's why I vehemently reject it.
Wait, so you're a socialist, right?
Not exactly.
Or you're a leftist.
No.
Leftist.
I'm not a leftist. I'm not a leftist, and don't even try.
What are you then?
Because I told you I'm an ethno-nationalist.
So you're a nationalist at the very least, but you said that you believe in leftism.
No, not leftism. I never said that.
Well, okay, so all right.
White left ethno-nationalism to get people in the habit of the concept of unionization. The national borders are a union.
Unionization is leftism, and is kind of a form of socialism.
But the emphasis is on the people than the monetary system.
So you're a nationalist who believes in socialism.
Not exactly. I mean, it's social. There's no getting around. No. What's so funny? I'm about to explain.
Oh, it's funny. It's funny hearing you trying to dance around the issue.
No, I'm not dancing around anything. I'm explaining exactly what I mean. There's no dancing.
Not exactly. I'm just.
No, because it's not. No, because
I believe in some leftism.
That's not fucking what you're gonna say. That's why. It's not exactly. Triggered. I'm not triggered. You're fucking lying, man.
Oh, I mean, you're fucking yelling. You're fucking screaming in the fucking microphone.
That doesn't mean that I'm wrong and that you're right.
I'm having fun here. I'm having fun. I'm sipping my coffee. I'm having fun. It's only you that's not having fun, Daniel. That's the thing. It's only you that's not having fun.
Interrupted. What I said, not exactly. There's nothing wrong with it. It's not exactly socialism in the sense that you mean it, that you're going to mean it. Because there's no getting around. If you have a nation, there's no getting around some socialist aspects, like social security in the United States, the most capitalist nation in the world, the public library. There's going to be socialist elements. It's just more or less how you negotiate that. But the economic part of socialism is not what interests me. The part that interests me is the literal social part of the managing the human ecology and accountability thereof.
Oh wow! It sounds like you don't even know what National Socialism is.
That unionization allows for.
It sounds like you don't even know what National Socialism is.
I don't listen. It might sound that way to you, but I don't really care what you say. I'm explaining my point of view, and so that's the unionization and it creates a perspective on, first of all, on elites, that they are also part of the union and accountable to the union, so that they cannot betray us. That's the view that I want to encourage, and that's the view that Jewry has been trying to discourage, especially since 2008, when they're blaming everything on the left, the international left. And so I want to distinguish a white ethno-nationalist left, so that our union is intact, that we have this concept of organization of our people, and that we have a perspective on elites, whether they're Jews or our own elites who are prone to betray us as right-wingers in one way or another. I want to get us into the habit where we are looking to them as holding them to account as a part of us. And we also hold rank and file to account that way too. And what was that for?
Oh, because I was drinking coffee.
Because it's not Hitler?
Because I was drinking coffee.
Okay, well...
And plus, I don't respect you enough to mute myself.
I don't respect you either, so... We'll just agree to disagree.
Oh, fucking A. Yeah. Do you keep track of your metrics? Like how many people actually how many people actually view your website per month? Like how many unique visits you get? Daniel, do you keep? Are you there, Daniel? Is Daniel is muted? Can? Oh, Daniel dropped out. Dude, Conop, you use your other account. I'm sure your other account would work. Yeah, it's funny how Daniel dropped out as soon as I asked him how popular his. Oh, what is this? What is this link that? Oh, Jesus Christ! The icing on the cake are you fucking Europeans. You never heard that saying before. That's a very common. It's a very common American saying. Jesus Christ. Jen, are you there? Jen is muted as well. Is anyone here? Can chat still hear me? Am I the only one here? Can I get a Sieg Heil in chat if you can hear me? if I'm the only one here, I'll just and people can hear me. I'm going to keep reading the article that that Daniel wrote about me. All right, so apparently I'm the only one here right now. All right, Seagull, everyone, Seagull. All right, so yeah, Daniel. Once again, Daniel has the spurg out, and he has to rage quit because that's the thin-skinned faggot that he is. So, but we've got an article that Daniel wrote about me. So we'll go back to that since Jen is also muted, and I think Babs is asleep or something like that. So here, let me screen share real quick. All right. So, all right. The paragraph that I left off on was sure. OV is falling out with former white associates, e.g., people calling themselves the gas station. The right is inherently unstable. See, this is why I brought up, the idea of Daniel being a leftist. He talks about the right being inherently unstable, but what about the left? What about the left? Oh no, the left is, and I'm not saying that there's anything. I mean, there are things wrong with the left, but Daniel likes to make a clear delineation between his left and the other kinds of lefts that are out there. I mean, all leftists love to make a difference between, Hillary Clinton isn't a true leftist. Only Elizabeth Warren is a true leftist. Only Bernie Sanders is true leftist, or whatever it might be. Leftists always love to differentiate between what is really leftism. And the point that I was making is that, sorry, bro, Hitler had leftist ideas as well. So if you want to call yourself a leftist, then oh well, shit. I guess Hitler's in your same camp. Oops. All right, so typically. He's talking to Jews now, of course. Well, I mean, okay. Well, here, let me read the end of the sentence. Because they want to maintain the association of Hitler and white nationalism. It's divide and conquer. Divide and conquer. Well, this is a fucking horribly. Wait, hold on. He says he has a little hyperlink, and it says typically. So let's see what this is. The alternative right's big tent would additionally include Jews for some unknown reason. Colin Liddell. I've never heard anything from Colin Liddell, so I can't say anything about him. So if Daniel was trying to associate me with Colin Liddell, I don't know. I mean, I can't really comment on that. But here's the thing, right? Is that so? Daniel says, typically, I'm talking to Jews now. of course. No, I've talked to Jews ever since the beginning. I mean, even before I did my own streams, I was talking with Babs. I was talking with the Duvid. I was talking with who's that other guy? That fucking Youngsberg. Whatever, that young Jewish Spurg. Because they want to maintain the association of Hitler and white nationalism. Well, I'm not saying that Hitler and white nationalism are the only connection, but to say that Hitler and white nationalism aren't connected is disingenuous. To say that it's divide and conquer is that's a fucking leap of logic. I mean, I don't know how you go from Hitler and white nationalism going to divide and conquer. That it doesn't even make sense. Hitler and white nationalism are connected. All right, next paragraph. It is one thing to say, quote unquote, okay, Hitler and the Nazis had their reasons, and they had some things right, unquote. But if one is to exercise 20/20 hindsight, oh God, here we go. Is everyone ready? Is everyone ready for some fucking retardation coming after this? If one is to exercise 20/20 hindsight, the place to find it is not in Nazi propaganda. I kind of wonder about that. Daniel likes to talk about Nazis being imperialists, Nazis being supremacists, and all this kind of thing. There's a very, I'm not sure if it's famous or not, but there's a propaganda quote unquote poster, and I mean actually I just want to talk about propaganda for a real quick second. Just because something is propaganda does not mean it's not true. Propaganda just means a form of media that is meant to convince someone of something. So just because you're trying to convince someone of something does not mean that the methods that you're using are disingenuous. So, I mean, just because something is propaganda does not mean that it's incorrect. And there was a Nazi propaganda poster from 1936 or so. I have it saved on my computer. I could pull it up. But I'd have to look for it. But it's a poster of it. The quotes are, or the text is, it says France in 100 years, and the picture in the poster is of a zoo exhibit. And I'm sure some people in chat have seen this poster before. So the text says France in 100 years. And the picture is two of these stereotypical French-looking people. You got the man in the top hat with the monocle, and then you got the woman with the kind of like flapper haircut with the kind of like curls on the sideburns, and she's smoking the cigarette with that like long plastic piece. I forget what they're called. These two very stereotypical French people, but they're in a zoo exhibit. They're like down in these, like, everyone remembers Harambe, right? When that toddler fell into Harambe's pit, like that's the kind of pit, the zoo pit that these French people were in. And then on the upper viewing area of the pit, France is the people looking down on these white French people, this white French couple, are a bunch of fucking nogs, a bunch of fucking Africans, a bunch of fucking Negroes, a bunch of fucking N-words. And, well, I mean, were the Nazis wrong? You know, and, you know, the original point, I mean, obviously it's important that the Nazis were right about that. You look at France today, and, I mean, France is basically, I mean, I'm sure everyone remembers that picture of Macron taking a picture with those two Negroes saying, and Jesus Christ. I mean, you can't make this shit up. The Nazis were right. The Nazis were right. And why would they... Here's the thing. Here's the real point that I want to make. Not only were the Nazis right about the future of France through this propaganda poster, but why would they even put out this propaganda poster unless they actually cared about the future of France? I mean, they obviously cared about the future of French people. I mean, and this goes back to, was Hitler a warmonger, or, was Hitler, actually wanting peace? And, I'm sure there's plenty of English people out there, or British people, who know, if you know your British history, Hitler actually did a lot to try, he spoke a lot and did a lot to actually try to come to peace with the British Empire. The whole war with Poland only happened because of the Jewish influence. So, this is my problem with Daniel, is that he likes to say that, his arguments are so simple and, he doesn't need to debate them. I mean, I could easily say the same thing to Daniel. My arguments are very simple as well. But the thing is, here's the difference between me and Daniel, is that at least I'm willing to debate the arguments. Daniel has this superiority complex to where he's not even willing to have the fucking debate. And let me check back in with chat. Sorry, because I mean, how do you like that, chat? I read one sentence and went on a 15-minute tangent. Not a tangent, but a 15-minute answer. So I see Conop says, do the Jew voice. Oh God, but Conop, you have the real good Jew voice. I swear, I don't care what the votes were. Conop in that contest we had, Conop had the real Jew voice. Colin Liddell is horrible. I've never heard him. I don't know. I can't say. I don't know anything about him, to be honest. I've heard his name, but I've never heard anything from him. Let's see. Jim Johnson says, talk about the Bleaks, or the maybe the Bleaks. Yeah, I think I did that. And all right, DB Cooper is talking about Colin Liddell. Oh, all right, here we go. Claire Khaw says, you always go back to Hitler because he is the only Semite you know from your history. Wrong. Oh, wait, that took the strongest action against Jews. I mean, the strongest action? Well, I guess that depends on if you believe. Well, that depends on if you believe in the Holocaust. I mean, what I know about Hitler is that he set up the Havara Agreement. Hitler set up. Actually, it's kind of the opposite, Claire. I think that Hitler was the most reasonable with the Jews. You look at what a lot of the medieval societies did, where they would lynch the Jews or round them up and do unspeakable things to them. No, I think Hitler was much more compassionate towards the Jews, or the Jew. I don't know. I mean, everyone knows that Jews are a hive mind. So yeah, Hitler was compassionate towards the Jew. Maybe I don't know. Maybe I don't know. I'm just shooting and speculating. Who knows? Maybe if Hitler was less compassionate, he might have actually been more successful.
What's up?
Oh, are you back?
Yeah, had a little social engagement. What I miss, I see a certain
Daniel's
person
gone.
No longer here. Was it a rage quit?
Yeah, it was. I mean, what do you expect? Daniel is like, I went back and started reading more from the article that he wrote about me, and it's funny. He was saying that all of these arguments are so easy to disprove, and it's just like I could make the same statement against you, Daniel. But the difference is that I'm actually willing to sit here and tolerate your presence and actually debate it. But Daniel is not. Daniel cannot say the same thing. So all things being equal, Daniel is actually more of the faggot.
Well, I feel like you and Conops could just talk forever about that stuff.
About what stuff?
Well, history.
I mean, isn't it important to talk about history?
Narratives. Well, yeah, it is important. It's just I would argue, science is more important.
Well, I mean, science and history are not necessarily separate from one another.
Well, I'm pretty much as separate as you get.
How so?
Can you think of two subjects that are more disparate than science and history?
Yeah. Women's studies.
Okay. Well, I was only counting legitimate fields of study, but
right. I mean, that's exactly the point, right? I mean, would you say? I mean, history.
Okay, this is why okay, because history is about cataloging what happened, whereas science is about making models to predict the outcome of systems. So they're completely different goals and different approaches. Like, you're better at history if you keep a really scrupulous record, right? Whereas you're only good at science if you can actually figure out the mechanism, whereas history, I don't know. I guess you could argue.
No, so, I mean, are you saying that it's not possible to be objective in history?
I think there's degrees of objectivity.
So, you're saying that it's possible that Norvin is to some degree correct about AIT?
Well, AIT.
Gotcha.
It's not, that's not a gotcha. There's no.
No, it's totally a gotcha. All right, go ahead. Explain why it's not a gotcha.
Take something like the Bible versus some.
No. Let's talk about AIT. No, don't change the subject. Let's talk about AIT.
Well, you brought it up in relation to degrees of, like, there's degrees of something being verifiable, right?
Yeah.
Like the Bible.
Well, I mean, you're certain that AIT is wrong, right?
Well, right.
Yeah. Go on.
Well, there's no. It's not the same as what I was first describing.
Oh, there's no evidence.
There's no
Wait,
evidence.
but evidence in history is different from evidence in science. You said.
I said within history, some evidence is, I don't know what they call it, but like a survey from 322 AD for a random town versus.
Wait, are we on the same page? Are we on? Let's be sure we're on the same page about what history is, right? When I say history, I mean I'm not just saying like, we have the Odyssey or we have the Iliad, I mean, history involves more than just, written accounts of things, right? History involves archaeology. I mean, it involves, other harder sciences as well. All right. It's kind of history to me is kind of this kind of like big tent, kind of umbrella kind of subject, if that makes sense.
Okay. Fine.
Just like when we talk about science, physics is related to chemistry, is related to, mathematics, is related to whatever, right? AIT, Super High T says no one knows what the fuck AIT is. It's Aryan invasion theory. It's the idea of did Europeans go to India or did Indians go to Europe? Is basically the basic premise, I think.
Okay, I just got the answer from the astral realm. It's primary and secondary sources in history. You understand that there's
I know the difference. Yeah.
Okay, so there's no such thing. There's no such distinction in science.
Yeah, but you're still not. That's not what I said, though. That's not addressing what I said. Primary and secondary sources are merely when it comes to like diaries or, reading texts. Reading text is not the only thing that history is about. History involves other things besides just the written word.
Okay, I get that.
Like I said, it's a big tent. It's a big tent thing.
So, but you understand that history is just one domain, and why someone may find science to be a more important domain to spend most of their time having these infinite conversations about. Right?
What? No, what? Say that again. Sorry.
The point is, you and Conops could probably talk forever on a desert island about World War II, and you'd both be perfectly happy.
And it's so boring for the rest of us.
Oh, Claire's back.
Everybody has a conversation. Like Claire could talk about herself forever.
I don't talk about myself. That's not fair, Jen. I don't talk about myself.
Astral realm and tell me what I'm thinking. Tell me my identity. Me. Come on, Claire. Who do you think you're talking to here?
I don't talk about my identity. I'm secure in mine. I don't LARP as anything. Unlike two people I could mention.
That's why you were talking to what's his name today.
You LARP as a Brit.
I don't. I just have. Well, I have to live somewhere.
Yeah. Well, why don't you move back to?
Because there wouldn't be any point. Then I couldn't be able to sell secular Quranism so well as I do.
I would think you'd be able to sell it better, actually.
No, because they'll say we're already a Muslim country. We don't need it.
Oh, but no, because you're a woman and no one would listen to you.
Maybe, I don't know. If you haven't lived in a country for long enough, people will not treat you.
No. It's not about how long you live in the country. It's about if you live in a Muslim country, then Muslims won't listen to you because you're a woman.
We do have female politicians, so that's not quite fair. We're quite liberal in Malaysia.
It's funny. Malaysia. Malaysia is a very interesting country.
It is.
Malaysia is actually very tied in with global
ethno-nationalist.
homo.
It sort of is and isn't, and it's also ethno-nationalist, which I would have thought would interest you.
Well, being tied in with global homo does not necessarily disqualify you from being ethno-nationalist.
Yeah, but I mean, it's a Muslim country, so these things are not supposed to, go on.
Like I said, there's gray areas. It's kind of, there's a lot of crossovers that happen.
Mm. And it's an interesting contrast to Indonesia, which is also a Muslim country where they have racial equality. And,
Indonesia, I don't know. Like, to be honest, like this is more a conversation for someone like Kanop, who's more familiar with Islam and all that kind of shit.
No, I mean you can always look it up later about the anti-Chinese pogroms, because the Chinese are regarded as the Jews of Asia.
Well, they are the Jews of Asia.
Well,
yeah, that's like I
technically.
was talking to Monsieur before to get in touch with her cosmopolitan Chinese roots.
Well, not really. I kind of wanted to explain to him the source of his confusion and his misuse of words. But I don't think you heard all our conversation. But I thought that was a quite helpful new angle for me, anyway. Because he's basically saying he is part of the liberal elite, but he's concerned, a bit like Connots, who kind of knows it's unsustainable and people are getting angrier and angrier, and therefore some sort of accommodation should be made towards public opinion who don't want any more immigration. And I think
Conops is a Nazi in training, is the way I see it.
Yeah, I think deep down,
he's more racist than any of you. He wants to export global homo to decrease fertility worldwide. So that's how much he cares about the lives of people in other countries.
Jonathan Polenchat says the Jews are the Chinese of Europe.
Oh, that doesn't actually make any sense. But I suppose,
well, if you have a sense of humor, it makes sense.
I suppose
But, Kanop is he's the thing is, I think Kanop will be a lot more reasonable once he wants to actually settle down and have a wife and have a family. Then he'll like that's the way it always goes. You're always more rebellious when you want to live your own life and all that kind of shit. But then as soon as you kind of want to
become a married father.
Yeah,
you will think differently.
Yeah.
And you are already in that state of mind, aren't you, OV?
Mm-hmm.
But Connops is in a kind of revolving door.
And that's the thing, is that it's Daniel was talking about how Nazism is not like the answer to anything. But I mean, if it wasn't for Nazism, then I never would have been in this mindset in the first place.
But surely you don't need to be a Nazi to want to be a married father.
No, but to say that the point that the reason that I bring that up is that to say that Nazism has no answers whatsoever is ignorant.
Well, I mean, they do have answers, which is to kick them out after starting a war.
Oh, and that answer as well. Yeah, I love kicking people out. Yeah.
But ultimately, I think all the countries who kicked people out regret it and invite them back again. They find themselves inviting them back again. Even Edward, I forget which, 7th, who passed the edict of expulsion on the Jews, they were invited back in again.
Are you talking about during Oliver Cromwell's time?
Yes.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, they were invited back because of the financial aspect, not because they wanted them back.
No, I know.
Claire.
Mhm.
Claire, remember your idea that like, well, maybe it's even scarier. No one is in charge.
Mm-hmm.
I kind of got that vibe from the convo with Monsieur that it is a bit of a nobody in charge type situation.
Well, that is a problem with the matriarchy. I actually read about it.
Claire, the matriarchy. The matriarchy. I got you, Claire. I got you.
Good. How was the party?
That was wonderful.
Were there lots of
Rising
intoxicants?
women. Yes.
Mhm. Wine and women.
I said
great.
rising women.
Rising women. Okay.
Oh God.
Were you one of them?
Well, when I threw down a couple sick moves on the dance floor, ladies really couldn't.
Jesus Christ.
Oh, if only we could see that.
No, we have seen that. Jen made a music video about it. Actually, Brunifly popularized that music video.
I kind of want to see her strut her stuff.
You never seen the video?
Yeah, no, I've seen it.
Oh,
but
okay,
it's an advanced yoga technique, isn't it? I didn't find that as erotic as the guys did, obviously.
Well, maybe if Brunifly was doing the PR for Jen's yoga class, she never would have had to it never would have gotten shut down. Look, see, Jen is like going along with the joke, which is more than you can say for fucking Daniel. Like if I said that joke to Daniel, he would have been like, blah, 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 blah. It's like,
no, I
Jesus
did
Christ.
not, motherfucker.
He is autistic, isn't he? I mean, that's the only explanation for that kind of behavior.
He's something, all right. I'll tell you that much.
Oh,
Yeah.
we don't want to put people in boxes. It's just some people are, I guess he's a little bit cantankerous, and he's kind of like Norman. Like he's very neurotic.
Yeah, no wonder he loves to hang out in Norman. They're like two peas in a pod.
Well, they can respect each other's neurosis, and they, happy.
They can respect each other's incelness.
Yeah, whereas us, we prefer the sick burns. Where? I want to make a chart about like burns versus like.
Are we talking about rug burns?
I don't even know what you mean. I'm looking up sick burns.
Look up carpet burns.
Dude, you can burn.
Yeah, I've heard of carpet burns. Oh dear, I don't think I want to know. I don't want to know.
Oh, sorry. I mean, it was out there. I had to just reach for it and grab it.
There's a question in all this, and it's who's the biggest troll?
I see. That's actually an interesting question. Like,
It is.
well, I mean, like to be a troll, you have to know the right answer and then deny it, right? You have to know what you're saying is purposely antagonistic, right?
What is thine object of trolling, my brother?
I mean, to some extent, I would actually say that I could be labeled a troll. I mean, yeah,
Hey, what you did on Luke Ford, you're definitely a troll for what you did on Luke Ford. That was pure drama queenness.
Well, no, I'd say, I mean, I would definitely say it was definitely drama, but I wouldn't say it was trolling. I think no trolling is more meta than what I did, actually. If that makes sense.
Well, you're saying trolling is you know the answer and you're deliberately representing the opposite view, whereas that's not what I consider trolling as. To me, trolling is just anything like teasing. It gets a rise out of people, I guess.
Sure, but okay, and that's the thing is that when I went on Luke Ford's stream, and talked shit, that wasn't trolling. That was just purely shit talking. If that makes sense.
I think a troll should be defined as somebody who just wants to upset people for no particular reason. But if you want to upset people to propagate a particular political message, then you should be categorized as a political activist, as I would like to categorize myself.
Right, but out of the range of political activists, you're in the troll end of the spectrum. That's why you hang around me and not Norvin.
By the way, Daniel is back in chat. He says Daniel can't stay away. He just can't keep away. He says, Claire, why do you lie, Claire? Why do you lie and say that I offer no solutions? You are a liar. You are a liar. You know that, don't you?
It sounds like we will want an item. Men talk to me like that for some reason.
Claire, why do you deny me? Why do you deny me like Christ?
Yeah. So, Otto says Millennial Woes is back on Twitter under a name that we should not disclose. So, Daniel, do you want to come back in and explain to us what your solutions are that will blow us away?
Yeah, I want to hear these solutions. Oh, he has a new comment. He says, you are like OV in that respect. Solutions are offered. And then you just proceed. To... Oh, wait, hold on. Here, let me. You were like OV in that respect. Solutions are offered. And then you just proceed to ignore it and proclaim that, quote unquote, nothing was said. Yuck, yuck, yuck.
You guys really are scum, though. You're really scumbags. Like, you're Geraldo tier.
Who? Us?
We're both.
Me and Claire?
Yeah. You're scummy for laughing at Daniel because he can't help it. That he's like that.
Are you saying we're picking on the incel right now? Daniel's gonna start a shooting. Is that what's gonna happen? I'm gonna have to like bar my door.
I'm just saying on general principle.
We're laughing at the afflicted.
Well, I wouldn't go so far as to say afflicted, but we should keep it to ideas. Claire's idea is obviously against the interests of the commoners.
All right, here we go. Round 88. Daniel wants back on. Hold on, I'm gonna give Daniel the chat or the link. Daniel wants back on. Round 88.
Jen, would you say that Daniel is a lol cow? I think I first heard that expression from you.
No, I think he's not really a lol cow. No.
Well, we'll see.
I'm trying to think of
Jen. Come on, Jen. You don't really. What do you think? You're going to convince Daniel to become part of your theocratic dictatorship?
It's not about that. I don't care what he does.
Well, sure you do. You care what I do. You care what Claire does.
I care about the truth.
You care about the truth, yeah. So you care if people believe in the truth.
As long as they don't promote their lies, I'm fine with them.
Well, so does Daniel disagree with you on anything?
Yes, I disagree. Yes, I disagree with Jen about several fundamental things.
He thinks that physics has nothing to do with biology.
I didn't say that. Never said that it has nothing to do with it. I said that biology is a different concern, especially when it's human biology, that our proper concern as white nationalists is with our biological species. You're concerned with reincarnation and not necessarily in the same biological form, and so that's a different matter. If that's what you're into, okay, but that's not white nationalism, and it's not what white nationalism should be concerned about.
You're not into reincarnation, you're not going to be able to have a country like what you want.
I didn't say that. I didn't even deny reincarnation.
It's not about.
I said white nationalists are properly concerned with their biological species.
Okay, well then you should.
And that's our focus, and furthermore, not only are you concerned with your concept of reincarnation of the personality, but also you're concerned for Indians, and that's not the priority of white nationalists. Those are two fundamental differences, and it's kind of like a leadership cult thing. I don't go for that. There's several things but I'm not here. But really, what I came back for is I found Claire incredibly obnoxious. She's this like, I don't know. She's this chink who's like trolling all of white nationalists, trying to. When you can articulate things perfectly, she'll totally ignore it and say, "Yeah, you've said nothing." It's just lie.
Okay, what is your solution?
You're a fucking liar. I've given my solution. I've given them, even in the stream.
Can you say it in one sentence?
A concept of unionization.
What does that mean?
That means that the people, as in not you, European people, form a sense of union, which corresponds with the nation. And you're in the union or you're not.
So okay, white people.
You would not be in the union for sure.
All right. But what does it actually mean in practice, apart from you saying that white people are part of this white people union?
Yeah, how does that differentiate from the European Union?
That's just a name that somehow all European nations are bound to some sort of like kind of liberal rules of mostly economic
That sounds fucking retarded, OB. That sounds retarded what you said. You can really
it's a union of our biological kinds.
Okay, so how would it happen in America? You become dictator of America?
No, not at all. As I've said, the Euro DNA nations concept is the way it would be coordinated. You fundamentally build up a database of people who want to preserve their kinds, and then you build up a membership like that.
Okay, so you collect all their names, and they say we want to be part of this white people union.
Their DNA.
And then what happens?
Then you begin talking about what else has to be done.
What else has to be done? You're going to kick out all the non-whites, and then?
No. You don't kick out anybody to begin with. You begin developing a parallel nation with a new moral order, and then you work on land claims, however small, whether it's counties, moving eventually, hopefully, to taking back our European nations.
What do you mean by parallel nation, though?
Because you're not giving up your citizenship for now. That's too much to ask of people. Give up their benefits and so on. You're just gathering together their genetics, and with the idea that these people want to preserve their kinds.
Okay, so basically, in any European country, all the people who like your ideas would sign up for this unionization thing.
But not just in a European country, throughout the world. That's the good thing about the concept, is that it's not bound by land. By
accent governments.
Well, no, other people can do it too, but mainly I'm concerned with curating and defending European cons here.
But I'm interested in your parallel nation. What does this mean?
Well, you would begin working on towards its becoming an actual nation. maybe connect with some of the European nations that are doing a bit better in national regard. Maybe Hungary, maybe Poland, who knows, and try to further the idea. I think that Hungary and Poland would be difficult because they're Christian nations, but
I was waiting for that. Yeah.
Why would it be? Why would they be difficult?
Because they're Christian nations.
And so why is the fact that they're Christian nations going to pose a problem for your idea of the parallel nation?
Actually, no. Come to think of it, it might not. Might not.
What does a parallel nation mean in practice? What do you expect people to do ideally?
Well, it goes back to the etymology of the word nation that we're talking about are people. I'm not. That's it. That's all I had to say. I'm not going to repeat it because everybody knows it. So don't.
It goes
don't
back to the etymology. What the hell does that
mean? Natio.
Okay.
The birth of a people.
Common heritage.
Common genetic background.
So everybody, white people, would have a DNA test to qualify to be part of your parallel nation thing. Is that what you mean?
Of course.
Okay. And then what about people of mixed parentage? But
I see that as an interesting problem, and I'm interested in talking about ways to deal with that. I tried talking about it with Duvid and Brundleford, but it was impossible.
Why? They didn't want to discuss it at all?
No, he's just bullshitting me, trying to say that because I've a tiny fraction of Jewish ancestry, that I'm a hypocrite or something. It's like ridiculous.
Do you have some Jewish ancestry then, Daniel?
Like 3%, about as much as OV.
Right. Oh, so you have
well, actually, you have more Jewish blood than I do.
Maybe. Not much. Not
so
much.
Would that disqualify you from being part of this?
No, but how I would do it is that I would say that there have to be enclaves within the white nations that do maintain, a pure standard. But
if you're not white, will that do? I mean, as long as you can pass for white, it can't come.
Because a lot of Jews can pass for white. That's their crypsis. Why is this boring? Jen, why is this boring?
Because you're purity spiraling, and you haven't even said A, how you're going to impose morality, B, how you're going
I haven't been allowed to get to it.
Well, it's a pretty central question, don't you think?
Well, yeah.
Well, if I look white, can I get in the
I just said no.
White stamp?
You have to pass the genetic test because Jews can look white too.
Okay.
I don't know why that's a yawn or that's a really
the only Jews that look white. The only Jews that look white are the ones that bred with Europeans, that bred with white people,
right,
and
so
the ones that get fucking nose jobs.
Oh, so you're not expelling Jews for being Jews when you become dictator, Daniel?
Yes, they have to be part of. They go into a different nation. They have their nation to take care of them.
Right. So they're all going to Israel. All these Jews.
No, I don't know where they go. They're not going to be part of a European nation.
So they're definitely going. Right.
They're not a part of our nations.
Even though they look white.
That doesn't matter. That's beyond not mattering. That's a problem. It's called crypsis. It's a crypsis, and it's part of how they've infiltrated our interests.
Claire has
and
this
misdirected us.
Thing in her eyes where Europeans and Jews are basically the same, like mashed up into one Superman.
I'm just saying, if you want to look at people in a racial way, then if they look that race, then they are that race.
No, absolutely not. It's genetic.
Okay, so you're going to
in nature. There's a phenomenon called crypsis. Do you understand that?
Yeah. Jen's always going on about that.
Okay, well, Jews can look white. That doesn't mean that they're European or that they're not significantly Jewish to a point that we don't want them to be part of our nations.
But don't you see that what you call the Jewish problem is really a liberal problem?
Yeah, we've got a
liberalism is a hole in the European perspective that allows for Jewish infiltration, and it's also weaponized against European peoples, but it's also been kind of an objectivist proclivity, especially of Northern Europeans, that's compounded by Christianity. That's where you get into the purity spiral of trying to find pure warrant beyond nature.
What does that mean? What?
Yeah, I'm fucking lost, dude.
Trying to find
Pure warrant beyond nature?
trying to justify, trying to find your innocence and justify your position, your right to life, your right to have things, and
word salad.
Christian, this is not word salad.
It doesn't make any sense.
It makes perfect sense.
What does that mean? Find your innocence.
Actually, I think let's rephrase this. Daniel, you have a problem with Christianity, but you look at
that's not the only problem.
Right. Well, I mean, you don't see Christianity as a long-term solution, but when we look at all of the countries in Europe who are standing up against globo homo, against immigration, we have Poland, we have Hungary, we have the Visegrad group as a whole, we have Russia, we have Italy. It's all of these countries who have a strong tie to Christianity.
For now.
For now,
Italy's not doing that great, and Hungary and Poland and nations like this are getting something of a pass for the time being, while they're being primed with Christianity, because they had their nationhood taken away by the Soviets and the Nazis. So that it's a little bit, it's not going to be a popular thing to try to take their nationalism away right away. And it probably has a lot to do with that as well. Christianity can be a way of saying not Jewish, but whatever. That's your hypothesis, is that Christianity is necessary. Mine is that it's not.
I'm not saying that it's necessary. I'm just saying that you can't deny.
Yes, again, because France was Christian too. So was England. So was Holland. All these nations were Christian.
France is.
Yeah, well, that's what your Nazi perspective has to say. It has to vilify.
Wait a second. What? No, my Nazi perspective has nothing to do with it. I mean, France has always been one of the more multicultural states for a lot longer than other states, I would say.
Anyway, so let's rephrase this purity spiral and the aspiration to warrant
purity spiraling. It's not Daniel that's purity spiraling. It's us.
I'm not talking about you or me. I'm talking about the concept of trying to prove your innocence and justify your assent to some sort of power or personal agency and control. It's of course a natural thing to want to do, but when you're being harassed by, for example, Jewish language games, their pill pull, their sophistry, their casuistry, their rhetoric, Europeans not being quite as verbally gifted are going to react in these ways in accordance to their natural proclivities to try to solve things scientifically, and so they'll get into these scientific purity spirals, like whether beyond nature or below or within nature, below human praxis. That's what I was saying, and Christianity was one of the instigating factors in that purity spiral that culminated in modernity with Descartes. Anyway, so
can I just ask a question here, because I don't want to get lost. So you said this return to innocence thing, and asserting
it's not return to innocence. It's trying to establish your innocence against, for example, the idea that you're going to hell if you even or whatever you've committed a a sin if you've even thought about breaking one of the 10 commandments, which is what it says in the Sermon on the Mount. So it's really getting into your head, and that's one way that our liberalism, our quest for objectivity, is taken advantage of, and people begin to purity spiral and become disengaged, estranged from their praxis, from, as Heidegger would say, from Dasein and Nicht-Dasein.
I think I know what you're saying, but I don't think most people will be able to understand that. Unfortunately,
It can be rephrased, and there's ways to get them to understand it. It's really not that hard.
I think it would be easier to complete the system of German idealism than to get that.
No, don't do the Claire on me. It's easier to do secular Coranism or German.
Well, I mean, that's what the elites essentially want. A member of the elite told that to Claire on this very stream.
Well, if you have a concept of unionization, which is the opposite of liberalism, although they are always trying to get people to believe that the left is the problem now because that suits them. They don't want people organized against their elite exploitation, especially since 2008 when they ascended to greater hegemony than ever. When you have that in place, then you can begin correcting the injustices of gender relations. For example, one thing that I always recommend is that there be an option for sex as sacrament for some people to choose, and that should be taken very seriously, and that'd be institutionalized.
So like you need a copy of the Kama Sutra? Get things
No,
started?
no. This is we're talking about marriage, lifetime monogamy, for those who would opt for that.
Oh, because when you said sex will be sacralized, I had this image of people, having sex in front of a bunch of people in cloaks. But that's not what you meant.
Not exactly, no. Although it should in a sense be taken very seriously, because that's the way that people come into the world. It's confirming, it's disconfirming.
Okay, who in the right mind would disagree with that?
I don't know.
Well, it seems absolutely,
Especially because it's the best thing about it is that it's an option, and this gives us something of an advantage over Islam, because you're not saying you have to choose for the monogamy, but you have to allow for that option, and that you have to allow for the option of that there are institutions of marriage and monogamy considered sacrosanct, and you can be a part of the union and treat sex in, say, a more celebratory manner. But you still have to respect the option of the sacred. And there would be, Claire starts talking. One thing she'll start to do good is she'll start talking of practical ways to implement this. And there'll be some degree of penalty for the more celebratory way, and some reward for those who choose monogamy. But the good thing about there being an option is that it gives us an advantage, a liberal advantage over Islam.
Daniel, I'm still waiting for you to talk about practical solutions.
Well, this is practical.
What is practical?
Getting our ideology in place first. Otherwise, practical solutions will go nowhere. Unionization is practical. DNA nations is practical.
I mean, unionization is already something that's in place, right? Ethno-nationalism is already something that's been established.
It's a form. Yeah, it's a form, but it's being referred to explicitly as unionization isn't quite and something other than being against the left is not in place. And one of the reasons for it to be not put in anti-leftist terms is because leftism is associated with social concern, with
So you are a leftist. You admit
with
it.
compassion. Not exactly.
No.
I'm a white left ethno-nationalist. Social concern primarily for our people, and so this compassion and accountability that it allows for is going to. That's what creates the way for a popularization of the movement, because a lot of these right wing stuff, it's brutality, alienates people.
Are you saying that Hitler was a right winger?
Yes.
Guys,
He had left cover until the night of until the night of the long knives. He had left cover.
I gotta
He
go,
had left
guys.
cover.
Nice talking to you.
All right, seagull, Jen.
Bye.
Bye, Jen.
Anyway,
What do you think about that?
Claire asked me, and I could go on and on. She doesn't want me to, but I just want her to stop lying about me and saying that I propose no solutions. And it's not true. Just stop saying that, Claire. Okay, what?
Okay, so you get people who want. You're basically asking white nationalists to identify as white nationalists. That is what unionization really means, isn't it? And then the next stage is parallel nation. I'm not sure what this means.
That just means taking steps towards institutionalization of this virtual nation that's set forth by the DNA database.
Okay, so you already take an extreme position. You're already purity spiraling before you.
How is it purity spiraling?
All right, wait. Here we go. Actually,
how is it purity spiraling?
Wait. Hold on. Claire made a comment in chat. Little bit of cover, I guess you could say. She says unionization equals identifying as an ethno-nationalist. Civic nationalism is the only way to go. You could always turn ethno-nationalist later. Yeah, I'm sure you've got something to say about that, Daniel.
Oh, I don't agree. How can you turn ethno-nationalist later after your genome has been overrun?
Yeah,
it's irreversible.
How do you unionize, under civic nationalism?
You can't. Well, you can, but it's not. You're unionizing your death.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny because I fucking hate Aristotle. But Aristotle got the concept of philia correct, 2,000 years ago. The idea that democracy or, the idea that brotherhood can only be, democracy can only work under a brotherhood, under the concept of a homogenous society.
But can I explain to you my plan? I mean, okay. So I'm saying you have to be civic nationalist while you're campaigning now, and later when you secure the levers of power, you can turn ethno-nationalist.
Why? I mean, why do we have to be? Why do we have to campaign as civic nationalists?
Because then you get a wider base of support. This is so obvious. Why can't you see that?
If people want to do that, I'm not stopping them. I'm proposing a different way that we are.
Wait, hold on, Daniel. I mean, let's look at this from. I mean, maybe in certain contexts, Claire is right, but I mean, look at Poland, or look at Hungary. I mean, are you saying that if Hungary, advocates, we need to. Poland and Hungary says Orban, and I don't know who the Polish leader is, but they say, we need to become civic nationalists with all these Muslim, fucking sand Negroes that are trying to come into our country. We need to get a wider base of support with these people. Are you saying that's actually a viable strategy, Claire? Because that makes no fucking sense whatsoever.
I don't think that Claire's being honest. I really don't.
This is how I see it working. It may not work out like that in practice, but basically what you need to do is you need the base to get the support you need to stop the immigration, right? You want to get rid of liberals.
What context are you talking in?
So the context would be men who want to become married fathers agreeing with your project to defenestrate the matriarchy. So you have to appeal to that.
By the way, Claire, what percentage of Britain, what percentage white is Britain right now?
I actually don't know, but
you don't know?
No, I don't know. I don't know off the top of my head. I'm just saying it's still
you
majority.
are totally not white.
It's still majority white, as far as I know. It's still majority white.
How can you be around these circles for so long and not know what percentage Britain?
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
It does matter.
It doesn't matter to Claire.
Of course, it doesn't matter to Claire.
That's the problem.
The principle is the same anyway. You don't campaign on racial terms until you secure the levers of power. This is how I'd work anyway. It doesn't matter what race I am. If I'm an ethno-nationalist, you need to be a civic nationalist first to get the support you need to defenestrate the matriarchy.
If some people want to try that, that's okay. That's not what I'm advocating. It's we have to defend our people now.
Yeah, but you won't be able to the way you're doing it.
Yes, we will be able to.
You weaken yourself. You turn
yourself. No, because I didn't say to give up your nationhood. I didn't say to give up your citizenship.
I'm not saying that either. I'm just saying, from now you have to campaign.
So you say they can't do this and they can't do that. Yes, we can.
Well, you're not getting any work
and the
done,
good thing,
because it's so bizarre that nobody.
No, but it's not bizarre. There's nothing bizarre about ethno-nationalism. Is completely normal.
You do have a few people prepared to say that, but there is no ethno-nationalist party, is there?
Yeah, well, we know why.
Yes, there is actually.
Where?
It's called. We've already been over this. I mean, Poland as a country is ethno-nationalist. Hungary as a country is ethno-nationalist.
Well, people can be unstatedly ethno-nationalists, but they probably wouldn't be allowed in the West anymore. I mean, I can think of a few parties like the National Front, but they'll probably be outlawed soon. So you can't campaign under that label.
This is where the parallel aspect comes in. We don't care if these powerful elites are going in a different direction. Ultimately, we're gonna pursue our own way. We're not asking for permission. We're not begging the public to understand. We're concerned with those people who do understand now, and we're moving forward.
The people who do.
I want to come back for a second to this difference between sex as sacrament and sex and treating sex in a more free for all type of way.
Actually, Daniel, actually, if I could interrupt, if you don't mind, Matthias Conquest. Or Cronquist, rather, has an interesting comment that I haven't thought of before. I've never seen it mentioned before, actually. Claire loves to talk about how the path to ethno-nationalism lies through civic nationalism. Matthias actually brings up a great point where we could turn that same argument back on Claire, where Claire talks about how Christianity is all about idolatry, Christianity is all about blah, 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 blah. But Matthias says, Claire, don't campaign on a platform of Christianity is idolatry until you secure the levers of power, LOL. That's a great fucking comment, Matthias. Right? I mean, yeah. I mean, you could say that Christianity is idolatry is a form of ethno-nationalism for Claire, right? If Claire wants to get to power, if Claire really wants to secure, no, I'm sorry. Let me rephrase. If Claire wants to have secular Quranism come to power, you could say that secular Quranism equals ethno-nationalism, and thus.
Yes,
Christianity equals civic nationalism.
No,
so Claire, if you really want to get to power, you should stop talking shit about Christianity.
No, because you have to say that the reason why you're
therefore white nationalism will never stop talking about it.
Well, you can talk about it, but you don't believe in it anyway, so there's no point you guys talking about it because
really don't believe in it.
You're Christian. You hate yourself for being Christian. I get the impression that you hate
I don't hate
your
myself.
attitude.
I'm not a Christian.
What?
I don't hate myself, and I'm not a Christian.
Okay, but you hate Christianity. You see it as a problem. What's the problem about Christianity
You're
again?
not answering the question.
Are you asking me?
It's not concerned with maintaining our biological kind, and it leaves us susceptible to our enemies.
The only ethno-nationalist religion is Judaism. You know that, don't you?
Yeah.
So you can't, and you can't do
yes, we can.
Judaism.
Yes, we can.
Oh,
We can have
How
an
can you
ethno-nationalist
do
religion.
Judaism? I mean, how can
We're not going to do Judaism. We're going to do a religion that's about our people.
What you're going to create a new religion like Gandalf, and you think that's somehow going to take to you?
Yes.
And have you are you anywhere near completing this creation of a new religion?
No, but there's people who are already doing things that are worthy of sacralization, and that's where we began.
Okay, so
Claire, you're never going to agree. So let's just stop.
No, I'm telling you that I
Yeah,
know,
you're telling me.
I'm informing you of the fact that I know a white nationalist. Okay, I mean, in America they're called an ethno-nationalist. I happen to know, and he's obviously going to these services that are all about, doing stuff together as I don't know, worshippers of the Nordic pantheon or something. And,
are you talking about the Church of Creativity, Church of the Creator?
Maybe I don't know.
That's one of them.
Okay, and it involves blowing a horn.
Sorry.
Yeah, you're getting my idea now, and we know which
okay.
There's a horn at their services, don't we? So you end up imitating them and not doing it as well.
Here's the point. Even if white people wanted to, they could not avoid being a part of a moral order. So we slowly but surely make the moral order more explicit and make them more conscious of it, and make and guide it towards it's looking after our interest as a people and protecting us as a people. Protecting our borders. And it's and just that those simple ideas have to be promulgated, and that's a big start. And then the gender problems can be started.
And you don't have any of it because you're also degenerate.
How do you know?
It's true, isn't it?
No.
I have observed you people for quite a while now, and you can't seem to find a leader. And it's so bad now.
We don't need a leader. We're leaderless.
Yeah. Again, we don't need a leader. Then nothing will happen.
We need a concept.
Yeah, and
you're the one looking. You're the one looking for daddy, not me.
Well, people do.
We just need like-minded. We need like-minded people.
And you're even denying.
Do you see the popularity of these DNA tests? People do care. They are interested in their heritage.
Have we asked what is the roadmap from civic nationalism to ethno-nationalism?
You're asking me. Well, once you're civic nationalist and you do what you want, then in theory.
Wait a second. No, civic nationalism is the opposite of doing what you want.
No, you're confusing civic nationalism with what we have now. I'm saying what we have now is not civic nationalism because there is
what
no
is
government.
Civic nationalism then? Let's be on the same page.
I'm saying civic nationalism is, nationalism, as far as I'm concerned, is a government governing in the national interest. No Western country has a government governing in the national interest. So
we
don't.
What is national interest? How do you define the national interest?
The idea that it wants to govern itself as a nation. It values the fact that it's a nation.
What is a nation?
We don't got that in the UK, where the overwhelming majority of the politicians are scrambling and begging and screaming to remain in the EU.
What is a nation?
A nation is a specified piece of territory with the people in it who are citizens of that nation. That is how I define it.
So how do you define what is in the people's interest?
Well, to remain in existence as a sovereign state, i.e. having control over one's own borders, is a sign of nationhood. Having an independent foreign policy is a sign. Having your own currency, or having the right to exclude people.
That's got nothing to do with people.
Well,
people change and borders stay the same.
Indeed, and you, as long as you have some rule of whom you call a member of your nation, and that your politicians aren't, falling over themselves and raising their arm to say what they can do for illegal immigrants, like your politicians did at the Democrat convention.
So we're
that's right. The rules will facilitate the leaders as need be.
Well,
but the rules have to be in place. The rules for ethno-nationalism are that this is a genetically homogeneous people, and that they have borders and bounds for membership.
Okay, and you're saying it's not enough to even pass for white. They have to be what's a percentage they need to
pass for white? Hello, fellow whites. Hello, fellow whites.
Well, there might be that has to be hashed out, but there might be percentages of partially mixed people that are allowed up to a point.
So there will be no non-white people in your nation?
3%, right?
What do you mean?
After about 3%.
Yeah. No. As a matter of fact.
I'm busting your balls.
I know that. No. I'm talking. I'm reacting to Claire.
Oh, okay.
There'll be no more white people. No. As a matter of fact, one of the things that I would see to being done is that there are certain numbers, a certain quantity of pure types that's absolutely maintained. And that somebody who's partly mixed would not be allowed to marry into that. With that purity level maintained, then some of the pure types, if they want to intermarry with someone who's 3% or something, then they could.
You probably won't mind a few foreigners in your country once the rules have been changed.
I mind.
Okay. It depends. It depends what they're doing. It depends what they're doing there.
What is a few? Let's define it.
I don't know, but currently, it's your own status, which is a kind of subjective, abstract thing.
I would allow for certain and if people couldn't think this is terrible, I'm not going to fight for it. But I can conceive of there being like little Chinatowns and things like that, provided that they did service. They did service. They would have to do service in maintaining the border, for example. They would have to be accountable to maintaining the overall native population. And
yeah. Here, let me go a little bit further, Daniel. Yeah, you're right. You're right, Claire. I wouldn't mind having a few, foreigners in the country. If one, they're, like they run like a fucking Chinese restaurant or a sushi joint or something like that. I mean, God forbid, even a fucking Mexican taqueria. But there's caveats that come with that. One, they're not allowed to vote. Two, they're not allowed to be. They're not allowed to have any citizenship rights whatsoever. All right.
Yeah, so you change the rules.
Well, they have defensive right. You can't persecute them.
Well, I mean, what
I'm sure he would like to. Or he'd say he wouldn't and persecute them later. But this is what I'm suggesting. You need to change.
What do you mean by persecution, Daniel?
You can't just abuse these people because they.
Well, what do you mean? Define abuse.
You said no. I don't know.
They're not
decide you're going to take their women.
They cannot have the same rights as citizens.
I don't know. Might be some quasi status. I'm not sure how that would work out, or if it even should be worked out. But I would say, for them to do that, they'd have to be.
They cannot have any influence on the political process.
Yeah, well, yeah, okay, I can agree to that, but it's worse than that in a sense for them. They would be obliged to do border service to make sure that
I wouldn't trust them to do border service, to be honest. I mean,
well, if they fucked up in their border service, then they'd lose their citizenship.
Well, no, wait. They don't have
not citizen, lose their capacity to live in their enclave.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Like I wouldn't even.
It's just an idea. I don't care that.
I know what you mean. Yeah, I would rather have them be kind of like NPCs, NPCs not in the like kind of derogatory sense, but NPCs and like they're just there to service,
the reason why I'm talking about trying to be like cool with Japanese and Chinese in this way is because I want them on our side. And if we allow as things
they already are on our side to an extent.
Not necessarily. As they move as you move westward towards Europe, there could perhaps be enclaves of their people, and then in turn they might allow for enclaves of ours eastward into Asia and Siberia.
Dude,
and we could sort of perhaps work things out like that, because obviously the Japanese and the Chinese are they're definitely looking for some land and resources in.
Dude, I can tell you right now,
and this would be a means to get them on our side, perhaps.
I've got a Vietnamese dentist, and she, I've got
she
kind of
floats your boat.
Well, she's not unattractive, and I mean, I mean, when I say that, I mean, yeah, she is. I don't mind looking at her. I've got a big mouth, and I talk about politics with everyone that I come across, basically. And so I'm sitting down and, we're shooting the shit while I'm lying down in the chair. And, I talked to her about, Nazism. Essentially. I mean, not in so many words, but, I'm like kind of like halfway saying it, And she tells me about this like trip. And this is not the only, Vietnamese person in particular that I've heard this from. She tells me about she went to France one time, and she was going there expecting it, because you remember like when we were growing up, like France is like, like one of those romantic cities, or like going to Paris and sitting in the cafes and eating croissants and drinking wine and blah 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 blah. And she's telling me about her trip there, and she's like, "I'm never going back." And I'm like, "Why?" Well, actually, I'm kind of mixing it up. She's like, "I went there and I was expecting it to be the city of romance, and you know what it was? This is what she's saying to me. She's like, It was full of fucking Negroes." And she's like, "I'm never going back."
Yeah, I saw the transformation in Paris myself. I caught it. I went there first time. It was in the dead of winter, so none of the blacks were out, and it was really nice. But then I went back again during the summer, and it pissed me off so much that I had to leave. I mean, I had planned to be there 5 days. I just couldn't stand it.
Yeah, so like the idea of like even if Asians create their own enclaves in Europe, like Asians are a lot like whites, and where they, white nationalists, I guess you could say,
and a lot of them don't want to intermix themselves. They're against it.
Yeah. So We don't really have to try too hard. I mean, Claire is the most.
It's
Claire,
not so unproblematic.
well, yeah, Claire is
White
the
guys
most
like the women. The women sometimes go for the white
agent
guys.
that I've ever come across. I would say.
Well, anyway, so Claire, there are things that I'm proposing. I don't have to go into it now, but I'd appreciate if you stopped saying that. Is she there, or did she go to sleep? What did you do?
She's
Sorry,
muted.
I'm sorry. I was distracted by the chat. I didn't hear what you said.
I said, yeah. So, Claire, I'm not going to. I don't have to go into it now, but there are many things that I propose, and I'd appreciate if you would stop saying that I'm not.
Well, I suppose when people don't acknowledge your solutions is because they either don't understand them or don't think they'll work, and I guess that's basically the problem with you, Daniel. That they can't remember what you actually say. So everybody identifies as white nationalists. Have their DNA test. Join clubs of white nationalists.
Not clubs.
Then
no, don't storm that line. You try to make it sound silly. It's not silly.
Okay, they must somehow.
Okay, you just indicated a few very simple and important ideas that are not hard to understand. Right there.
Yes, I'm waiting for you to continue.
Well, and then there has to be a discussion about the fact of what a moral order is, that there's no avoiding it. That
patriarchy.
The reason, as I've said, and I said this in the chat, you just ignore it. The reason why you're so caught up on this supposed patriarchy thing is because, and the reason why that's come about, this sort of tyranny of the female perspective, is because there's no borders, there's no boundaries, so they're being pandered to from all angles, especially from Jewry, and they're pandered to, and it gives them a lot of power in the short term, and they reconstruct that power by acting as gatekeepers and letting only through the most liberal men.
Yeah, so you need to.
We need to have borders so that we need to have borders so that they're not pandered to in that way.
No, you need to say what the problem is before you can.
I am saying what the problem. Yes, I am.
Talk about
I am.
Will you shame sluts?
Well, I think
yes. I like the shaming sluts idea.
Okay, so how are you going to do it?
But anyway, so
talk about
this. But these females are in a very powerful position. They're inciting genetic competition.
Daniel, you're missing the argument that Claire is actually making secretly, where Claire did a stream a few days ago, maybe a week ago, something like that, where she says that anti-Semites who are angry at the Jews should really be angry at liberalism.
Well, we have, it's both. It's not either or. We have to be angry at our liberals and hold them to account, and right-wingers too.
No, not liberals. Liberalism.
Yeah, we have to. Liberalism is the water in which we swim, and that's being.
But where did liberalism come from? I mean, so Claire is saying that anti-Semites are wrong to say that liberalism came from the Jews. K-Mac is wrong. Kevin McDonald is wrong. The culture of critique is wrong.
In a sense, it doesn't matter. But the thing is that we have.
Oh, it does. I mean,
well, let me put two sentences together when you're ready. I'll answer Claire's question.
Yeah.
It didn't matter when we were not so subject to foreigners being liberal, being concerned more with the challenges of nature. This was okay, and this was our proclivity, and so you could say, in a sense, it somewhat starts with particularly our Northern Europeans, but then when we were confronted with those Middle Easterners whose challenges are more those of other tribes, then their Manichaean nature, their trickster nature, came into play, and they imposed this Christianity on us, in order to get us to work against our own interests, and they started weaponizing liberalism against us further. But liberalism is, she's a little bit right in the sense that liberalism and right-wingism, which stem from the same objectivist root, that they are holes, they're vulnerabilities in our system that others can take advantage of. But that doesn't mean that the Jews are, innocuous and not responsible for a lot of that weaponization. Of course they are. This stuff about that we shouldn't blame Jews that Claire is putting across is, I don't know who's paying her to say that, or what she's maybe she's just looking to be let off the hook for her past actions. Member of the BNP. I don't know.
Not really. I'm just saying, there comes a point when blaming people is not productive. You just want to sort the problems out rather than, point the finger at people. Just get on with solving the problem. Fix the roof.
If they are to blame, then there's something that you have to look at. But you have to look at things in a full survey, a full.
I make the assumption that even if there were no Jews around, your own people would be subverting the system, because there will always exist subversives who will try and break the law. So, just plug the loophole and solve the problem that way.
That's what the concept of postmodernity was originally conceived to do with Heidegger and so on. It was to close that modernist hole. And Nietzsche was a critic of it. Vico before that. But I don't know. It's impossible to say one way or the other what it would be like without Jews. One thing's for sure: Jews are other people, and they can take care of themselves. And we are well warranted to put forth a working hypothesis that they are other. There's all kinds of evidence that they're antagonistic, that we have to be separate from them, and pursue our autonomy to get our systemic homeostasis working again.
And and the thing is that Jews aren't just antagonistic towards white people. I mean, Jews are antagonistic towards everyone. Oh, Claire.
Well, look, you're just saying, what you're saying, Ovi, is that there will be clever people who will see the loopholes and exploit them. And even if there were no Jews, that'd be
no, we're not just
of your own race. And you keep going back, because you're LARPing as this Nazi. And I'm saying, if they're loopholes, plug them and get on with it instead of hopping on about Jews.
I would.
It's important to
prove that I'm not
It's important. It's important to talk about Jews now, because they are a huge part of the problem. They're huge. They're in 7 to 9 niche enclaves of power and influence, and their genetic pattern is also antagonistic. And this is something that could only be talked about now with the internet. In the days prior to the internet, everybody was in the dark. It was terrible. They had the controlled media, and so it's important that people come to understand this. Otherwise, they're not going to know what's going on. Yeah, there are some people who say that we have no part in this whatsoever, and that's ridiculous. But to say that the Jews are insignificant.
Okay, just plug the loopholes and fix the problem. And once it's plugged, then
how do you plug the loopholes?
You're not even talking about it, though.
How do you plug the loopholes?
One party state.
Why are they trying to? How are they keeping the loopholes open by saying that the left is the problem?
Unless
you change your political system.
Plugging the loopholes. What are the loopholes that we're talking about?
One-party state. You need to become a one-party state.
We already are. Liberalism is already a one-party state. It's
liberalism to be official. Like
liberalism and right-wing objectivism beyond accountability to our union. That's the loophole. And the way you plug it is with the concept of unionization. It's the opposite of liberalism. You're in the union or you're not. No Jews in this union. This is for a union for European people.
Socialistic.
It's just common sense, and it's not about equality. It's not about trying to. If some people are doing, this is where Rowland tried to straw man me. That's why I wanted to come to the conversation to begin with. He's trying to say that I'm against elites. I'm not against elites. If people are meritorious, they can have more and be and reap rewards, but they have to be accountable to our people. They can't betray us.
Yeah, that's what Hitler said as well.
Hitler wasn't all wrong. I never said that.
Yep. See you, Kyle, brother. See you, Kyle.
So what changes in the political system do you propose, Daniel?
Oh, I think it's a disease. I would just not even try to. I would just try to start a new polity, a new politics, a new.
What does that mean?
Like I said, from the ground up, beginning with our genetics, with our start.
Okay, I'm saying if you become a one-party state, then all your problems will be easier to sort out. So because you wouldn't be...
Wasn't National Socialism a one-party state?
Yes. Of course it was. So was fascism.
Just checking.
Yeah, of course I know that.
All right, just checking.
I mean, I've been saying this for so many years, and you
have a problem with National Socialism.
Well, I don't want to be obviously anti-Semitic, do I?
But you don't mind Europeans getting killed.
Who being killed by whom?
by quote National Social by Nazis.
Wait, no.
Oh, no, I'm talking to Claire. As long as Jews aren't killed, it's okay.
Europeans are not being killed by National Socialists today. Europeans are being killed by Africans, by sand Africans, sand Negroes.
She just wants to make sure she doesn't care if Europeans get killed. It's okay just as long as Jews don't get killed.
No, I'm saying that. Look, I don't even know who you mean when you say these Europeans are getting killed by whom.
Rotterdam, the Turks in Germany. I mean, come on, Claire. You know.
The Vatican.
Sort the problem out, but currently
there's a sclerosis. That prevents anyone from doing anything. I'm sure we can set up some summer camps that will sort the problem out.
Well, I'm saying talking about death camps and concentration camps is not going to...
Not a good idea. That's the problem with this right-wing way of talking.
Because they think they can just say...
I'm being a little bit tongue-in-cheek,
It's not funny, though.
But that means you're not serious. You're not serious about the whole thing. You just want to laugh and say things to shock people. And then you're going to go to North Dakota, leaving the mess behind.
Yeah, the West is a lost cause.
I have to step away for a second.
All right. Bronafly wants in. I'm sending Bronafly the link right now.
Great. Brontel is protecting Jen in the chat.
What?
Yeah. But this is quite a development.
Wait, Bronafly just made the first comment in like...
No, he's been deleting comments proclaiming the Jewishness of Jen.
Wait,
and Brontel's been deleting them. Or shouldn't I have said it? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. No. So, but I think we're arriving at a kind of détente.
Well, the person whose comments were deleted has been he's made comments all over the spectrum. I'm not really sure that you can say that Bronafly is defending.
Oh, I don't know. I mean, I think he's been saying something about Jen and I don't know.
Hey, Bronafly says he can't join. Khaw was making the same complaint. Try switching accounts. Khaw was making the same complaint. this
I
is
think,
really your problem.
yeah, I mean, sometimes you get the problem saying it. Oh, anyway.
Yeah. Oh, Jay
But
is.
I'm glad I'm getting on a bit better now.
Yeah, it's been me and Daniel were actually we went like 15 minutes without actually arguing with each other.
And Jay's in the hangout. Hi, Jay.
Hi, Claire. Hi, guys.
Hey, Seagull, Jay.
OV, thank you so much for having the courage to take up the position of my running mate.
Oh, dude, fucking A, man. I'm looking forward to it.
We've got Dr. Mengele as foreign policy advisor. So just coming to make a point. There's been quite a lot of animosity from Claire to OV regarding his National Socialism. And it is of my opinion that I think, OV, I think you've taken the mantle from Claire, because up until you came along, Claire was like famous for her pictures, and she was kind of the leader in that sort of area. And now that you've come along, you've kind of like pushed her aside. So Claire's obviously feels a bit pushed out, not much attention. So Claire's kind of gone over to Islam, and I think she's jealous.
You're very welcome to laugh at a Nazi.
Oh,
I'm very happy to be a secular Quranic.
Still not defined. How am I actually a LARPing?
Because we don't think you're serious. You just want to say you're not. Well, people, I'm not the only person to say that you're LARPing as a Nazi.
Well, how am I not being serious?
Because your solution is not serious. If you were, if you really were solutions orientated, you would be talking about the solutions. You would be blaming.
Claire, when you did your photograph, that wasn't exactly a request to be on the front cover of Vogue, was it? I mean, was that LARPing or what?
It was a way of making my point that I wished to identify myself with nationalism.
What was the point of your photograph in front of me?
Really, it was because I'd been expelled from the party. I wanted to send a message that I wasn't going to just give up and shut up. So I thought I would double down.
Why did you choose the swastika?
Well, simply because this chap in the north of England, who was ethno-nationalist, said he was going to go civic nationalist, and offered to.
Bullshit.
Really, no, it's true. It's true. It is well documented.
Claire, question for you. Who took the photograph?
The friend who.
Tommy Robinson.
The friend who accompanied me to the north of England.
Oh, was it one friend?
Yeah.
What was the religion of this friend?
Cultural Christian.
Okay.
But yeah, that was the reason, really, because I wasn't going to, show that I was going to give up and shut up, and it was a way of doubling down. So yeah, I didn't. That was the reason, really. And I thought I could say, well, obviously, even if I wanted to be a Nazi, I couldn't be one because it's impossible. But those arguments don't work on people who don't care about truth or logic.
But you must admit, Claire, you feel a little bit put out because, I mean, OV's kind of got a lot of attention, fame, notoriety. He speaks well. I mean, I know you're both unemployed lawyers, but that's not the point. But I won't mention that. That's what's quite funny. You two having a debate. It's like who can lose the quickest.
Well,
have you seen that?
Have a big idea. I am the one with a big idea, after all. So I think I'll win.
Why don't you ever talk about it?
I do. I don't want to,
what big idea?
People too much. You came on to talk about
Daniel.
yeah.
Daniel, hi there. Good, yeah. Recently, I think when you came on, you called Claire something chink.
I think I did. Yeah.
Yeah, no. I mean, I think only I've got the privilege to be that rude to her. But like, is that not a racist term, or is that? I guess it is.
I guess it is. I have a temper.
No, actually,
she was saying that she said that I offered no solutions and all this stuff, and it really pissed me off.
Well, actually, I want to answer your question, Jay. I've been rewatching. You know, as an unemployed lawyer, I've been rewatching. Are you familiar with the show Jag? Do you remember that TV show? Jag.
No.
Jag was an old American. Are you familiar with what Jag is?
No.
Judge Advocate General. It's like it's the military lawyer wing.
Right.
And back in the day, there was a TV show called Jag, where they would regular TV show, and there I was rewatching I was rewatching the show the other day, and there was one episode where one of the clients, or one of the episodes had a client where he was like saying he was this episode came out in like 1990. I don't know, like late 90s or early 2000s. The show ran from 95 to 2005. And the one of the episodes had a client where he was saying like chink and gook and like all of these, like I was like fucking like what the fuck, like I thought these were swear words, but like this show was on like regular fucking TV, So, apparently, those words are not are acceptable to be on fucking cable television.
Oh yeah, but I don't think Claire's offended by them. Is that correct, Claire? Oh, she's probably off making a bowl of rice or something. Claire, come back. Yeah, I've seen that there's one program. Oh God, what was it? And they do use words and stuff like that, or maybe it was a film. But
well, I seem to remember that Jeremy, what's his name? The Clarkson got into trouble for talking about slopes on what's that program? You know the one I mean.
The car program.
That car thing. That car program?
Yeah, but Claire, you're not easily offended. I mean, you've had like 11 years of
business. I can't afford to be, can I?
No, but it's not that I would choose to like use them kind of words, but like I occasionally do. But
you do use those kind of words, but I mean, I guess it would be silly of you to react to it.
It's a different culture in Europe than it is in America, though. I mean, you guys would agree, right?
Well, it's strange. I was talking to somebody recently, and they were saying, what's the word? That there would be, two groups of people. One was saying, saying somebody's gay is like so offensive, and so you're not allowed to even say the word. And the other group was just thinking, well, it's nothing to call somebody what's the word? A fag.
Yeah.
Like, don't be such a fag. And it's like there's one group of there's this person who says, oh, that's so terrible. This person said fag. But that person who said fag was just sort of, it's like, don't be so stupid. That's all.
In about an hour. I mean, I'm late anyway, but I'm going to go out on my kayak, and I'm not going to wear a life jacket. I can swim, but I was telling a guy yesterday. He said about a life jacket, and I just said I can't do it. I don't want to do it. It's kind of
life
gay.
Jackets are for fags.
Yeah, I think condoms, life jackets, umbrellas, rescue clubs in golf and stuff like that. I just can't do it. I mean, even coming on here without my name and my face and stuff like that. I just can't do it. You give up. I mean, but Claire, question for you. So. I remember when we first met, I said to you a joke about, like I said, why do Chinese people all look like they've run 100 miles an hour into a brick wall? And you,
I don't remember.
Yeah, but like, what could you call me? Like, I don't mind. Like, I know you've called me fatty and stuff like that before, but what would you? No, but you have though. You did a whole video where you
That's
called me
it.
fat fuck.
Yeah, but that's the only time really.
Oh, so you have done, right? Okay. So, it's like killing someone and say, yeah, but I've only done it once. You know,
I don't tend to call it fat anyway, so I might have said, stupid fat fuck a lot, a lot.
yeah,
on the
but that's
video,
okay
but
then. Well, you put stupid before it, so it's worse, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, but there you go. Yeah, but no, but I'm not offended by it. I mean, but what would be a good name for me if you were looking to? Because you hate my religion, you hate the way I handle politics, you hate the way I kind of do everything. I mean, you hate Western man. I mean, you deride everything.
Not really. I'm just saying, it's your religion. It's not working. Why don't you admit it? And then maybe you'll find the cure a bit sooner. But you can't do it. You're always going on about your wonderful religion that you don't believe in, and never did. It's like hanging on to a piece of junk, saying it's a family heirloom.
I know what it is. I say, guys, OV, Daniel, what it is if I call Claire chink, and Claire said to me, yeah, okay, whitey, I would take that as a compliment.
Yeah.
Like, there's nothing you can call me, is there?
Well, I'd rather not descend to that level. So you seem to be saying I should.
No, but you're missing the point. You're missing the point. Like, if you call a black person an N-word, they will take offense to it. But if if a black person calls a white person a cracker, or a whitey or whatever, it's just like, yeah, so what? And fuck you.
We haven't got I think if I got called a white liberal, I think I would, that's probably the worst thing. I mean, I'm not that, but I'm just thinking, I was thinking, Claire, if you had a word for, because you've called me and the guys on here everything else, but you haven't kind of come up with a name that is like it's interesting, Claire. You'll get this in a few days and probably write something about it. Why have we not got a name for the whiteys that's like derogatory?
I think there's honky or something like that. But I mean, it doesn't. That's not the thing that offends you. It's something else.
No, but we could say with condoms, we can call them like European gay or something like that.
A Eurocook.
Yeah, I mean, and he laughs, but I think it gets to him, to be honest. But yeah, I mean, yeah, just interesting. You haven't got a name for me.
Well, there's no need. I mean, I know that there are lots of things that do offend you, and it's like you do say, don't say this, don't say that, and don't, but obviously it's not a particular word, is it?
Yeah, it's giving out personal details online because you kind of have got a brain.
No, I don't do that. But you yourself mention names and whatever, and when you say that, I think it's okay, and obviously it isn't. You don't have a consistent policy. So if I make if I take your own behavior and what you say as a guide, it's going to be difficult because you have changed your mind about saying those things. So I won't say that anymore.
Okay, Claire.
Jay, real quick. Speaking of which, you brought up, the concept of being found out online. Claire, you found my Facebook page, and I didn't like tell you my Facebook page. You just found it somehow. Can you explain to me how you found my Facebook page?
We Skyped. And you gave me your real identity.
Oh, okay. So you Googled my name and okay. All right.
OV, I can promise you one thing, right? As much as what I say things about Claire and despise a lot of things about her, you'd have to chop her head off before she gave that out. You can trust her with implicitly and stuff. Yeah.
The funny thing is that Khaw also. So I have to. I think the question is more applicable to Khaw because he found out my Facebook as well. I'm gonna have to fucking private that shit or delete it or something. It's
it's even more bad news for you because if honestly, I was talking I think the other day to you or someone about this, but if people found out who you were, nothing would happen, and it'll be the most like ego deflating thing that OV the Nazi or Claire the ex-Nazi, like nobody bothers to come and knock on your door or put like firecrackers through your door or the police or whatever. Like nothing will happen.
Yeah, I'm not even. Yeah, to be honest, I'm not even worried about things happening. Like, it's like people usually are like worse. Their bark is worse than their bite. You know what I mean? I was going to ask you, Jay. Jay. No, yeah, go ahead.
I don't take offense to Claire's calling European men wimps and things like this, and saying that white women should be slut shamed, that sort of thing. What I do take offense to is her saying that a new moral order can't be worked out. May not be easy, but not only can it be done, it has to be done. It's not going to be a secular Coranism.
Well, yeah, I mean, we all take offense to different things. The question for Claire is, where does this moral order come from? Because Claire's an atheist as much as what she'll tell you.
Religion, of course. It comes from religion.
It comes from where any religion, any good religion is going to be focused on those things which are conducive to your survival as a people. Those things that aren't are going to be taboo, like being dirty and indiscriminate with your sex and whatnot. Those things are going to become taboo, and those things which foster your survival are going to become sacralized.
Yeah, so it's always marriage and family values, because that's how humans traditionally organize themselves and pass knowledge from one generation to another. And
that's a bit myopic. We're under attack as a race, as a people. So it has to be a bigger unit of the.
Well, you have to acknowledge that this is what you need to do in order to keep yourselves in.
Families, yeah, it's one thing, but it's more of on a national scale. On an ethno-national scale, that our defense is necessary and our religion has to be focused. Your family otherwise is like the best boat on a sinking ship at best. Excuse me, the best berth on a sinking ship.
The importance of supporting the marriage and family values. The government.
Well, that will be one thing, of course, but you have to support the nation first.
It's like it's just
you have to support
it's the only thing, and you can't bring.
It's not the only thing. Like I said, if you have a good marriage or a good family, and your nation is being inundated like France, then it's like having the best berth on a sinking ship.
But so Daniel, that, at least that's non-controversial enough to get people to agree with you.
So Daniel,
that's what you say.
Daniel, you're talking to Claire about marriage. I mean, do you kind of like fancy her a little bit? Could you see yourself being married to her?
No.
No.
Daniel is not. You're a bachelor, aren't you, Daniel?
Yes, but I don't. I'm not going to marry it.
Nobody's asking you to get married, but I'm just saying, bachelors really don't have much sway in these matters. It's like if you're going to get.
I'm a bachelor now. I'm not saying that I'm never going to be married.
Well, you can say that, but I'm saying, if you guys ever find a leader, that leader will already be married.
Yeah,
I'm not looking for a leader. This leader thing is like your hang up.
Yeah, but at least he had Ava.
In the bunker he was. Before he shot himself.
Well, it was very considerate of him, wasn't it?
So, Claire, just before I go off and sink my boat, I'm quite concerned because the weight limit for the kayak is 100 kilograms and I weigh 110, so it ain't going to go well. But I'm going to film it. I'm taking my GoPro out with me, so if I do.
Right now?
Yeah. Well, it's sunny and the sea's like flat, and I've got 2 or 3 hours, and I've got a guy down there who's going to help me set it up. But I'm going to film it. But if I do sink, it'll be quite funny. But just before I go, if you had to live, Claire, and just give me an answer, not some intellectual nonsensical waffle. If you had to live under a regime by Lord OV or a regime under what Daniel's proposing, which I'll be honest, I struggle to understand. Would you pick Daniel or would you pick OV?
Well, they're both going to kick me out anyway, so why bother even choosing?
No, I didn't say I would necessarily kick you out. I proposed that that there could be enclaves, perhaps.
Well, what is OV proposing? What are you proposing, OV? I don't even know.
Even he said that there could be Chinatowns.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's because he wanted his egg foo young on a Friday night, wasn't it? It wasn't for the decency.
Yeah, I want.
I do like Chinese
sushi.
food.
I want authentic sushi. Yeah, I want authentic food. But
I would like sushi, but I'm allergic to sesame seeds, and they're always using sesame oil. So.
Oh well, I mean,
I'd have to look at your manifestos. I'd have to look at your manifestos, wouldn't I?
So, I mean, I would assume that I'm probably more strict than Daniel is. Just
I hope
based
so.
on our conversations. Yeah.
Well, I'm a paradigmatic conservative. It means very strict about the borders, and more negotiable about how people live their lives within the borders. So yeah, he would be more strict than me, and I see that as one of the big advantages that we have over Islam, because it's going to appeal to more people.
Well,
wait, you have a problem with being more strict in favor of white people?
I have very strict borders. I'm not being strict in terms of certain things that have to be respected. Yeah, I'm very strict, but I'm probably not as strict about certain things as you.
Well, like what things are you less strict on?
I'm not sure. But if you're into Hitler,
hold on, I gotta grab my copy.
You're certainly into some things that I wouldn't abide.
See, you still haven't worked out the details yet. I've got everything worked out already.
I have some details, but I'm not really concerned with details. I'm concerned with what people need to know now.
They need to
know. Claire, sorry, just quickly, Claire. So for next Saturday for the election, have you got your manifesto prepared?
Yeah, it's already online.
Yeah, so I mean, I don't need to prepare mine. I mean, I already know my foreign policy and my immigration policy. They're the two things. They're the first two things that have come to mind.
I'm sure you'll do very well. Because the demographics of the voters would be, people mirroring your views.
Claire, it's not about personality. Claire, it's not about personality. It's about ideas and principles and morality. You know that.
I agree with that.
Sound judge arguments? I don't think so.
Well, we'll see. My idea against your idea, and I mean, we'll give it to the electorate.
Okay. Well, I think the best way.
I have confidence in the people on these streams. They're very bright, intelligent. You call them vegetable and plebs, don't you?
I call them morons and vegetables and anti-Semites, Islamophobes and racists. So, I don't expect to win. I don't expect to win because they don't really care.
So you're the liberal. So Claire, you're a liberal.
Of course I am. I'm not. Of course I'm not a liberal.
That's everything that you said makes you a liberal.
They don't want to
Islamophobic.
They don't want to
anti-Semite. That's liberalism.
They don't want to be seen to even risk anything. They think they can just get rid of people, and that's a solution.
Not risk.
If Daniel, if you don't want to move to Saudi Arabia and have sex with a camel, Claire calls you Islamophobic.
Don't you want to? I mean, yeah, you're just risk advertent or adverse rather.
Information the day, which is quite interesting. Claire has actually rode a camel. So Claire, why don't you tell me about your experience of riding the camel? And while you're doing that, I'll go and try to find the poor camel and see if I can bring it back to life and interview it. Carry on, Claire. How was your camel ride?
You have to be very careful not to fall off the camel as it rises. Because
they kind of go up in two stages on the knee, like then a quick upright jerk, don't they?
Yeah. So you need to anticipate, where it's going to lean, or you will fall off.
Is there any similarities to like riding a camel to being when you're on top of a man?
Nope.
Claire.
Nope.
There's no similarities. What are the differences?
Well, one doesn't involve falling off anything.
Well, I do think that Claire has a delightful voice and demeanor, but it's too bad you're such a jerk.
Well, I don't expect you to enjoy my solutions. I don't expect you to enjoy the fact that I'm the one saying what the solutions are.
I don't enjoy your imperviousness.
Hmm?
enjoy your imperviousness. You have some fairly penetrating insights into the bad behavior of people and what might be done, but these are only very limited ideas. You don't have a big idea, and you should be satisfied to participate. And not be such an egomaniac.
I'm not really an egomaniac, but I need to say that my solution is a solution. I mean, that would be the least you can expect of me, that I believe in my ideas enough to say that's what they are.
Daniel, you're talking about marriage with Claire, and then you're talking about penetrating her. And I think, no, I think I'm not. I've got a funny feeling. You said she's got a lovely soft voice.
Jay's jealous.
No, look, I'm happy. Claire, I'm happy to rent.
But that the whole time, and he's very.
I'm happy to rent you out for a month. Look, I mean, Daniel, it's what Daniel, what is it you like about Claire?
I like some of our. I like the idea of slut shaming. I like her courage to recognize.
Wow.
How problematic that Western females are at this point, and it's helpful. It's helpful coming from a woman.
OV, can you tell me Daniel's got a soft spot for Claire?
I do have a soft spot for this kind of like posh demeanor and way of speaking.
Oh, yeah.
But that's not enough.
Yeah, I definitely disavow that. I hate the fucking posh accent, to be honest.
What sort of accent do you like, OV?
Cockney.
Yeah, actually, I do prefer the northern British accent.
I actually like women speaking German. I find that sexy. It's ironic because it's so such a clumsy language, and the irony of like a
clumsy,
kind of clunky, and but the irony of like a diminutive woman speaking this sort of clunky language, it does something for me.
I was right about this. So Daniel, have you got Claire's pictures on your like screensaver on your computer?
Oh yeah.
Claire, Claire, you've got yourself a man.
Hey, I always told Claire, if the flag is in the background, I'll help her out,
And she didn't. I'll tell you something. She did not refuse, did she?
No. It's not like that.
Saying no.
You'll have to go to the north of England to find that flag, but you've got one anyway.
Yeah, well, just drop by, Claire.
In North Dakota. What's in North Dakota?
No, actually, no. It's got to be your flag. It has to be. In your territory, I guess. Oh, fucking
guys! Listen, I'm going to go and sail my boat. But good speaking to you all, Daniel, OV, Claire, people in the chat.
Yep. Yeah. Good talking with you, Jay. See you, Kyle, brother.
Bye, Jay.
And we'll
be cheers, guys.
Soon.
Bye.
Bye, Jay.
Yeah. Next Saturday. Cheers. Bye.
Bye.
Cheers. Oh, Jay's a good guy. I like talking to him. Are you ready to lose the upcoming election, Claire?
Well, obviously from just the chat voting, I lose because of how I know you want everything to change, but everything to stay the same. So you'll be voting for people like Jay. But I think
how can you say that I want everything to stay the same?
No, because people like Jay, say on the one hand they're not a political activist, then on the other hand they would kick everyone out and whatever his proposals are. So he's not really serious about it.
Well, would you disagree that more things would change under Jay than they would under you?
Yeah, for the worse. Because he will be kicking everyone out. He will be re-Christianizing the West, and you won't force everyone into church. And anybody who doesn't like it gets kicked out. So there'll be one religion, one race, and that kind of thing.
One religion, one race. Yeah, sign me up. Sign me up.
So we have
Not
to
Christianity.
know how likely it is that he'll be able to get you what you want. And
More likely than you.
well, I think what he's doing is just give us his wish list. It's more a wish list than an itinerary or route. It's a wish list. And I think you should be able to make the distinction between a wish list and a set of instructions or a roadmap.
I mean, isn't that the same as what you're doing, except what Jay is proposing is more plausible?
Well, it's more popular because you'll all say, "Well, just kick them out and take over again."
I mean,
Why not?
popularity is intertwined with plausibility.
And mine is the sort of slow, scenic route, and I'm saying you have to do this before you do that, and then you do the other thing, and it's boring because it's methodical and it's not going to happen immediately, and it's not something you can fantasize about. So my solution will be less popular, but I thought the best way.
I thought fantasies are things that are less likely to happen. I mean, that's why they're fantasies, right?
Yeah, so I'm saying what I'm doing.
So, I mean, who's being more fantastical?
About.
It sounds like you're being more fantastical than Jay is.
No, I'm saying there's nothing exciting about what I propose. It's like, stage by stage.
No. Exciting and fantastical are two different things.
Yeah, I'm basically saying that the steps I propose will be considered by you lot to be tedious, boring, take too long, and really you'd rather fantasize about kicking everyone out in one,
No, you are the one that's fantasizing, right? If we're talking about a fantasy as in like a dream or, like a wish, I mean, that's what you're doing, right?
Well, I'm actually saying in order to get to ethno-nationalism, you have to go past civic nationalism.
Oh, here we go. Back to this again.
So it's a scenic route, and you want to go.
Oh yeah.
From
White people totally have we have the luxury of time right now. We're only 6 or 8% of the world population, and we have time to take the scenic route. Yeah.
I'm saying you need a big idea that is plausible and fair enough, and then people might take notice. But if you're just fantasizing,
what's a bigger idea than kicking everyone out?
It needs to be practicable. So
why?
Well, because so people believe.
Wait, what does it mean to be? What does it mean to be practical?
So that people can believe you are able to deliver.
Who are people?
People who might have a view about it, voters.
I mean,
something realistic, something grown up. Something your parents might.
I mean, this is something grown up. Yeah, something. Right. My parents are white. And actually, I've got a whole bunch of boxes in my apartment right now because my mother is leaving California. So the house that I grew up in, my mom is having to clean out, and so I've got a whole bunch of my childhood stuff that my mom has kept a hold of that I have to go through right now. So when you talk about things that our parents or my parents would vote for, my parents, well, my mother specifically, is leaving California because it's full of fucking shitskins. Right? It's full of, Democrats, minorities, so on and so forth. And, I'm actually having to deal with that in real time right now. So that's, I mean, when you talk about what is... Oh yeah. By the way, Aaron, kind of a low blow, Aaron. Practicable. We'll chalk that up to speaking. Just thinking on the fly. The idea of what is practical is I mean, that's kind of in the eye of the beholder, isn't it?
Yeah, but I suppose, it shouldn't be too drastic, So it doesn't seem so cruel and murderous and violent and that sort of thing.
Well, I mean, you love to talk about. I mean, what society hasn't been established through violence or through extreme measures? Tell me that. I mean, wasn't Israel established through a war?
Yeah.
Wasn't America established through a war? Wasn't Britain established through a war? Name me one country that wasn't established through a war. Actually, Germany. I think Germany wasn't established through a war. Wasn't it Otto von Bismarck that
conquered or being conquered? I certainly agree with you there, but I suppose all I'm proposing is to do it with a minimum of violence, and you seem to be wanting to do what you want to do with the maximum of violence. So I guess that makes you morally suspect.
Morally suspect. Morally suspect because I oh, Jesus Christ. Because I am cognizant of the way of human psychology that makes me morally suspect.
You're saying no more questions. We're just going to kick them out. So you are proposing violence, and and for that reason alone, you're going to get into all kinds of trouble with the authorities.
Well, I mean, obviously, it's a different issue.
Because you're just laughing.
No, it's a different issue between you. I mean, obviously, you have stricter laws than I have, right, in America, right? Which is why, when I was sued by the, by the British, by what's his name, Fayed, who's Dodi Fayed's dad. When I was sued by his company, I won that case, right? Whereas the British companies lost that case, or they never even tried to defend it. So no, it's got nothing to do with LARPing. I mean, come on, Claire. Of all the people who you accuse of being LARPers, I am the. To accuse me of that is cowardice on your part.
Well, I don't find any of your solutions practicable. It's not going to...
You as an individual. Yeah, you with your own biases. Yeah, whatever.
It's not even your intention to do things through the political process. It's all about they did it to us and we'll get rid of them.
The political process is dead. And I'm not saying that to sound like a fucking like a terrorist or anything like that. But I mean, this is the reality of the situation. Is that Texas is going to turn blue, Florida is going to turn blue. You love to talk about the one-party state. I mean, that one-party state is coming, but it's just going to be in the opposite direction that you actually want it to go in. It's going to be a one-party fucking matriarchy is what it's going to be. And, so the only solutions that we have in the future are kind of a balkanization, I guess you could say.
Well, I'm going to suggest that a one-party state would be an improvement, provided the rules are fair enough, and that's all I'm saying. Yeah, I'm not saying it's going to instantly solve everything, but it will stop people from.
You're not going to stop shit, Claire. Don't even fucking try to fuck with me on this shit. You're not going to stop shit.
You would be able to kick out the matriarchy if it were a one-party state.
Well, see, here's the thing. Now we're getting back to what I wanted to talk about before. When you say, I didn't watch the stream that you did, but I saw the title where you said, anti-Semites who hate Jews should really hate liberalism? Do you want to talk about that?
Yeah,
because I mean, I feel that that's the direction you're going in right now.
Yes, I'm saying question the whole liberal order. Ask yourselves what it has given you, other than sexual liberation, the breakdown of marriage and family values until nobody even wants it back. It's not even that it has broken down. It is because people now don't even want it back. They can't even make themselves say, "We want marriage."
Who is they?
Again.
Who is they? I mean, the conservatives in America have wanted the same thing throughout the generations. They've only been kind of what's the word? Caved in. There's a better word, but they've been undermined only because of the influence of the Jewish liberal establishment.
But who's responsible for liberalism?
The Jews.
Why? Why do you say that? Liberalism was not.
It's not just me that says that. I mean, even Nathan Kaufness says that.
Yeah, but liberalism was not a Jewish invention in the sense that it was.
No, we've already talked about this.
Been cooked up by Jews.
Didn't we talk about this? What's his name?
We never got to the bottom of it. We said French Revolution and then American Constitution, and you. Well,
No. For fuck's sake, we did get to the bottom of it. This is what I mean about you, Claire. You're impervious. You say things and you just ignore them and say it hasn't been said.
So who started liberalism then?
There was a proclivity for liberalism among Northern Europeans in particular, but it wasn't a problem because there wasn't other tribes, vastly different people who were out to take advantage of it. And liberalism corresponds also with right-wing objectivism, and this became weaponized by Jewry, who are involved in the Middle East, where the competition is not so much against nature, but more against other tribes. So they developed these means of deception, Christianity being the first major way to do that. And this sent whites into a liberal purity spiral as they try to as they backpedal looking for their innocence against these kind of charges that they're doing evil and are going to go to hell and whatnot.
Ov, do you know what Daniel has said? Can you explain?
Oh my God, it's plain as day.
What? So when did liberalism come into being?
It was cultivated. The theory goes, and it's plausible, that it starts with the Northern European evolution against the challenges of nature. The more geared against challenges of nature, so it doesn't matter. No, for fuck's sake! You asked me, I can't answer the question.
Daniel, would you agree? Just to satisfy Claire's question, would you have a problem with saying that liberalism came about during the time of the Enlightenment?
That's the high point of it. Yes, that's
okay.
The high point. But it was weaponized by Jewry.
How?
For one example, taking advantage of civil rights in America and taking that to say that white people couldn't classify and discriminate, calling that racism. And
right, from Enlightenment to affirmative action.
That's right. They're directly related because that's from John Locke. But
affirmative action came from John Locke?
No, that's the weaponization. That's the weaponization that comes from Jews.
No. Can you explain this process of affirmative
Jews?
action?
Yeah, that's Jewish weaponization, is what it is.
How? Can you explain?
For example, the NAACP. Everybody knows the NAACP is a Jewish organization.
Yeah, I mean, look at the
ADL.
Well, not only that. I mean, look at the
ADL.
Look at the concept.
Yeah, they're weaponizing John Locke.
No, here, look at the concept of freedom. Freedom of association.
Twice we said that.
Wait, Daniel, hold on. Hold on. Oh, by the way, Khaw, fuck yourself. Confusing cause and effect. Yeah. Look at Khaw in chat. Sniping without actually coming in. Oh, I can't come in. The link doesn't work. Change your fucking account, faggot. I know you got 2 phones around you, you piece of shit. So here's the thing, right? Is that the perfect example is freedom of association. Right? Freedom of association used to mean that, if we don't want to be around these people, well, that's our freedom of association. And then all of a sudden the ACLU comes in and says, "Oh, wait a second. No, you have to let these K words in. You have to let these N words in."
It's not the ACLU,
otherwise that's
it was
discrimination.
The 1964 Civil Rights Act.
Yeah.
That did this, which is a really Jewish thing and a weaponization. But yes, it goes to the Enlightenment, to John Locke, who was the empirical side of Cartesianism, which was written into the Constitution by Jefferson primarily. And this is a rupturing of class boundaries. And the Jews understand that, and they didn't want their own class boundaries disrupted, but they also didn't want whites to be able to organize, so they weaponized that notion, and to prevent white freedom of association. But I was saying the proclivity towards liberalism goes back for whites. Goes back to probably to their evolution against the challenges of nature than other tribes. Now, I've had challenges from other tribes too, but it wasn't quite as intense as in the Middle East where the Jews were. So they developed a kind of Manichaean perspective, a perspective of trickery, and they with that perspective they were able to take advantage of this liberalism, which wasn't a big problem provided you were liberal among all other Europeans. They did weaponize it, and they are responsible for a lot of our problems, enough so that we're well warranted to pursue separatism from Jewry. I don't hear anybody.
Daniel, the only way to solve the problem is to say you're going to do this, you're going to do that, and you're going to do a whole bunch of
stuff. And I do that. I do that.
Okay, and right. I'm saying you have to be a one-party state, and you're not saying that. You're always concentrating on race.
The one party notion is the union. The union is one thing.
Okay.
There's no exceptions to that rule.
Well, I didn't know the unionization idea is a one-party state. So you agree with me about the one-party state, do you?
Probably, but it's that's putting the cart in front of the horse. I mean, it's
why you have to propose a different form of government that people can understand.
I'm proposing ethno-nationalism. That's a different form of government than civic nationalism.
Okay, but if you want ethno-nationalism, you still have to say how I'm going to get to it, and will you be
We're gonna get to it by appealing to those people who understand, who want to preserve their people first, not trying to convert people who might not be converted, and banging our heads against the wall.
Well, you can always propose a one-party state that is civic nationalist.
Let
somebody else do that.
What does that accomplish?
It would get rid of AIPAC. It would defang AIPAC, and then it would stop the different parties trying to pander to the minorities and the women by giving them all this crazy thought crime legislation. I mean, that's how it came about.
Who gave them all the crazy thought? Jews did this.
Here's your problem, Claire, is that you think women are the only problem in society.
They are.
I have no problem blaming women, because God knows that women are a big problem. But to say that women are the only problem, and that if we just deal with the WQ, then everything will be solved. It's not that simple. It's not that fucking simple, Claire.
Okay, you just prefer to concentrate on Jews. You don't want to talk about women because you want to fuck them, and you're afraid that if you're talking about women, they'll run away from you. It's as simple as that. You don't want your girlfriend hearing you talking about.
Oh God.
Well,
yeah, this is not
Claire.
True.
Claire, women love fucking Nazis.
Do you have a girlfriend?
Oh yeah, she loves fucking Nazis. Yeah.
Okay, so she knows about your flag and your LARPing, does she?
Yes, she loves my LARPing.
Do you think you'll marry her? Do you hope to?
Oh. I mean,
you don't know. You're not really interested in marrying. That's the thing with you. You don't really care.
No,
that's why you can't support restoring the patriarchy.
No. All right. Aaron says women are the problem with this stream. But
okay, again, marriage and family are.
I wanted to bring this up before. Conop and Brundle both wanted to get on, and they said that they had an error. Do you guys want to? I can set up a new stream on my channel, and then Conop will be able to come on and give his opinion. I mean, God forbid, maybe even Aaron would come on, and Brundlefly could come on as well. Do you guys want to do that, or do we want to keep going from here?
Why can't they get on here?
They sometimes this happens with Hangout links. It'll give you just this random error.
I think it's going around in circles because Claire is impervious. She just doesn't hear what you say. She's talking about marriage again, and I explained to her that marriage and family is fine, it's important, but if you don't have the borders under control, it's like the best berth on a sinking ship. You're just breeding your daughter to be given away to some whatever.
Well, I mean, this is kind of the reason why I want to, change the stream is because if it's going around in circles with just the three of us, then, having another point of view will possibly bring out different, different talking points.
Well, I don't know. Maybe another day.
All right. Yeah,
I've had enough for now. It might be funny to talk to
Aaron,
spiritual manager.
God forbid. I'm gonna drop the link again in chat for Aaron. If Aaron wants to come on and talk shit, he says Nazis equal women. Yeah, those Nazis, put 6 gorillion. Women put 6 gorillion Jews in camps, I guess.
Well, I did propose that there's a nasty side of female biology that is into inciting genetic competition. Whoever wins, they're just going to, present and breed with the winner. So
women are natural cannibals. Yeah.
So whether the Germans won or the other guys won, they're just, that's it. They're to them, they're on a certain level. They think they're breeding with the best genes.
I mean, Claire's not wrong when she says that women having power is a problem. I mean, no doubt. But to say that if only we have civic nationalism, if only we just take away power from women, but still Negroes can still have power, or sand Negroes can have power or whatever.
Well, I've been saying that right along. This is where she just ignores the most fundamental issue of the group boundaries and tries to make it just universal patriarchy at the head.
Yeah, I think that's the reason that Claire is such an advocate for civic nationalism. Is she knows that she wouldn't be allowed in. She'd have to go back. I mean,
Well,
Claire,
I explained to her that according to my concept, there would be
Claire
a possibility for enclaves.
Claire can't cook.
But they would have duties. They would have duties to in some sense look after the boundaries. Look after the quotas of our native stock and in particular qualities, things like that. They would be responsible.
It's tactical. It's tactical as well.
Yeah, it is. It could be, a kind of reward for them for their cooperation.
But here's the issue, right? Is that if you have the power to, establish this one-party state, or if you have the power to establish a national socialist state, or whatever state that Daniel wants, if you have that kind of power, then you have the power to not even bother with negotiating with these people.
Well, I think that we do. Actually, we probably would do well to have the Chinese, the Japanese, and Southeast Asians on our side.
You could make an argument for the Japanese, but the Chinese.
It's dicey.
Duterte's pretty based, but I mean, that's about it.